Ugh. Hello. How's everybody doing today? Good? Bad? Ugly? Am I ugly? Not at all, boy! Ugh. uh, I I missed the lofted JPSS2 mission. I slept through my alarms, guys. It's very rare that that happens, but it does happen. That sucks. But Lofted did great, if you really want to know. Wait, I'm bumming that I missed the rocket launch. It was the last Atlas 401 to fly. And yeah, man, I'm just bumming, dude. I don't like doing that. It's very unprofessional. I don't like saying I'm gonna be here and then not be here. That's one of my pet peeves. I don't like doing that. It's very unprofessional and I don't have an excuse. Sleeping through your alarms is what you do when you're 20, not 34. You know what I'm saying? Let's watch it now. 10 demerits then. I deserve it. Some admins need your you need your number for sending wake-up calls. Yeah, W. I don't. No, I disagree. I disagree. It's just. This is just that it's just an anomaly, dude. I set 3 alarms. I shut them. I set 3 alarms and I keep my phone out of arm's reach. I do that on purpose. I actually have kind of like a detent built in to my bed design because it's me. So I have one table. Like I have 2 small nightstands next to each other, right? One of them has my iPad on it because I go to bed watching videos about space and cars and stuff. And that has the iPad on it. It's only big enough for the iPad. It's a really tiny, stupid nightstand, right? But we had an extra one, so I have the other one right next to it. If I try to reach directly for my alarm, I will knock the iPad off of the stand. I know this because I've done it. Now, the second nightstand is out of arm's reach. I can't get at it. Right? I have to reach around the iPad stand. Like, you have to get up and reach around to grab it. I did that. I shut 3 alarms off in my sleep doing that, and I didn't knock the iPad over. Dude, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Like, dude, if it wasn't meant to be, it wasn't meant to be. You know? Yeah, Fred, I don't know, dude. I usually don't have this problem. It's just... Yeah. Might want to read this before you get into Kerbal. This is huge cities news. Roads and Vehicles Development Diary. Free content and patch notes. Bus. Train. Roads. Trams. Oh, dude, they redid the tram lines, huh? Wow. Paid content creator pack, Heart of Korea. 44 new unique buildings for skyscrapers? Damn, dude. 80s downtown beat radio station? Oh. K-pop radio station, really? Someone's in a snarky mood today. Ah, sorry, Hokie. I'm just pissed that I overslept. Because I don't really have an excuse for doing it, and I'm angry and I'm taking it out on you guys, which is not okay. Just thought I'd be honest. Wicked, when does this come out? Oh, coming on the 15th of November. Alright. I guess we're playing cities that day. I assume you already know, but it looks like we might be seeing a booster static fire today. Yeah. Somebody already filled me in chat. Before we begin, do you mind checking project proposals in the Minecraft section of Discord? I'd like to hear your final approval. Airstrike approved. What? No. It's got to be your bowl. Хорошо. Да. Товарищ, давай. Go ahead, dude. Do it. First cities, then KSP, and then SLS. Stationer's got an update too. I know. Isn't the 15th Artemis 1? I thought it was the 16th. Neat, thanks. See it built in a year or so. Okay. Then in December, we get the financial DLC, aka Stonks. That game, dude, Sneaky, that Cities ages like fine wine, man. It just gets better and better. It just gets better and better over time, doesn't it? All right. You enjoying Vic 3? That's Paradox games for you. Dude, I said it once, I'll say it again. Paradox does DLCs right. Because when Cities came out in 2015, it was awesome. It was already better than SimCity 5. The minimum viable for Cities was already better than SC5. Like, way better. And Cities has just gotten better and better from there. Yeah, much better. Yeah, saying it got better would be an understatement, Aqualex, huh? This update is being called the World Tour, so I'm wondering if maybe they are finally going to be making a sequel to Cities. Sneaky, that game has brought me so much joy, I'd buy it. Straight up. I looked at the stretch proposal for Direct, and one has the DCSS on it, and then an Orion on that. Yeah, Queard, it did. It's a shame, because SimCity 5 could have been... It could have been. That's the end of the sentence. Somebody's playing Vicky 3 right now. Who said Queart's playing it in chat, Owens? I'm listening in, but I'm sending in CVs left and right. Might not be as focused as yesterday. That's more important, Alex. That's fine. Honestly, we're just working with the separator mechanisms. Dude. Okay, Alex, 1 second. Un moment, s'il vous plaît. Check this out. So, Novus sent me this yesterday. Look at that. The boosters on the shuttle separate asymmetrically. I never knew this. I never knew it. The reason why we couldn't get the separation just right is because they weren't separate. They were separate. Like, look, they're asymmetric. They separate asymmetrically. They kind of go off to the side. What? Oh, hey, W. What, are the set motors symmetric? No! No, they're not! Look! Look! One is at 20, and the other one is at 40. One's 20 degrees in, and the other one's 40 degrees in. Dude, my face. How did I not know this? How did I not know this? So one of them is tilted at 20 degrees and the other one's tilted at 40. And I know that this graphic doesn't say it, but it says it up here. It says it in the text. So, and then the bottom separator motors are symmetrical. The top ones aren't. So that gets the boosters to kind of go off and over like this. And I was like, dude, there's no way. That graphic must be old or something. Watch. Watch the boosters separate. Here, this one will, you know, if you look closely, I always thought it was just the camera angle. Watch the boosters. Hey, Flagon. Look, I always thought that this shot was just the boosters doing this, but no, one is clearly higher than the other. They're clearly going 1, 2. Look at the angle of that one versus the angle of that one. What in the absolute schnozberries is going on here? I never have noticed that. Now, there's a reason why they did this. And interestingly enough, the reason why they did this is the problem that we were having. When I would separate my SRBs yesterday, our separation was perfect. But the SRBs would tilt around and they would hit each other. They gave them asymmetric separators so they won't hit each other during separation. Like after they come around, they won't come back and hit each other. How could you miss the Atlas launch last night? I slept through 3 alarms, S-Master, and the alarm was not near my bed. I got up and shut off 3 alarms in my sleep. I have no excuse. I have no excuse. But, dude, when your body wants to sleep, it wants to sleep, apparently. Have you watched JPSS2 on stream? No. I woke up for the lofted landing, but it wasn't worth coming out here. But check this out, dudes. Tori Bruno coming in with the goods. Look at that! Look at that! It freaking came down. Oh, that is so cool. Inflatable heat shield, baby. And that thing is in pretty good condition. It's not scarred up at all. Dude, and it gets even worse. Bree slept through them too. 3 freaking alarms. She usually will help me get up, you know, just in case. Slept through all 3. She did too. She was like, oh, I think I heard you shut them off. But yeah, I was like too asleep to get, I'm like, what the? Dude, I don't know why I was so tired, Hokey. But the body said no. Straight up said no, and I'm pissed because that was... Lofted is really, really cool. Did I see your DM? I saw it yesterday, S. Yeah. We can do that. I have to get it off this computer, though, I think. I'll figure out a way to do that. Can you send me that PDF with the SRB stuff? Yeah. Yeah, but 3 of them, Hokey? 3? In 15-minute increments? That should be enough to blanket a REM cycle. My REM cycle is like 2 hours. That should, well... Yeah, that should be enough. Dude, I don't have any excuse, man. No, Zay, I don't have any idea. How'd the truck cluster swap go? It won't work, Warder. I need a different PCB on the back of the dash. We narrowed it down to a diode and a resistor to get everything working correctly, and Ford did that on the harness on older trucks, and they did it on the printed circuit on newer trucks. I don't know why they would do that. I'm sure there's a good reason. So, my buddy Ernok in chat came through and literally bought a TAC. And we checked the serial numbers on eBay on the TAC before we got it. And they had a picture of the printed circuit. It has the resistor and the diode on it. So I have another TAC coming, which is good. My fuel selector switch came in today too. But honestly, we might need a new dash face too. Like, before we get too far into space stuff here, I might need a new dash bezel. That one is really starting to not dash bezel anymore. It's really starting to get broken. I need a new one of these. Check LMC if you want new. Oh, dude. I get LMC sent to my house every month. Yeah. For the 59 and the 97. I love that site. Dude, that's helped me so much. The diagrams on LMC help so much with figuring out how stuff goes together. With that being said, I don't want a factory reproduction. I want new old stock. I want one that came out of another truck. So I'm going to have to go around on eBay and look. Sometimes, I love LMC, but sometimes the stuff that you get off there is Chinesium, man, and it's trash. It really is junk. Like, it is lower quality than the 25-year-old dashboard that I have in the truck. You know what I'm saying? What's up, sup? PCB required no human labor and robotically placed. The wire harness usually have to be done by hand. Yeah, Aqualex, like I said, yeah, that's probably, it's probably an optimization on, that screams production optimization. That's what that screams. I think you're right, if I had to guess. Yeah, that screams production optimization. You know what we should do? We should see if anybody wants to, anybody got access to a laser sinterer? Dude, we should make a metal dash. Laser sinter aluminum, a dash like this. Hey, 1D, what's going on? You think we could do that? You think we could get away with it? I mean, to be 100% honest, the truck needs a whole new dashboard. This all up in here where the coin tray is right there, it's all broken because this was a tradesman's truck. But yeah. Make it Inco. I'd prefer aluminum, dude, if we could get it. But if we could metal 3D print that, I absolutely would. Metal dashes are dangerous in case of an accident. Chief, it's a 3,000 kilogram truck. 3,000 kilos is how much that thing weighs. It's 3,000 kilos, man. This thing weighs more than the 1950s truck over there. This thing is heavy. Wood? No. If you hit a wall, it's whatever that thing hits, it's going through, dude. I'll show you. I'll show you the beef on the freaking frame on this truck. You want to talk about a truck that's built right, dude? Look at that thing. I could go get a webcam and show you real quick. Yo, S, it is heavy. It's a heavy duty truck, man. It is heavy, like really heavy. I was surprised. I don't know how they crammed that much mass into this design. Seriously, look up the weight. It is heavy. Wisp, I'm kind of with you on that one. Your head's going to go into the steering wheel before you go into anything. This truck doesn't have any bags in it either. Full steel construction. I mean, Alex, it is a tank. I was amazed how heavy that thing is. Maybe it's not 3,000 kilos. Maybe it's closer to 2,000. But it is a heavy honking truck, dude. No bags. No. 97. F-250. F-250 exempt. It was exempt from safety. There's no airbags on it. That's why I like it, dude. It's the last of the old school trucks. That's why I like that thing so much. So, Warder, I have another dash coming in, and we'll throw it all back together. But I think I might need a new dash plate. And the dash plates on LMC are like $200. Did they fill it with lead? Dude, it's hardened steel. Like, all right. Real quick. I will show you how heavy this thing actually is. Take a look. All right. Can you hear me? Let me shut the oldies off. And I know we're under the Kerbal category. Give me 1 second. Let me get the desk cam up here. that is not working. There's just a picture of me from yesterday. That's strange. Okay. Dude, look at the chungus underneath this thing. This is an F-250, but here. Let me show you. Look at the beef on that freaking frame, dude. That thing is heavy as hell. I mean, it's a freaking... You wouldn't expect it, dude. It doesn't look like it should be this thick. It's 50 mil. 2-inch C-channel, man. That thing is freaking huge. And we're talking... It's half-inch steel, dude. It's half-inch, straight up. 12 millimeter. Or 13 mil. 13 mil thick steel, dude. It's a freaking tank. Like, look at how beefy this suspension is. The frame. Dude, I don't think it weighs 3,000, but it's close. It is a heavy freaking truck. Dude, you can tell when you go over, like, when I drive it, if I drove it over a curb or something, the thing, when it comes down, it comes down. Exhaust port. Is that frame forged in that shape? The rails might be, dude. If it's a forged frame, this thing's a tank. I mean, dude, it is heavy. This is a heavy freaking truck. Like I said, it doesn't look like it. It looks like just a regular truck. But this thing could rip a freaking house down. It's unbelievable. What year is it? It's a 97, man. 97 F-250 HD. This is the F2 shitty from Hoonigan, man. I bought it from them. They used it on their Scumbag Labs web show. It's a freaking monster, dude. That's why I like it. It's cool, and it's a manual. It's a 5-speed, dude. 5-speed. It does. It weighs 3,100 kilos. Oh my goodness. Yeah, 3,100 kilos, dude. Yeah, that is right. Can you believe that? This thing, 3,000 kilos. That's ridiculous. A Crown Vic weighs 1,600. This thing is 2 Crown Vics heavy. How the frick did you make this heavy? I don't even know. Yeah, this thing's a tank, dude. No, I know why they made it heavy. It's designed for towing. That's why they made it heavy. You want to get traction when you're towing. So this thing was built like a tank. I don't know if it's forged steel or carbon steel or whatnot, but dude, 1/2-inch thick C-channel frame. That's unbelievably beefy. Yeah, Alex, you wouldn't think. It's just a normal sized truck. But this thing it's a freaking tank, dude. It weighs more than the truck from the 50s over there. This thing is double that. It's double. Can you believe that? That thing weighs 1,500 kilos. It's an F-100. This is an F-250. This thing weighs 3,000 kilos. Dude, you could haul a trailer with this. A big freaking trailer. Does it feel that heavy driving it? It's actually kind of floaty, to be honest with you. It's floaty going down the road. That's because of the twin eyes. I can show you that if you want, real quick. I know we got to play. We should get back into KSP. That's the best kid. Should get back into KSP. We will. Just look. So, this thing has independent front suspension, but look how the suspension is set up. You guys, it's weird. So, take a look. The right side tire, it has a control arm. The control arm is right here. But the control arm pivots over there, on the right-hand side of the vehicle. And the right front tire has a control arm, and the control arm goes over here. It goes to... The right side control arm goes to the left of the frame rail. See, the twin I-beams, it's like a scissor lift. It's a scissor lift. That's actually a good way to say that. This thing is a freaking scissor lift. Oh shoot, she's leaking oil. Uh-oh. Fix that. That front suspension makes this thing really float. But dude, it is a tank of suspension. I can't believe how beefy it is. Yeah, it leaks a little bit of oil. It's fine. We're not leaking it onto the ground. It's just leaking into my shop. We'll get the kitty litter out. Yeah, that's called twin I-beam suspension. So the whole suspension works like a scissor lift. That gets you really good travel. So the truck's really good for off-roading. And then in the back, like I said, guys, these are 8-lug rims. In the back, I have a Sterling 1025. Sterling 1025 rear end running 410s. It has a 410 gear in the back. So, yes, that's the one that ate the freaking welded diff. It just ate it. That Sterling, so a 1025 is a 10-inch ring gear. So 10.25 in metric is, give me a second. 26 centimeter. 26 centimeter ring gear. It is a big rear end. Hey, Alucard. Okay, Aqualex, I got it. What is 25 centimeter? The ring gear on the rear end. It's a 10.25 inch rear end, Alucard. That's almost 12 inches. 12 inches is 30 centimeter. So, dude, we're talking like a 26 centimeter rear end, ring gear on the rear end. This thing is a tank. Alucard, all right, you just got here, dude. You just got here. How much you think this truck weighs? Seriously, look at it compared to the other truck. How much you think this weighs? 4.5 metric tons. It's not that much. Not that much. This truck is 3,100 kilos. 3,100, that's 6,000 pounds. Actually more than 6,000, that's 6,200 pounds. This thing's a freaking tank, dude. Next time you go to the shop, can you show the transmission cross member? I need it for research. I'll show you it right now, dude. Real quick. Then we get back into KSP. What do you want to see, Sawyer? Yes. That's why I bought this truck, dude. It's a freaking tank. I got it for nothing, dude. And it freaking made it across the entire country. The freaking monster. I love this thing. It's one of my favorite vehicles that I own. Barely no rust. It's a California truck. Yep, it's got a ZF transmission in there. ZF5. It's a great transmission. Yeah, thing's got a ZF. For the Euro people. Yeah, you didn't know they made transmissions for Ford trucks, did you? You assume that capped off connection is the 4x4 connection? Yeah. Yeah, for the most part. Dude, it is clean under here. I know it looks dirty, but this really isn't bad for a truck that's 25 years old. If you guys didn't hear what I just said, that really isn't bad for a truck that's 25 years old. It is. There's no rust on that thing, dude. No rust. There's nothing. I don't drive it. I don't drive it when it's in the winter. I take it off the road. No KSP until after it pinged you for KSP. Well, let's go. We're gonna go play KSP now. Yeah, Warder, it probably needs to be rebuilt. That is not the transmission that came with the truck because it doesn't have a ZF plate on it. It's a reman one. That's for PTO. KSP graphics are insane. Yeah, see, I built this truck in KSP. Look. Can you see this thing? 3,000 kilos, man. Super proud about that. This thing's a freaking tank. Love it. Love it. It's only 2,500 parts. Yeah. The textures are amazing. Yep. You like the old one behind it? That's my 59, dude. I built that thing from nothing. That thing has been almost frame off restoed. I wired that whole truck on stream. Yeah, and we're trying to mess with the wiring, but the wiring on cars from the 90s is a little bit more complicated than it is on cars from the 50s. NASA blue paint on the truck when? We could do it, Sile. Warder, that's the other reason why I bought it, man. Dude, I'll take brittle plastic that can easily be replaced and a little bit of a cracked dash over a truck with a freaking ridiculous computer in it, man. Screw that. Yeah, I need one of these. We need one of those. Resaturization museum when, huh? Is the old truck in good running condition? It's almost roadworthy, dude. It's close. Did you see the new BMW 7 Series? I swore off BMW, dude. I don't care. The subscription seat heaters? No, I don't need to think about you at all. Any idea when the new TAC comes in? It'll come in after SLS. So ridiculous. All right, let me see. Let's see. BMW 7 Series. Dude, I understand the kidney bean grill is heritage and stuff, but that seriously looks like it's got buck teeth. It looks like it's got buck teeth. I think this car is really sharp, except for that. It looks like it... Look at me! Like, my kidney bean heritage, but if I'm gonna buy a Bimmer, give me one of those. Actually, if we're gonna do that, this is the car that's my... Oh, yeah. I like that. 635 CSI. That's a cool car. Now we're talking. Everybody swoons over the E30. And the E30s are cool, don't get me wrong, but they ain't that. Nah, M3... If we're going to talk M3, Tessa, you know, I don't even want a BMW. Clearly, the best sports saloon from the 90s was the 130 Cosworth, Mercedes. Martin Brundle said that it was the best. He said it. Martin Brundle said it, dude. He said that the 190 Cosworth is the best sports sedan of the 90s. No. Martin Brundle said it. Go look it up. M3, M4, M5 now, bro. I'm on that M1 silhouette. Good man. The Lotus Carlton isn't from the... Actually, it is. Would you consider putting static fire pip of the KSP work? We can do that today, King. Sure. There you go, sup. I hate everything about where cards are going. Dude, I try not to let it bother me. I just work on the old stuff and kind of call it from there, dude. You know? All right, so we're working on the SRBs. I got to get this left SRB back up into the shuttle here. Last, what's up? If we were talking BMW, this is the car. 6 Series, man. And Chief, I knew you were a man of taste. Oh, that's actually an 8 Series. That's an 8 Series. That's an 850 or an 845. Yeah, that's the other BMW I like. I love those cars, dude. Those are cool cars. Estoy bien, Squalito. 850 CSI. Yeah, see, Chief, I knew you were a man of taste. Tesla has unlockable seat heaters. Yeah, you don't see me driving a Tesla either, Aqualex. That's, you know what, man? Teslas are great cars. But I'm firm right to repair when it comes to cars, dude. Subscription services for cars? Really? 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 That's what we're doing? Nah. Hard pass. I mean, I understand Tesla's subscription service with autopilot. That makes sense because they're going to be upgrading the car. And if you do something to it, it could get the autopilot to not work in the right way. I understand that. That makes sense to me. But arbitrarily saying that, oh, a seat heater is optional? Dude, someone will jailbreak that car in 5 minutes. I agree, Aqualex. You buy the car, it's yours. It's your car. You fix it. I'm firm on that. Like, very firm on that. But yeah, with Tesla, I understand why they do it. Because, dude, you don't want somebody to, like, jack up a Tesla's electronic system and then have them download an autopilot to it and then have the autopilot malfunction and drive it up a tree. You know what I mean? I understand that. That makes perfect sense to me. That's the kind of the case with any car, though. Like, if you get a warranty and stuff, you're going to void the warranty if you modify it. So that does make sense, especially since they're pushing updates to the car. That makes sense to me. I don't have a problem with that. But arbitrarily putting subscription services on, like, seat heaters? What are you thinking? And you know what? You know what's messed up? People will pay for it, too. Yeah, J-Speed, yeah, dude, I'll just stick with my old cars. That's the thing, dudes. I don't hate on new cars. I get it. That's just kind of the trends. I'll stick to my old stuff. This is a car interior, my guy. Oh. Oh, dude. Now that's a car. Oh yeah, okay. Oh. Oh. Dude, I had a model of one of these growing up, and I thought it was the coolest looking car. See? No beaver teeth. That looks amazing. Oh, dude. The stance, the lines, it's perfect. Oh, and it's got that. It's got that in it. I like that part, too. I know about Lotus Carlton's, Tessa. I knew about that truck from Gran Turismo. Look at the absolute chonk on the recovered lofted. Ah, yeah. The Kahana 2. Yeah, good recovery vessel. Thomas, can you believe that? Oh, see? Look. Not in your face. Nice and simple. I love it. Those are my favorite types of cars, dude. My favorite types of cars are cars that don't look like they do much. They're very conservative in how they look. They don't look very... They don't look like they go fast. That BMW just looks like a cool sports coupe. No, it goes really freaking fast. It's not necessarily sleepers, Tessa. I mean, I guess, yeah. That's probably the reason why I like muscle cars per the original muscle car definition, which is just a family sedan that has a lot of power. Muscle cars, by modern definition, are hot hatches. You can hate me for saying that, but that's fine. That's John DeLorean's definition. You're going to disagree with him? He invented the thing. Like, okay, all right, here. Let me give you another example. Look at this car. Look at this thing. Does that look like anything assuming? No, it just looks like a civvy hatch with, you know, maybe a nice, you know, little kid on it or something. That's it. It doesn't look assuming. That was one of the fastest cars that Honda made. The Type R Civic with a B18. That thing is sick. Dude, I'd drive that. I'm not even kidding. Mr. America over here, I'd drive that. That's a cool car. The little spoiler gives it away. It's just very subtle. It's very, very well done. Very conservative in the design. It looks great, man. That's a nice looking car. And it goes really freaking fast for the times. That's really quick. I'll give you another example. One of my all-time favorites. Does that look like anything fast? V18 with stock head and block can somehow still hold 1,400 horsepower. Honda makes good engines, Storm. I don't give a frick what anybody says. Honda makes great motors. GNX. That right there is the fastest production car from 1987. I'll say that one more time. The fastest production car from 1987. Faster than Ferrari, faster than a Lambo, faster than a Porsche. Faster than the Corvette. Mustang? Pfft, no way. It's faster than the Kazi, Tessa. It's got a bigger engine in it and it's turboed. Dude, that thing's got a small block Chevy in it. So a V8 with 2 cylinders lopped off and a gigantic freaking turbocharger. Does that look like anything that should go fast? No. That car looks like a grandma's car. But the thing can go like 180 miles an hour. It was doing like 13-second quarter miles out of the box in the 80s. That's really fast. It is a Kazi. Actually, ASC McLaren is the people that did the modifications to it. Oh. Hang on. You hang up first. You hang up first. Oh, she did hang up. Damn. Dude, the roast, I had some of that snib yesterday.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The Instapot does a good job with roast beef, dude. It was really good. Getting closer and closer to that 2 years. DeJong, thanks, man. You first. No, you first. Yeah. So the Sierra Cosworth, Tessa, another great example of that. The Kazi, of course. Sierra Cosworth, that's one of my favorite cars, dude. And no one knows what it is over here. Actually, people are starting to wise up to it with like Top Gear and stuff. And don't get me wrong, Top Gear is the reason why I know about that car in the first place. Yeah, the Model S is cool, dude. I don't hate Teslas. The Plaid is awesome. The Plaid absolutely dunks on every single sports car, and it looks like a little family sedan. I think that's cool. I think that's neat. Screw me, right? The Golf GTI. Yep, there you go. Golf GTI, another great example, dude. I love cars like that. I love cars like that, Tessa, you know? And, you know, you look at the old Type R, it's reserved. It looks cool. And then you look at the new Type R, and it looks like a damn Hot Wheels car. Like, this literally looks like a caricature of what a Type R, a riced out Type R should look like. I hate it. I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to hate. I can't stand it. It's not. It looks like a Hot Wheels car, dudes. It looks like a Hot Wheels car. It took all the cool things about the GTI and they made it this. They gave it these flashy boy racer kits. It's just horrible looking. In fact, if I had a Type R, I would take all this crap off and just put a regular Civic kit back on it, because they would look better. See, Toyota did it right with the GR. The GR, that's what I'm talking about. The GR right there. That was a good call. That's cool. It doesn't look like much, but it's a hot hatch and it goes fast. That's really neat. Is that bad that you like that Type R? I mean, you can like it as, that's fine. I didn't say you needed to hate it, but it's not really... It's not, it doesn't do it for me, dude. Like, the car's fast. It's a cool car, don't get me wrong, but dude, it looks like... You remember those cars from Fast and... Or not, you remember the Fast and the Furious cars? The Fast and Furious movie caricature cars from the Disney movie. Like, they were over the top, they look ridiculous. Not these cars. Those are actually cool, especially that one. But like the racer cars that were in the movie Cars, I think it was Cars 2 actually, but they look like that. They look like over the top caricatures of themselves, and I'm not really on board with that. By the money, I'd get B5, B5.5 to stay Passat with the W10. Good man. If I had the money, I'd get an old design Audi TT. Okay. Have you seen the new Toyota 23 GR Corolla, 3-cylinder turbo, 300 horse? I like it, Ordon. That's cool, man. I dig it. I dig it, dude. Because it doesn't look like much. Toyota knows. It doesn't need to look like much. It needs to perform. That's cool. I dig that. Yeah. These were at the start of Cars 1. Yeah. This. I see the new Civic Type R, or the present Civic Type R, and all I can think of is that. 886, another good example, dude. I love cars like that. I love cars that come from the factory, that they don't look like much, but they got it where it counts. Like the Millennium Falcon, man. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, dude. Even the R32 Skyline, man. You guys know that the Skyline in Japan is a family car? It's not all Skylines are GTRs. You guys know Project Neighbor? If you watch Cletus McFarlane, you know Project Neighbor, right? They took a Crown Vic and they put a 5.4 supercharged in it, right? And now it has like 800 horsepower in this family sedan. That's what a Skyline GTR is in Japan. It is a fleet vehicle. Not a lot of people know this. If you've ever been to Japan, you know Skylines are taxis. They are taxis in Japan. They are not race cars. No, they did a 5.4. They put a Triton motor in it. Yep. That's the taxi. It's literally Japan's Crown Vic. It's a mid-sized sedan. Yeah, can you believe that? You won't look at the Skyline the same way, will you, now? That's right, Renats. Yeah, when I went to Japan, I was like, oh man, that's a Skyline. And my buddy was like, so? I'm like, it's a Skyline. It's like, dude, that's a taxi. I'm like, huh? Wait, what? Why is the Skyline a taxi? And then we walk through Shinjuku Square, and there's freaking Skyline taxis everywhere. I'm like, oh, that's literally a fleet vehicle. I like it, Grab. It's an E30, man. It's a nice car. Anyway. So, we were working on our separator mechanisms. We need to take this SRB, and we got to put it back onto the stack. So, I'm going to save this, and we're going to root part the docking port right here. Because I was working with the separators. I redid the separators, guys, and I balanced it so the booster will do more of a translation off of the shuttle stack instead of rotation off the back. What do you think of the Audi TT? I see. It's okay. I don't mind it. I think that's a cool car. I'll be honest, dude. There's not many German cars that do it for me. I like Mercedes 190s and I like old BMWs, but I mean, if someone's gonna give me an Audi Quattro, I'm not gonna say no. They're really cool cars, but German cars are not really where my, I don't know. You know what? I retract that. I don't hate German cars. I just never really have gotten into them. You know what I mean? Like, it's like when you're going around different things with spaceflight. You know, you could be really into solid rocket boosters, like what we're doing right now with the shuttle. Or you could be really into Falcon 9s, or you could be into shuttles, or Starship, or whatever. It's just something that I haven't really done a deep dive into. And I know they have, like, German cars have a diehard following, so, especially Audi. So, like, with the rally pedigree and stuff, right? So, I will say that, you know, with German cars, it's not really that I hate them or anything. It's that I haven't really gotten to experience those types of cars. And because of that, I'm kind of, not willfully ignorant to how cool they are. I know they're cool cars, you know? Type 37, yeah. We want to talk rally pedigree. Type 37 Stradale. If it doesn't fall apart. Yeah, Renats, dude, there's skylines everywhere. Yeah, to think the Falcon was just supposed to be a souped-up space truck. Yep. I didn't like BMWs very much until I got to drive one. Bank, I know they're cool cars. And if I had the opportunity to buy an old E30, sure. But I will not buy a new BMW. No way. No, not a chance. In fact, the whole subscription thing kind of just turns me off to the whole car brand. I'm like, if that's the way you're gonna go with this, I don't want to be a part of it. In fact, I'll be honest with you. When they announced that subscription service thing, I said I'm never buying a BMW product ever. Not that I was going to in the first place, so oh great, yeah, I'm really sticking it to them. No, there you go, Shy. Talk Group B, Stratos. Actually, my favorite Group B car is this. Tessa, you know what I'm talking about. I probably can't fit in this car, but that's my favorite Group B car because frick you, V6 turbo, mid-engine. Man, that is a cool car. Yeah, the parts bin special. It's literally made out of spare parts. This little guy? I wouldn't worry about this little guy. Look at this. What? Bro. Look at the chonk on this car. Look at... What were you thinking? It's got a space frame. It's a freaking roll cage from the factory. Look at this thing. This thing looks like a freaking spacecraft. Look at all this. Is freaking cool, dude. That is a cool car, man. Oh, that's Bay right there. Hey, chill, bros. Chill. Remember, fellas, you can disagree about stuff and not get heated about it. Alright? Me, very right to repair, but there are other people that aren't. It's all good, dude. You want to hear something funny? Look at the phone that I have. I'm pro right to repair. Look at this. Sorry, I just don't look at phones the same way that I do at cars. You know what I'm saying? It's all right. Don't get heated. Don't be like me. All right, let's get these SRBs figured out, huh? That's right. I just don't want to see people that I'm friends with in the chat fight over stuff, dudes. You guys can disagree about things. That's all good. Not everything needs to be a debate. You know what I'm saying? You could disagree Be like, oh, I disagree. Oh, that's cool, man. All right, sweet. Done. Don't worry about it. I'm still buffering. Haven't heard the stream in minutes now. Sorry. It's all good, dude. Don't worry about it. But, you know, just try not to get like me, dude. I get hot-headed about stuff pretty easily, and I'm trying as hard as I freaking can to curb that, you know? But, yeah, dudes. If somebody disagrees with you about something, you don't need to be a prick about it. I'm not saying that anybody was. It's just general PSA, you know what I'm saying? Why? Why? People are going to disagree with you about something. That means they're firm on it. And everybody here, dude, guys, we're all nerds. We're all nerds in here. We can disagree about things. It's all good. That's called being an adult. Am I right? Calm as a cucumber. I don't understand either. All good. All good. Nah, Mason, you guys, I saw you. I was reading your conversations. It's all good, dude. I just don't want it. It's really easy for a chat to spiral out of control. You know what I mean. If you've been in any other stream, you know, like where the chat isn't as heavily moderated as mine, it can spiral out of control real quick. And that's not what I'm trying to do here, you know? Except Yarg. You can be a jerk to Yarg anytime you want. We know you like the CLK GTR. That's a nice car. Or airplane, depending on how you look at it. Usually it's super chill in here. Well, yeah, Squall, I've been really trying to make sure, like, that we don't get too crazy about things. Like, look, the U.S. had midterm elections yesterday. Did you see me talk about it once? Nope. That was entirely on purpose, dude, because nobody wants to talk about that in here. No one wants to talk about that. Frick that, dude. Let's talk about shuttles. Everybody here likes shuttles. You know what I'm saying? All right, so let's make stack prototype 6 here, and let's get our SRB separators figured out. So we need to dump this for a moment, but I think the boosters were in symmetry. So take stack proto 6. And you know what, Hip? That works both ways, to be honest with you, dude. You guys didn't bring it up yesterday at all either. And you know what? I appreciate it. Thank you. That makes my job way freaking easier. And it makes the mods' jobs way easier, too. Free pudding with your vote. We come here to ignore real-life problems. Bingo. Well said, Will. It's corn. But yeah, anyway. I don't want to see you guys fight with each other. Especially people that I know. Especially regular viewers. Like, I don't... And it's easy for it to spiral out of control. You just gotta, you know, chill for a moment. I like shuttles and being able to hear you again. Sorry about earlier. It's all good, man. Just, we don't need to get too hot-headed in here. Everybody's friends. There you go, Tronic. That's my rule. I have a pretty strict rule about that. The only time we'll get into politics is when it comes to space policy. Because, you know why? And I know this is going to sound strange. It's going to sound strange in this day and age. The only reason why I'm willing to talk about spaceflight policy and the politics of like NASA and how that works is because I know about it. Imagine admitting when you're out of your wheelhouse in this day and age. I don't talk just regular political science with people. There's a really good reason for that. One, I'm a Twitch streamer. You don't need to know my opinion on things when it comes to that. Two, dude, what do I know about it? I don't know nothing about that. And you know what the messed up part is? This brings it to 3. Even if I did, I still probably wouldn't say anything about it. That's too much. I'm not trying to be like the news, you know what I'm saying? Inflatable heat shields are neat. We have one in KSP, dude. You know guys, yeah, speaking of the lofted experiment, you know there's one we have one of those. We have a lofted. Check it out. See? Now, the lofted one is a little bit smaller than this. Lofted is a 6 meter. That's a 10 meter heat shield. But you can do this kind of stuff if you engineer the rocket right. Quickie, how would you abbreviate a master's degree in engineering? Yeah, I think it would just be masters, Alex. This is space news, not news. Well said, Era. Well said. Have I seen this? What's this? Oh, yeah, stay tuned, man. Dude, that Mark 8. The Mark 8 with the turbo. I haven't seen it, Flykin, but I know about Stay Tuned. Stay Tuned's a good show. Political discussions are always full of hubris. Well, yes, I'm man enough to know when I'm out of my wheelhouse with things, dude. Heck, even stuff that is my wheelhouse, I still get wrong from time to time, dude. It's just keep that all into perspective, bros. You know, it's not worth it. Okay. There's the LSRB. The left side solid rocket. That one is in position. Let me just make sure that the hooks lined up for it and everything. Yep. Hooks lined up as they should. Disable the RCS. Not that it matters, but I like being thorough. Yeah. There you go, Hip. Damn straight, dude. That's why I talk about this. That talk about spaceflight, because I'm confident enough to know the source material. I'm confident in my ability there. I'm not confident enough to maintain a political discussion in this chat about anything except spaceflight. I know it'll get away from me because I don't know enough about it. And imagine that, staying in your lane in 2022. I know, it's funny, right? Like, interesting how that worked. That's right, boys. You got it. Yeah, Mason. Well said, dude. Also, that shuttle butt is one piece of ace. I know from experience, dude. You know what I mean. There's a thing you can't do? I know. Strange concept, isn't it? You want some of this shuttle? That shuttle belongs to that space program. Ooh, they don't got to know about it. It could be our shuttle. No shuttle will ever be our shuttle. Ooh, that wasn't very nice. How about you, Sideburns? You want some of this shuttle? I'd rather have a Saturn. Funny you mention it. I happen to be an expert in everything. Oh, believe me, you let me know about that, S. You know, it's almost like at times I think the people who, think they know the most about things, think they know everything about everything, often know nothing. Funny how that works, huh? Dick. Yo, I'll find a way to get you the Stormworks, the Go Searcher. I don't know. I gotta figure out a way to get it off and put it on the other computer. Dunning-Kruger, man. Oh, dude, I see it all the time with spaceflight. You'd be amazed. Tronic, I know enough about spaceflight to know who's full of crap. You know what, S? Let's just do it now, or else I'll forget. So... S-Master wants the Go Searcher. You can, yeah, dude, finish it, dude, by all means. And then we can use it in Stormworks, and it'd be cool. App data... % app data... set. Roaming... Stormworks... Saves. Oh. Yeah, exactly, John Tom. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I need help. Wait. Read a bit about Konstantin Tsiolkovsky recently. Apparently, he was pushing for space conquest to be advertised to the public as far back as 1920s. Some of his other ideas were out there, but he was quite insightful for his time. Smart, dude. I don't know which one it is, man. Hal, you only played it for a week. Well, these dates say otherwise. Yeah, Go Searcher exploring is probably what we want here. Just let me drive the jet truck. I don't know, man. No, it's legit. Explain thermal. All due respects, can't tell if you're messing with you or not. Warder, what was your question? Stupid question. What's with the half-dozen temperature probes? Oh, Warder, I'll explain that in a second. They're the pins to hold the SRB in place. Stronger than a strut, dude. Straight up. I'll explain in a moment. What is this Go Searcher? Look, man, it was Go Searcher for the better part of a decade, okay? All right, Megan is cool. Let's just zip it in and zip it out. All right, now I got to figure out. I'm going to get this over the LAN. I don't have the other computers visible because I redid my network when I moved. All right. All right. All right, I'm going to do this the ghetto way. Let me plug an external in. We'll put it on that, and then I'll move it physically to the other computer because I'm a pleb when it comes to networking. I'm on the networking team at work if you need to bounce any questions. Can you just upload it from that PC? I don't have any... nothing is logged in on my main computer. Yes, no Discord. The only thing I have logged in is Twitter, and that's entirely on purpose. Because I don't want to flash, like, login information on this computer. So, all my login stuff is on the other computer. And that's on purpose. So, copy, paste. Okay. Yeah, Grav, exactly. When you're streaming, guys, it's like Murphy's Law, dude. What can go wrong will absolutely go wrong. Yeah, like you'll end up flashing, you know, your dashboard so people can see like the sub count and stuff. Like that stuff does happen. Yeah, exactly. Which is why, like, this monitor, the right-hand monitor with OBS and my dashboard on it, I don't have a scene in OBS that captures that monitor. So I make sure that, I mean, I keep Discord over there because I don't, whatever. If you want to see Discord, that's fine. I don't really care about that. Doesn't want to use my front USB ports on the old computer aren't really working. Yeah, dude, you got to be careful with that stuff. So yeah, that's just kind of how I do things. That's why it's like if people ask for saves and stuff, it really is tough to get it. It's like it just takes a second to get it right, dude. I don't know how we're not getting power to the front side USB. That's really weird. My keyboard has USB on it, but it doesn't have enough power to support it. Yeah, Warder. Yeah, still have the i7 970, dude. Yeah. Dude, that thing is a tank. The computer's lasted 11 years now. I built it in November of 2011. Holy crap, it has lasted that long. Wow. That's pretty neat. But yeah, I tend to be pretty careful with that because once again, you will, like if you have a stream key or something and there's even a remote possibility of it getting captured on stream, it will get captured on stream. You'll click the wrong button, especially with how long I stream. During the day, I might misclick and make a mistake. So the only way to get this done right is to make sure that I never have the opportunity to put it there. It's like I said, detent is the word of the day. Yeah, I mean, that's how I like engineering things, Flatgate, in Kerbal. I like engineering my shuttle so there's no possible way to work it except for one way. So even if somebody does a Murphy and tries to find another way to get it to work, still don't work. Grabshark, how do I put this on the LAN? Because my USB ports are toast. I gotta do some troubleshooting here, guys, to get this for S-Master. He's been wanting the Go Searcher from Stormworks for a little while. Figure we get it done right now. I'll get back to building that, putting the SRBs in, and we'll get back to shuttle testing. Just send it via Discord. Somebody hasn't been paying attention. I guess I don't have Discord on the computer that has Stormworks saves on it. That's, like I said, that's what I mean about, that's on purpose. Could just chuck it into a Google Drive. If it's small enough, just email it. Nothing is logged in on the computer that has the saves, dudes. You can access files across computers using admin shares. Use an admin account credentials when it asks. You can't just copy and paste files in Synergy? I don't think so. I don't think it works like that. Nah, it won't copy. It won't copy paste over Synergy. I don't have the network sharing figured out. Phoenix last. Sorry, I just had an email that I needed to change. You can use wet transfer. All right. What is this, like Imager with files? I'll just, you know what? Screw this. I'll just email it. I'll log in over here. But I just got to make sure I log out and we delete cookies. Okay. No, I want cookies. Chocolate chip. There we go. Sorry, I don't mean to do this on stream, guys, but this is one of those things, if I don't do it now, I will forget. I really don't like doing this way. But, oh, got a message back. Bada bing! There we go. Yeah, thanks, Grav. Appreciate it. In theory, you could share the folder to the KSP directory. Yeah, that's what Grav's telling me. He's telling me how to do that. Okay. All right, dudes. Let me just make sure I'm logged out of my email. I don't even want to take that chance. There we go. Cool. And then clear the cache. Good. All right, sweet. And then start. Okay. Cool. Wait, wrong folder. Bro. Bro! Dude. I found it, S. Is it an XML? Rip stream? No, it should be good. It's an XML. Stormworks saves stuff as XML. That's weird. Isn't that like a web page or something? Or am I dumb? I'm probably dumb. Stationeers does the same. Interesting. Okay. HTML is web something, so close enough. Oh, okay. Sorry, guys. I'll get back to Kerbal in a moment. Today is just one of those days where every time I try to just jump in, something always happens. I have days like this, dude, where I'm trying to get work done and then everything comes at you at all sides, dude. I don't know if it's something I'm doing wrong or what, but probably is. It's probably something I'm doing wrong. There you go, S. You had one the other day with the truck and the GoPro. Sometimes I wonder, dude, I might be just stupid, man. Like, it might be me. I'm headed out to work. I'll catch you when I'm up and running there. All right, Aquilus. Drive safe. Or bike safe or whatever. Mode of transportation safe. Okay, so what's this from NASA? After a successful launch of the JPSS-2 weather satellite on November 10th, teams are assessing the status of its solar array. Spacecraft has power and is responding to commands. Uh-oh. He's broken. Yeah, shut up, Tessa. Shut up, Meg. Give me 1 second. I got another email in that I probably... Whoa. Well, that's a neat opportunity. Yeah, we should probably... I'm probably going to save that one. Cool. Neat. All right. That's going to need something that I'm going to need to reply to. Let's just close that out real quick. I don't like doing this on stream, fellas. I really don't like it. It's very unprofessional, but it's already an unprofessional day, so screw it. Screw it. Internship at SpaceX? Maybe. Hey, RG, what's going on? ¿Cómo vos esta? Today was a small raid? It happens, dude. What's the job of JPSS? Joint Polar Survey Satellite. It's a climate monitoring satellite. Its solar panels aren't solar paneling. We come here for professional content. It's semi-professional content, okay? Semi-professional. All right, anyway. I think... All right, I think we're good here. So we have that SRB. But I'm wondering what's going to happen here. We still haven't figured out the problem of the chutes deploying. Climate satellite with inoperable solar panels. How ironic. No comment. Okay, Warder, the thermal bearing. Let's get back into it. Let's get back into it. So, thermal bearings. These things right here are KRAKEN tech. Now, Warder... in my old age, I'm slipping a little bit, dude. I don't know if you were around back in the day when we had KRAKEN tech. So what is KRAKEN tech? KRAKEN tech is... Sorry, I'm talking to Bree now. Dude, it's been a day. It has been a day. Okay, so KRAKEN tech... Warder, give me a second. Brain not do good today. We sub-assembled this damn thing, so... Brain needs caffeine. Okay, so... Alright. In order to explain kind of how this works, I can tell you, or I could show you. Let me use this to shift gears back into the Kerbal gear, because we've been streaming for like an hour and 30 minutes, and I've done nothing in KSP but place one SRV, and it's really annoying. Let me find a vehicle that would use this. Actually, the K90B is probably what we want. So, KRAKEN... Oh, nope. Actually, not that one. That's a cool plane, but that's not the one I'm looking for. I'm looking for K29. Here we go. So, trust me, guys, you want to wake up for this mission. As if enough people weren't busting my balls today, Rocket. Thanks for that. Jackass. Oop, it didn't censor it, did it? What the jeb is going on here? All right. I was calling a donkey. I was calling him a donkey, so it's not. It's fine. Every time you hit the sound thing for the first time, Flykin, there's always a little bit of input lag, but it should f***ing work right now. See? F*** you. It's working great now, you stupid. Technically, self-censoring is against my stream rules, so I will time myself out for 10 seconds. I'm not above my own rules. Screw that. That's what psychopaths do. Does that actually mute the mic, or you're just not saying it fully? I whisper it. Yeah. I whisper it so the sensor beep is louder than what I say. And then finish the word after the beep, because sometimes the sensor beeps aren't right f***ing on. It's an art, man. Wait, what did you say? I said nothing. See what I mean, Warder? Alright. So, you're wondering what that KRAKEN tech does. Since EJ not good explanation mood today, I'll just show you. KRAKEN tech is using physicsless parts to make hinges and holders and whatever to I don't know, it really depends on what you're doing. So the reason why I'm showing you the K29 is the K29 is the best example that I have. All right, this is the best example to just kind of show you what's going on. So I have the same kind of thing going on here, but take a look. All right, see it right there? So in this particular case, I'm using Kraken Tech to make gears. We have a synchronizer gear. The K29 has a synchro on it to synchronize the propellers. So if I take this over here, we remove that from symmetry, and I start it, look. And I start the engine, look. That engine isn't on. What's going on here? What's going on here is I'm using RCS bearings, or using RCS, I'm using the reaction control system thrusters as a bearing. And those thermometers are the journals for said bearing. Seriously, it's just mechanics. And then over here, I'm using them as gear teeth. And these bearings right here, it's a gearbox. This stuff is attached to the part of the motor that spins, and this stuff here is attached to the axle. The axle goes through here, and I have nose cones holding the axle in place. Now, if you notice, there's 4 of them. Well, that's because in reality on a vehicle like this, if this was a real vehicle, you would need 2 drive shafts going through here. One of them would be for the engines to pivot like this, for yaw control when we're in hover mode, and the other one, the other axle here, is the synchronizer gear. So think of it like a turbofan. You have one axle that's free spinning independently of the other axle. You have your N1 and N2, and one of them spins the fan, the other one spins the compressor, right? So that's what I got going on here. This seems like it would fly apart under warp. I would not warp something that uses Kraken Tech ever, because you're going to miss a physics beat. You're physically simulating the gearbox. And if you time warp it, if you fizz warp, you're missing physics ticks. You'll literally skip a tooth. Yeah, bad idea. Sometimes it skips teeth with regular physics. So you kind of got to be careful with this. So this thing, once again, it has a synchro in it. The left helicopter engine is on, and the right one is not. And check this out. Now, don't get me wrong. Every time I show this thing, it does crash. But this thing is just an example. But even if I pause it here for a moment, the blades are still in sync. One motor is doing that. This thing has engine out capability. Not that it really matters, but check this out. Ready? I'll turn the engines on just so we're not silent completely. The engines are off, though. And my throttle is bound to the collective. Now watch. When I go to yaw this thing, see the move? That's what the secondary axle is for. But, once again, this is running off one engine. So Kraken Tech is used, I use it to make mechanical components. Now, the interesting thing here, Warder, is that for the longest time, if I wanted two vehicles to interact, or if I wanted two things to interact with each other physically, like that's actually a physical simulated gearbox. The teeth on the gears are touching each other and they're colliding. It's part of the physics simulation, right? For the longest time, if I wanted to do something like this, I would have to undock one vehicle from another, right? I would have to undock them. And that was the only way to make the bearings work, because we didn't have a feature called same vessel collision. The funny thing is, if you want a bit of Kerbal history, SVI is in there because of me, but it's not in there for the right reasons. I didn't make a suggestion. JPL Repo, the lead developer for Kerbal for a long time, was in here one day, and I was telling him how I make this. And I was like, yeah, it doesn't work because we don't have same vessel interaction. It doesn't work that way. Why is it going blank first? That's just OBS being weird. Does it go crazy when you add in the second engine? No. No, not at all. It works just fine. It doesn't like it when you fly, when you bank around a corner, because that puts a lot of strain on the gearbox. And you know what the crazy thing is? That's what it does in real life. you put a lot of strain on the gearbox because the gearbox has to do more work. Because if you think about this thing kind of banking into a corner, the inside blade is going to spin faster, or the outside blade is going to spin faster than the inside blade. So physics drive the laminar flow drives the gearbox, and it can make it skip teeth. But so for the longest time, dude, we couldn't do stuff like this. So you had to undock a vehicle to make it work. So I would have to undock the engines to make a gearbox like this. And I did try. I went on like a 6-month binge on trying to make helicopters in KSP without helicopter parts. And I got one to kind of work. But actually, it taught me a lot about how helicopters fly, but that's another story. So until one day Repo was in here, and I was like, yeah, this, you can't make, I don't think with Kerbal you can make same parts on the vehicle collide with each other. And I told Repo he couldn't do it. I was like, it's impossible to make a vehicle like this because you can't make parts on the same vessel collide with each other. It doesn't work that way. The game, I don't think the game physics can understand that. And he said, you telling me I can't do something? I'm the lead developer for the game. What do you mean I can't do it? I'm like, I don't think you can. I think it's an engine limitation. And then in the next patch, there was same vessel collision. I literally got spited by the lead developer of Kerbal. Yeah. I did to him what people do to me. Say, you can't do that. And he's like, oh yeah, watch me. So, yeah. You can thank your boy for same vessel interaction if you ever used it. That was me. But it wasn't me in the good way. I said Repo couldn't do it. I got hold my beard. Yep. I mean, he's like, what do you think of that? You said I couldn't do it. There it is. Deal with it. And I'm like, I'm not upset by this at all. I will take the L. Yeah. Yeah, I'll take the L, dude. So, they made it so you could have same vessel interaction on stuff. So I can make the Kraken tech on vehicles and not have to worry about them undocking. Not have to worry about undocking parts and have it being a separate vehicle and having to basically control two vehicles that physics are holding together, right? Now, that's all fine and dandy, but one of the things that happened back in the day... Oh, by the way, we're still... Oh, I was going to say, we were still flying on one engine. Now we're flying on one engine. Literally all the other... These engines are just there to make noise for now. The right engine is off, and the blades are still pretty much synced. It looks like we did skip one tooth there. I'm just going to bring them up in symmetry there. It'll be a lot smoother. Now, the funny thing is that actually happens. If you're flying off one engine, you're going to strain the crap out of your gearbox with a helicopter that has two engines. They usually put like a planetary gear or something in the gearbox to fix it. But anyway, so I was like, okay, great. We have same vessel interaction. But the crazy thing is that if you look at the too hot thermometer and you look at physicsless parts, so there are parts in the game called physicsless parts, Warder, and those parts don't actually get physically simulated in the game. What does that mean? So these smaller pieces like thermometers, the RCS bearings, flags if they're not in panel mode, all physicsless parts. They take their information and they apply their mass information and aerodynamic information to the part that they're attached to, which would be a bigger part, right? You can't attach physicsless parts to physicsless parts, right? So if I attach this RCS ball to this fuel tank right here and we started flying it around, it wouldn't, and I hit F12, which is the aero menu, these things don't actually, they're not flying through the air. Their information, their aerodynamic information and the mass information is attached to the parent part, or whatever it's attached to. Unlike the flat flags, which are in panel mode right here, you can see they have the aerodynamic triangles on them. So those are susceptible to aero, but those aren't because they're inside of a fairing fuselage. They should read 0. See? So for the longest time, we couldn't figure out, like, I'd have to make bearings out of non-physicsless parts, right? We have to because you can't make physicsless parts work. But it turns out the developers left a little bit of a loophole in the game. If you go into your action groups, right? You go into your AGs and you select a part. The flag to toggle same vessel collision is there. So you can get physicsless parts to collide with other things. And here's the crazy part. Water, this was the breakthrough that I had about 8 months ago, give or take. Actually, it was in April, so do the math. 6 months ago, maybe. The breakthrough that I had is that you can make physicsless parts into mechanical parts. And they don't affect your simulation because they're physicsless. Physicsless parts do not slow down the game too much. They don't slow down the game. Like, you could have a 1,000-part vessel, and 500 of those parts could be physicsless, and it's not going to simulate at the same rate that a 1,000-part vessel with no physicsless parts is going to simulate at. You'll get better simulation. Because the physicsless parts, the physics of them aren't being calculated in real time. It's just applied to the part when you put the vehicle out. So you can get a better simulation with it. Note that this thing is a lot of moving parts. How many moving parts is this? This is a 200-part vehicle, and we are well into the green. We're well in real time. And now, don't get me wrong, that does come down to processor and whatnot, right? What drives the propellers? These engines here, the turbo shafts. I could switch it to electric if we wanted to, and have the Weasley engines just generating power, but we'd need a lot of batteries to do that. Hey, Diamond, 71-month resub. So do you have a rotor clipped into the nose cone of the engine for a vertical gear set? No, there is a rotor right there, a light-duty rotor that it's just free spinning. That's what my axles are for the blade synchronizer is attached to. It's just a rotor, because this part, the rotor head can move separately of that, but you see we're skipping gears and stuff. There is some strain being put on it. See that thing moving? That's what I mean. All helicopters do this. They strain the gearbox like that. That's why helicopters need maintenance. Because, yeah, if you have two engines driving one rotor, or in the case of like a Pavlo or something, you have 3 engines driving one rotor. And in the case of like a Chinook, you have 2 engines driving 2 rotors, but the Chinook has engine out capability. You could remove one of the Chinook's engines on the right-hand side or the left-hand side, and it would still fly. Because of the synchronizer gears. You have to have your blades synchronized, because in real life, if you have a 2-rotor system like this and your blades aren't in sync, it's going to introduce really insane adverse vibrations to the vehicle, and the differential torque of the blades, if they're not synchronized, can introduce a resonant frequency that can literally rip a Chinook in half. Yeah, I learned all this when we were making helicopters in KSP. What's NSYNC, Frill? I know what NSYNC is. I don't know. I see what you're trying to do. Funny. Ha 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 ha. So Water, like, basically, the cool thing about this, and this is another thing that I found out, you know, we know that the robotics parts in KSP do drift around. They're kind of weak. But they can provide actuation that you need, right? So in this case, I'm using Kraken Tech. The idea of using physicsless parts on all one vessel, I coined it as hybrid tech, because you're using Kraken Tech, but also you're using robotic components, right? See the robotics, so you can combine robotics and Kraken Tech into one vehicle, right? That's called hybrid tech. Now, the reason why hybrid tech is such a big deal, and why I have it on my shuttle, well, I'll show you. Watch. Can you tilt the rotors? No, not on that vehicle. It's an auto gyro. So check this out. So let's bring it back over to the shuttle. So if we go to the prototype stack that we've been using, Proto 5, all right? Want to see how strong this thing is? The robotics parts drift. They do. They drift. Docking ports drift too, from time to time. Watch this. I take this thing out. I take all the fuel out of the ET. Want to see how strong this thing is? Watch. I'm going to do it, and it's going to absolutely break. So, because these are physicsless parts, even if you have them interacting with each other, they don't bend. They're very, very strong. And that's what I mean when I say they're stronger than a strut, dude. Watch this. This is not something that should be... This is not something that's, like, really doable in the stock game. You can't... It's really, really hard to make something that's as small and contrived as this do what I'm about to show you. All right, watch. The external tank doesn't have fuel in it. I'm going to hit 1 to trigger the action groups, right? Watch this. Undock. That SRB is not attached. It's not docked. The only thing that's holding it up is the bearing. No drift. You get a little bit of swaying there. That's fine. The ship is much better than I remember. Nice detailing. Look. Check that out. That tank is hanging on 2 bearings. The other, because the shuttle's on one side, the other bearing slipped out. Check that out. That shuttle is hanging on 2 RCS balls that are being held in place by thermometers. They are insanely strong. That shuttle is not being held up by anything, guys, except an RCS bearing. It's holding up 124 tons of shuttle and external tank. Think about that for a second. So, Warder, the reason why those are there is because I've been saying that if I want to make the shuttle reintegratable and I want to be able to build a new stack, part of assembling a shuttle stack is putting the SRBs on first and then putting the external tank on and hanging the ET from the SRBs. That's exactly how they built shuttle stacks in real life. They would put the boosters on first, put the boosters on the pad first, and then hang the external tank from it. Now, why? Why would you hang the external tank from the boosters? Because if the boosters can't push the thing up when it's fully fueled, you definitely can't hang a freaking tank from it. So that's part of the reason why there's a gigantic crossbar that goes through the external tank interstage that connects the 2 forward SRB attachment points. What I just showed you there is the pin. It uses just basically a pin with an explosive or a frangible nut on the top. And then the SRB, if you look close, there's just a little thing that sticks out, and that pin goes up through the attachment point, and then there's a cap on it where the frangible nut is. And then the aft hold down points on the SRBs are just a couple of struts with an explosive bolt. In fact, there's a blueprint of them. The SRBs have 2 attachment struts that go transverse to the vehicle's longitudinal axis. So if the vehicle's pointed this way, these struts go this way. But interestingly enough, to prevent torsional forces between the boosters, this thing right here literally does what a panhard bar will do on a car. That strut right there is a panhard bar for the SRB. It's the same thing. It prevents the SRB from doing this. If we're looking at it like this and the SRB is here, it prevents torsion. I don't think we need to worry about that, but it is cool to know. It's a panhard bar. Panhard bars are used... Panhard bar is something that's used on cars that have a live rear axle. It is a connection between the axle and the frame. And what this does is it prevents the rear end from doing this underneath the car. It's not a sway bar. Panhard bars are not sway bars. Differences. See what I mean? That it prevents the rear end from skitching back and forth underneath the car from going left to right, because it can do that. Especially on older cars. So, the SRB has the equivalent of one of those right there. It's called the diagonal strut. Yeah. This locates the SRB and prevents it from doing this. But these are just there to basically make sure that the SRB stays in place, and then the SRBs on the tank don't do this when it's flying, right? And then these just have explosive bolts inside of them. That's why the housing is so big. See the housing? So, Warder, long story short, I built this way. It's still hanging there, by the way. I built this way to make it so if the shuttle does need, if we ever decide to reintegrate this shuttle, I have the parts in place to already make it happen. And it will work. You saw we just hung that thing. The external tank, albeit, was out of fuel. I mean, you're not going to hang a full external tank on this stuff, but it almost holds it up when it's fully fueled. Funny story. I built it. Those are there to basically hold the boosters in place, and they are working when we fly the shuttle stack. You notice that my shuttle stack, the boosters don't move around. They're very solid. Ha ha. All right. Yeah, that's done on purpose. Yeah, they're pin and slot attachment points, just like the real one. That also is there. And now, don't get me wrong. Do I need to have those there? No, not really. I put them there. I put them there because I want our separation for the SRBs to be right. Because how the SRBs actually separate on the shuttle is they translate backwards, and part of that is slipping out of that pin and then going out. So I wanted to make sure that our SRB separation is as close to the real one as possible. How many bazillion parts is this? It's 669. Nice. But, see here on the shuttle, if you look, payload bay and stuff made out of flags. Physicsless parts. It's not as many parts as you might think. Actually, the flags when they're in panel form aren't physicsless, but it's okay. I want the cooler looking payload bay. So anyway. Yeah, that's why those bearings are there. It was a little bit of a long explanation, but that's why they're there. They're there to hold the SRB in place and make sure our separation event is exactly like the real one. Now, I couldn't build something exactly right to get one pin. The real SRB has one pin right here. And the pin is the attachment point. Because we need to use docking ports, right? We have to do docking ports. There's really no other way. I mean, I could use a decoupler, but we want the stack to be reintegratable. And we did figure out yesterday a way to refuel the SRBs, which is kind of funny. So because of all that, we needed to, what's the word? I need to use a dual pin system. Hopefully that helps. But yeah, that's why those are there. I call those thermo bearings. Thermal bearings, where it was an idea that a user in chat named Josh Kernick invented a long time ago. He came up with the idea of this, and I originally used these as the hinges for Condor 9, my Falcon 9 alike vehicle, to deploy the landing legs. So when my Falcon 9, when Condor 9 would come back down and land, I would undock the landing legs from the vehicle, push them down, and they would redock in the down position. But while they were pivoting, we would use those thermal bearings to hold them in place, and it worked really well. And then when they locked in the downward position, the end of the leg was auto strutted to heaviest part, so an auto strut would act as our landing struts, and that works. It worked fine. Yeah, Thomas, I was reading about that this morning. Divers found another piece of Challenger out in the ocean. So yeah, Warder, I don't know how the KSP engine has it exploded under the torture. Alright, so No, divers were looking for World War II airplanes wrecked off the coast of Florida, Tessa, and they found a piece of Challenger buried in the sand. It's been down there for a really long time. For all the hate it gets, Unity's still a pretty impressive engine. The fact that it can do that as like into prop load on Booster 7. All right. Even get a chance to watch this today. God damn. Still very freaking impressive. Thanks for the explanation. Yeah, sure, man. All good. Okay. Let's go back to Proto 5. No, that's not, we don't want that. Give me 1 second. So what I'm going to do, because the aft separation motors on these SRBs are the same, and the forward ones are at different angles, if we want, I have the left side SRB craft file ready to go. What I'm going to do is reattach this with a symmetry node, right? And then we're going to save a file as RSRB. And then I'm going to route to that docking port right there, and then separate the external tank. Save. Hey, Warder, cheers to the explanation. Much appreciated. All good, dude. And now we have the right side SRB. Let me just make sure it has the same... Yeah, that's what happens when you put boosters in symmetry. SRB curve R. Did NASA do much testing with booster separation before SDS1, or was it trust the math scenario? Hillness, I don't know. I can only imagine that it's really kind of a trust the math thing. How else are you going to simulate that? Like, where and when would you do booster separation and test it? You know what I mean? I think it was a trust the math type of thing. Dude, if I had to... I don't know why I selected that. If I had to guess... Same way they did the approach and landing test, strap the thing down and see what happens. Yeah, I suppose. Why do you use the SPH? The camera. I can translate the camera around like this. You can't do this in the VAB, so I can get more precise views of what I'm working on. So, one of these... The left-hand side is 20 degrees off the red axis right there. And on one side it's 20 degrees off, and then on the other side it's 40. Okay, so if that's 20 degrees, all we really need to do to get this done right is just rotate the nose cone a little bit and go 1, 2, 3, 4. We're moving in 5-degree increments. We moved 4 times, so that's 40 degrees off the center line axis. Cool. So see how these aren't exactly lined up with those anymore? That means one of the boosters will kind of go up and back, and the other one will kind of go out like this. It's an asymmetric separation on the shuttle, which is like, all right. Okay. And then as far as I can tell, these boosters are in the same spot. The aft separation motors are in the same spot, and we have these programmed on the same thrust curve. So if we save this, and then we go back over, to stack prototype 6, right? Ever since I saw you building rockets in the SPH, I started doing the same for the same reason. The camera is so much better. Yeah, Kiggy, why? Yeah, I don't... First of all, you don't build rockets in a VAB. NASA doesn't build anything inside of the actual vehicle assembly building. Nothing is manufactured there. The vehicles are assembled there. Most rockets are manufactured in hangars or a big open warehouse type atmosphere like this, and most of them are made horizontally. Even the ones that aren't, like Starship, they will have a high bay or something, but it's not a VAB. It's not that you don't need like a 300-foot tall building to assemble the rockets, right? Like even Starship uses the mid bay and the high bay. Those aren't even close to the size of the VAB. Most rockets are processed and manufactured horizontally. In fact, Starship is like the only one that I can think of that it isn't. Never seen a Starship horizontal, ever. That might change soon. Was Titan flying with SRBs before the shuttle? I'm curious if that data from that helped. Yes. Titan 3 was from the mid-60s, or mid to late 60s, RJ. And Titan was the first one to use segmented SRBs. That's where they got the idea. Yeah, they used segmented SRBs. There we go. Yeah, I don't build in the VAB. That's silly. It deleted the thrust curve again. Did it delete the thrust curve on this one? No. That's very strange. Did they use segmented SRB simply out of convenience? Otherwise, moving a fully assembled SRB would be way too difficult. Yeah. Segmented SRBs are easier to transport, and you can, yeah, they're easier to move around. They tried to do, like, one single case gigantic SRB in the 60s, 1967, and we've talked about it before. It's called the AJ-260. One of the things that they figured out from moving around an AJ-260 is that moving around a rocket, a single case SRB for even heavy lift capability, and that's half the size. That's just a test motor. The real AJ-260, the final design was supposed to be double this length. So here's a little bit of reference. See that truck? See that one right there? That's that. See the dark red one? Same truck. It literally, it's a 59 step side. It's the same truck. That half scale booster is literally bigger than my garage. That would be really, really difficult to move around. You'd have to move it by barge. They figured that it would be less cost to move the segmented SRBs via train, and that's what they do to this day. They move the SRBs via railroad. Enter the do not hump cars. Did you buy the truck for this demonstration? Yes. Do not hump. Do not hump. Are they cast one segment at a time? They are what? Yeah. They have Northrop Grumman has a factory where they don't do one segment at a time. They have multiple cells where they cast multiple boosters. So they're all kind of manufactured around the same date. Lewis, and then they send them all out on a train. They send them from Ogden, Utah, via a railroad, all the way down to the Space Coast. That was seen at the time, and it still is, less expensive than shipping one via barge. Think about it. Think about it for a second. Do you really want this thing being manufactured at a port? That's not a good idea. That's really not a good idea. The SRB is live. There's propellant in there. That's why you don't want to hump the cars around, because if you move it and it bangs into something, there's a lot of explosion in there. Yeah. And then these cars have are climate control for this casing to keep your powder dry, so to speak. So trains are less expensive to operate than a boat is, or a ship. Ask anyone. This is a much cheaper form of transportation. So they figured out that using a segmented casing would be better. It's easier for transport, and the thing is, they send the train down there with full segments, and then they go and fish the segments out, bring them back, ship them right back. And then they clean out the inside, reline it, and repack it. And if you're flying a lot, you make a supply chain. And you can always have boosters, and then the cost goes down. That's what they were trying to do with the shuttle. Yeah, Admiral, that's the last thing I was going to say. Little word on how heavy this thing is. If you're a railroad fan, and this goes for pretty much anything, this doesn't matter if it's a truck, train, whatever. The more wheels you have, the heavier it is. Now, those train bogies can hold up a lot. With that being said, there's 4 of them. There's 4 bogies on this car. It is heavy. That is a heavy freaking car. Yeah, if you don't know what humping is in railroad terminology, a hump yard is one of the oldest ways to literally sort freight cars. Little word on that real quick. Let me find a hump yard. I know there's one in North Platte. Here. North Platte, Nebraska. Yeah, overseas, they're bombs. They're bombs. Yeah, they're bomb pies. So, what does a hump yard do? A hump yard is basically a railroad yard that on one end, it's sloped. So, it is sloped from here to here. You can see the berm that they made. This is all downhill. So, the idea is that a freight train that's coming in, with cars that need to be sorted, so you're carrying a mixed consist like this right here. That has 4 tender cars on it, a lumber car, 4 car carriers, a grain car, and 2 more lumber cars back there. So this needs to go, you need to uncouple and sort this freight train. So what's the easiest way to do it? Drive the train down here and back it up. Back it up, and then as the car gets to the top of the hill, you have the signalman set the switches, and then that car will roll down the hill and use gravity to sort itself. Because you have the switches set to what track it needs to be on, what train it needs to go to. Say these tender cars need to meet up with more tender cars down here. They'll set the switches, and then they'll just back the train up and uncouple the car at the top. It'll roll down. There's some brakes right there. That's what those are. Or those are intermodals floating down. See these things right here? That's braking, like what you'd see on a roller coaster, to make sure the car doesn't go too fast. And they'll set the switches, and it'll sort. It's a sorter. That's what it is. That's what a hump yard does. It sorts cars. Now, modern day, there's an RFID chip in every single car. And basically, when it gets up here, it automatically decouples, and it scans the RFID chip, and it'll set the switches automatically. No, it's all automated. So you just back the train up, and it'll sort it automatically, which is actually pretty cool. It's one of the oldest ways to sort freight trains. Yeah. You can build one if you make a layout in trains. You could, I don't play railroads online much anymore. But I was going to see if we could eventually make a hump yard. That's kind of one thing that I wanted to try. And I'm pretty sure in Railroads, because it's a physical simulation, you could probably do it. But I don't play that game I don't play that game much anymore. So, do I think I need to tell you why you don't want to roll an SRB car down one of these and have it couple up and bang into another freight car? Because the brakes are on these cars, and what they do is it'll basically run into it, and the cars compress, and that's the shock absorber. Do I think I need to tell you why you don't want to do that? Yeah, I don't think I need to mention why you don't want to take this big explosion box right here and then just kind of ghost ride that down a hill. Not a good idea. That's why it says do not hump on it, because no humping, no hump yards. Do not hump. Do not hump. But yeah, it's a sorter. That's what it does. And shameless plug for North Platte. That's the biggest freight yard on the planet, by the way. North Platte, Nebraska. Huge Union Pacific sorting facility. Like, literally, trains go on for miles. All this stuff out here, these are coal trains. Look at all the coal hoppers. The coal hopper trains are coming in from Wyoming. Yeah. A lot of people think West Virginia is where your coal comes from. No. No. West Virginia's coal is used for manufacturing steel mostly. Carbon steel. Carbonated steel. Power plant coal generation? Wyoming. All day. Keep an eye on Booster 7 locks tank well into filling. Yep. So, yeah, it's cheaper to move the segments around on a train. Those trains are those trains protected like nuclear fuel transport convoys? I don't know for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised. So, yeah. Powder River Basin in Wyoming. Damn right, dude. According to Wiki, each SRB fueled segment is 275,000 pounds or 124 metric tons. Heavy. Very heavy. I already forgot about it, Flykin, sorry. Yeah, so they figured out that using segments would be better than trying to move a big thing around like that. But yeah, there's my truck. My truck's in this picture, which is cool. That's not my exact truck. It's the same type. If you look. The dark red one. Same truck. Pretty cool, huh? There is a Freb right there. You could even see the SRB dust in EJ's garage. Would be funny if it was the exact truck. There's no way, there would be no way to tell him this, but yeah, that would be really cool. To answer my earlier thought, segments are absolutely out of convenience and some practicality for good measure. Yep. Dude, I will say this. I'll say it once, I'll say it again. Segmented SRBs are smart. I'm becoming kind of a fanboy of solid rocket motors. It's smart, dude. Think about how complicated this shuttle would be if you put liquid boosters on it, like Energia. Think about how much the cost would have gone up if you tried to employ that in scale. The only way they could really do that is if, like, you put, like, some type of booster on the side of this that boosts back, that RTLS is like Falcon 9 or something. That's the only way you could even rival the cost of an SRB that's even recoverable. SRBs have, like, 2 moving parts, dude. The gimbal and the igniter. And, well, these ones have more because parachutes and separators and stuff. But even with all the separation systems on it, it's still orders of magnitude less complicated than a liquid fuel booster. Like, way less complicated. Even with the segments, still less complicated. Might want to buy it. That's cool. So what brought up the big boy motor? Segmented versus single case SRBs. Smart until you make a crappy seal. Demo, you know good and well that those O-rings work exactly as advertised. It's not Thiacol's fault the user didn't use them right. All right, they went off-roading. They did the engineering equivalent of going off-roading with a frigging Prius. That's nobody's fault but NASA's. And you know that that's true. That's what happens when you have boneheads making decisions in your space program that know nothing about spaceflight. Those single O-ring design, or the double O-ring design was working exactly as advertised. It did exactly what it was designed to do. Just, yeah, when you don't use it right, of course it's going to break. You see the Netflix series on Challenger? I didn't watch it. It's Bush League, dude. It's Bush League. They had the gall in that documentary, and I had somebody tell me, because I didn't want to watch it. They had the gall to say that the O-rings were the problem, which is hilarious to me. That is the stupidest... Dude, that is like lukewarm Dunning-Kruger points of view when it comes to, like, spacecraft engineering. It's hilarious. Go ahead, Nearly. Yeah, it was really annoying, dude. Yeah, Aqualex, in the Netflix documentary, I had it, like I said, I had someone spoil it for me. They basically said that the O-rings were the problem. And I'm like, dude, not even the Challenger accident investigation report says that. So the Rogers Commission doesn't even draw that conclusion. It's a management problem. The O-rings were fine. So that tells me that the people that made a documentary about Challenger and the accident didn't read the Rogers Commission. They didn't even talk about upper level wind shear. So yeah, it's funny to me. The people that made that documentary did not even read the Challenger accident investigation report. So why would I listen to anything that they say? That seems a little silly. Found a photo of something I've seen on the railroad. Transformer. Heavy transformer. Yeah. So you made a documentary about something and you didn't... Like, I can tell they read the Cliff Notes, which is really annoying, to say the least, but it is what it is. Yeah, Hellfish. Yeah, they found another piece of Challenger. Should fish it out. Spin Prime on Booster 7.
Okay, yeah, I was just rewinding back.
Might word this wrong, but I thought the O-rings were an issue since they sealed themselves and they never actually fixed the issue. Yeah, RJ, that's not an O-ring problem. That's a management problem. Understand? Think about it, dude. So the O-rings are doing something that you don't want them to do. What do I always say about engineering? I try to beat this into you guys' heads. What's the fundamental thing with engineering? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? Did the thing do what you wanted it to do? If it's not doing something that you intended it to do, that's bad. That's anomalous behavior. NASA management treated that anomalous behavior as no big deal. On both missions for both orbiters that were lost. Sorry, yeah, they found that. They found it. Does that make any sense? Saying that the O-rings are the problem would be like you running over a nail and blaming the muffler. Like you running over a nail with your car and getting a flat tire and then blaming the muffler. Oh, it's the muffler's fault. No. The O-rings are the thing that malfunctioned, but this is what the documentary doesn't get right, and it's so annoying. It's not the O-rings that are the problem. You built something, it didn't, they tried to use it, They tried to use it in a way that wasn't advertised from the manufacturer. That's a management problem. That's not the O-rings. The O-rings worked exactly as intended. They were not designed to launch in the cold. They launched it in the cold anyway. They lost the orbiter in shocked Pikachu phase. Yeah, I see the depressed vent, dudes. It's really, really obnoxious how, like, a lot of documentaries just say, oh, yep, the O-rings are the problem. They were a design flaw. No, they weren't. From a software development perspective, users are going to use your software in unintended ways, but that's not to be expected, and that's why QA testing exists. Now, in spaceflight, you wouldn't expect a user to use your product in an unexpected way because they should know better, especially when human lives are on the line. Guys, like almost every shuttle flight had some form of SRB blow-by going up to Challenger, and NASA just said, man, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. This ain't Kerbal, dudes. Yeah, it's fine doesn't fly in real spaceflight, literally and figuratively. That doesn't work that way. You can't do stuff like that. That's Bush League. Yeah, Liquid, it's terrible. And like I said, as that Netflix documentary has the gall to freaking say it was Thiakol's fault with the O-rings, and that's the conclusion of the documentary, and that's the lesson that they taught. Well, guess what? That's wrong. That is wrong. You're blaming the muffler for a flat tire. They didn't even read the accident investigation report. And you're gonna make a documentary about it? You didn't even read the freaking report. That's not really the conclusion of it. Okay. I think whoever told you this was wrong. Viewers telling me about what was going on in chat. Maybe they were blowing smoke up my tail. Are there any good documentaries out there? Because I 100% thought it was the O-rings because of the documentaries. The O-rings are kind of central to why. That's just a part that failed, dude. But the crazy thing is that the two O-ring segment, they're the two O-ring segmented SRBs. So the ones that we were using up until Challenger, they work just fine if you don't launch in the cold. You know why they work just fine if you don't launch in the cold? Because they were only tested in conditions that weren't cold. So when they went to launch them in the cold, it didn't work the way that they intended, and they had deviant engineering. Which, if this is the conclusion that they come to, normalization of engineering deviance, if that's the conclusion that they came to, then that's right. That's correct. You don't, in rocket science, you don't just look at it and say, oh, it didn't do what I want. Man, it's fine. Because if you do that, people are going to get hurt. It doesn't matter if it's a loss of vehicle, loss of crew, people on the ground, whatever. You can't play those games with spaceflight. And it's ridiculous because Apollo 1 was still in the mid 80s. Apollo 1 was still fresh in everybody's minds.
Discovery.
It was only Apollo 1 was 1967, 1986, right? That's only it's 19 years. Still though, shouldn't forget that stuff. So what's the chances that A1 actually launches this week? If the weather holds, demo, weather is the only thing. I think the vehicle will tank just fine. It's like someone telling you not to run a red light and you saying, I've run plenty of red lights, it's fine. And then get T-bone going through the intersection and then blaming the traffic light. Bingo. Yeah, T-Man, that's a little bit different, but yeah. Exactly, Flykin. That's always been my thing with Chernobyl, and people think I'm crazy, but they knew that RBMK reactors were dangerous, and they had to put safety mechanisms in place to make sure because of positive void coefficient. So if you try to shut it down, it generates more power because you're using a graphite tip fuel rod, right? They knew about positive void coefficient. It's not like they didn't. It's not like they didn't know about it, right? They knew about it. Turns out that when you have some bonehead that takes out all the safetying mechanisms to make sure you don't have a positive void coefficient, takes out all the safety mechanisms, you get a positive void coefficient and the reactor explodes. Funny how that works. Jeez. Oh, I didn't shoot him. The gun just went off. No. Guns just don't go off. You have to take the safety off. If you take the safety off and your hand's on the trigger, which is your secondary safety, and it goes off and you hit something that you didn't intend to hit, that's your fault. It's not the gun's fault, right? And I know that people use that argument for level gun violence is wrong. I get it. Same thing with the nuke, though. It's not the nuclear reactor's fault you don't understand physics. You know, or if you hit somebody with your car. It's not the car's fault. What'd the car do? That's your fault. That's an operator error. It's not a design flaw. They knew about that. They knew that could happen. So they put in safety mechanisms to make sure that that doesn't happen. And then when you take the safety mechanisms away and then try to make it work, it doesn't work. Funny how that works. It's so frustrating, dude. Exactly, Aqualites. That's the gun example is kind of a little bit morbid, but it drives the point home, dude. It's a little bit of hyperbole on my part. There are better examples. Sorry, that's the first one that popped into my head. Anyway, how's the booster doing? All right, so we have the dark ring on the left SRB and the white ring on the right SRB. This thing should be good to go. All right, so before Starship goes and does its thing, I want to get a launch in here. We just got to make sure that we have the proper action groups here. Testing multiple setups at once. Huh? Yeah, with Chernobyl, yeah, exactly. I still say that that's a human problem. That has nothing to do with frickin', nothing to do with the design. Engineering doesn't lie to you. Okay. Let's just make sure we got our staging correct. Why put different colors on the SRB rings? Nicholas, if I ever want to recover the SRBs and use them again, we would need to know which one is which, because they are asymmetric, believe it or not. They have asymmetric separation systems on them. I never knew this until yesterday, dude. All right, that should work. Now we just got to go into AG0 here, and then we need to bind clamp release to action group 0 because that's my launcher key to get the sequencers to work. I've noticed your bulkheads aren't watertight. Is that on purpose? I don't know. Maybe. I don't remember, S. Okay. All right, so let's get a launch in here before we go any further. And then we'll check Starship. Let's see if my upgraded separators are actually going to do what I think they're going to do. Wanted to ask about TAL. I know it's in abort mode for the shuttle, but what does it entail? Transatlantic landing. It means landing in Europe. Yeah, that's what it means, landing in Europe, dude. Basically, the shuttle would keep going. If it loses an engine, it doesn't have the TWR to be able to make it into space. Literally TWR. It has the Delta V, but with 2 engines, your TWR is too low. You're going to fall back down before you get into orbit. So what they would do is, you know, your 2-engine TAL, single-engine TAL. So if you lose an engine, you're still in the transatlantic abort window. If you lose 2 engines, you're in the transatlantic abort window. That's what you hear when they call shuttle launches, or when they called shuttle launches. Shuttle still flies in my mind for some weird reason. So what the shuttle will do is sep from the external tank. The external tank would burn up, and the shuttle would use its cross-range capability to find a U.S. military base to land at in Europe. They used a bunch of different bases depending on the azimuth and inclination of the orbit. Sometimes the TAL site was in France, sometimes it was in Spain. I do actually think sometimes it was in Morocco as well. I'd rather explode than end up in Europe. Yeah, Sweden, Norway, there was a bunch of different ones, dude. Yeah, Daphne. Yeah, there was... I think they used Row to Spain. I think there was a TAL site in Casablanca as well. Ramstein, I believe, was one as well in Germany, in southern Germany. And then there was one in France too. I forget which one it is though. Basically, they use military bases because those have the longest runways. That was the idea. But shuttle could land on anything that had a 15,000 foot runway. 15,000 feet is enough to land. What about the LA River? This conversation's over. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It broke off the mounts there. Okay, we've cleared the tower. Go for roll program. Roll program complete. Roger, roll. How come Challenger didn't just do a miracle on the Hudson? Challenger. Demo, what do you... Is that a joke or a serious question, dude? I can't tell. Dude, the external tank exploded. There's no orbiter to fly. Okay, you were kidding. All right, cool. That's messed up. All right. Okay. Okay, we are go at throttle up. We're out of the throttle bucket. A little bit of dark humor for demo there. But yeah, there is a shuttle floating at the Intrepid. That's right. There is a shuttle on the Hudson, and yeah, as the crazy thing is that Sully landed right next to it. Yeah, where Sully took that plane, that A320 down in the Hudson, he landed right by, like literally at the back of Enterprise, or the front, because Enterprise is facing towards the aft end of the ship. Okay. Thrust tailing off on the SRB, standing by for separation. Okay, moving out. Demo, you are a sick individual, man. You are sick. Gross, dude. Jeez. Yeah, me too, RJ. Cross tailing off, SRB standing by for separation here. Alright, let's see if we get it right. I'm gonna go ahead and say no, that was not right at all. Can one of you guys clip that for me, please? I need to look at it again. What the heck did the boosters do? They didn't rotate at all. Good thing you installed the Tough Rock. Yeah, right. Yeah, I think the motors need to fire for longer. That started to look right. The boosters started to translate back, and then they stopped. Let me check the clip, dudes. Dude, if the real one did that, that would be the end of it. Yeah, we gotta get those front. That's the right, dude. That's right. That's correct. They started to translate back just like the real ones, but we need actually those Separatrons need to fire for longer. And the shuttle's hierarchy is what held that thing together. Remember, I used grandparent autostrut to basically make stringers that hold the whole thing together. I mean, the SRB straight up bounced off the wing. See that? If that happened in real life, the whole stack would disintegrate. Yeah, that would be very bad. In fact, that's pretty much what happened. Go read Rogers' Commission, dudes, if you want to learn about engineering ethics. Pretty much what happened. Yeah, I think the rear ones were okay, Creeper. I think we just need to give the thing a longer burn time on the front. Cool. Thanks for clipping it, dudes. Let's just go back and I'm serious, just give the forward SRBs, or the forward separators, give them a longer burn time. They aren't in symmetry anymore because they're asymmetric. I'm gonna go from 0.8 to 4. 4 might be a little too much, but overkill is underrated. And then these boys down here, if those ones are gonna burn for that long, I'm gonna up their thrust just a little bit more, 2.4. Or up the fuel, so the burn time is a little bit longer. Longer burn and more power. I think there was enough power there, KO. I think if we just make these burn for a little bit longer, you know, if all of them are burning and these are configured to have the thrust centered on the center of mass to get them to translate, and so they're going to translate out like they did. Right? But if I make the top separator motors burn for a little bit longer, they're going to translate out and then back. That's what I want. I think the thrust was good. I think. If I saw that right. Let's try it again. Back and to the left. Why is the tank painted? Because fairings. 5 meter isn't exactly the right scale for an external tank. If you're going to scale it to the Mark III fuselage in Kerbal, it's not exactly right. Actually, the SRBs are a little bit too thick too. Just a tiny, tiny bit. But what I ended up doing was making the tank out of a fairing because that's how much fuel you need for the orbiter's engines. And Kerbal fuel is stored at a pretty high density. There's a lot of fuel in there. So I wanted to make it look like the ET. Do you mind if I ask some quick questions about the ship? I mean, yes, dude. Honestly, there's like everything in the world trying to distract me today. What do you want to know? Say because 1 and 2. Yeah, okay. Let's try that. I've noticed the booster's gimbaling after separation. Should we lock the gimbal at SEP to make it more consistent? That actually is probably a good idea, Banana Time. So let me click here and then tell it to lock gimbal. That's actually, yeah, because the gimbal will, yeah, because there's a probe core on them. It'll compensate. Yeah, we don't want that. All right. How's the booster doing? No frost ring, but SpaceX, I guess they're going to try 16 engine static fire with this thing. Well, I'm keeping an eye on it, and we'll definitely tune in when that happens. Yeah, they're going to try to fire 16. Yep. What holds that down? Now, Warped, I had a theory that they would have to have Starship on there to static fire 16 Raptors, but apparently SpaceX don't care. I thought that it would rip the thing off the hold down points, but I guess the hold down points that SpaceX is using is strong enough. And I guess because the vehicle's made out of steel, it's not that big of a deal. Because what I know is this, you can't static fire an SRB on the launch pad. The SRB would rip itself off the launch pad. True story. All right. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Okay, vehicle's underway. We've got a good roll program. This, RJ, you're right, man. I'm happy I made this. I'm really happy I decided to do this. This was cool, man. And now, don't get me wrong, the coding stuff was cool, too. But damn, dude. Shuttle now and it heads down wings level configuration. You're happy you made it, too. Good to hear, man. Throttling down for max Q. It looks, dude, I'm really, you know what I think the happiest thing about this, like what makes me the most happy? We have max Q. The fact that we went to build this thing, and, you know, when I went to build it, I was like, oh, we might not be able to use solids. These might not be powerful enough. But with the programmed thrust curve, it is powerful enough because you're not carrying as much liquid fuel. I didn't think that it was possible to use Clydesdales on a shuttle stack, but also, I mean, we did need to edit them to give them the gimbal. Go at throttle up. Copy, go at throttle up. But also, I'm really happy that I decided to do it. Gimbal is the only thing holding you back from using Clydesdales as SRBs on an actual shuttle stack. Not to say I told you so, but Kappa, you being a prick about something, S? Oh, please, tell me more. That never happens. Yeah, what Shortline said, Neely. I'm putting the provisions in there to make this reintegratable. You could do it. But we're just going to send it like this in the save. With Waterfall, man. Maybe it's Waterfall that makes it look really, really good, but that looks great. I hate that the emitters get small when you thrust limit the SRBs, though, but it's alright. The flames should be getting bigger up here, not smaller. Thrust tailing off. Here we go for SEP. Ready? Well then. Actually think we gave it too much burn time. I think you can play with the emitter scale in the Waterfall settings. I don't think that that Waterfall is using the SRB emitters, dude. That was perfect. Yeah, those did exactly what the real ones did. That was excellent. Somebody clip it and ship it, dudes. Please. That was perfect. Actually, I think we imparted maybe just a little too much rotation on those boosters. Yeah, I know there's a Waterfall mod for SRBs. Yeah, I know. That would be the next thing. Yeah, absolutely. Use it then. I wanted to download it when we first put all the mods in, but chat said don't do it. I forget the reason. I know somebody said, I know a lot of, well, not somebody, a lot of people were saying don't do that. It's not really good. Let me see that banana time. So, I haven't been using it. Let me take a look, dudes. Let's see what we got. That's money. It's freaking perfect, dude. Actually, you know what? That's perfect. It's perfect. That is exactly what the boosters do. That's really good, actually. Let me take a look one more time. Dude. What? It's perfect. Call John Elway. Let me just watch the rotation on the boosters again. Yeah, those don't need to fire. Yeah, what I said first is right. Those are firing for just a smidgen too long. Yeah, exactly, Demo. I agree. That's manual staging, yes, yeah. I have it bound to an action group. I don't want to make a master sequencer for this yet until everything works. I was kind of waiting to do it. That's great. Dude, I want to see that again. That's good, man. Real good. Yeah. All right. Thank you for clipping it, everybody. All right, guys, I'm going to revert because I want to see it again. Yeah, Agalex, just give the top Separatrons a little bit less fuel. That was just a smidgen too much. So go in here and then set this down to 3.2. And I think we will be good. Okay. There's a ship I was just going to ask if you wanted me to do minimal work and just program your switches and stuff. Or redo it, S. A ship like that, Go Searcher or RV Megan or MV Megan or whatever it's called now would have, it would be all digital. So just do what you want. Go ham on it, man. Have some fun. The switches and stuff that I put in there, dude, were just straight manual controls with no automation, and I did that just so we could drive the ship around. Yeah, those are nowhere near what the finalized system should look like. But, as I will say this, with a ship like that, it would be digitized, but you would have manual backups. So, if you want to get rid of the switches that I put on there, that's fine, but make sure there is a manual backup to driving the ship. That's not digital. Looks like a full recycle for Booster 7. Alright. I think that's the only change we needed, right? You may be able to repack the main SRB with the refuel tactic you know about. What about the separator motors? Literally just bind the refueling cal controller to the separators and put the thrust curve on there and they'll refuel, of course. That's part of the reason why I'm not staging the Separatrons. I'm putting them on an action group. We'd have to bind those things to a cal controller, though. The Separatrons would need to have a thrust curve. Well, not a thrust curve. They would need to be on a cal controller because they'll be in a permanently activated state. So if we put a system in place that makes it so they can only fire when a cal controller is activated with the thrust limiter, etc., yeah, we can reuse those. No problem. What exactly is a spin prime test? Just spinning the turbo pumps? Yeah. Yeah, they just spin the turbo pumps up, but they don't ignite it, and it shoots out a bunch of atomized fuel out the bottom. Are you going to keep the STS-1 white external tank, or will you eventually make it orange? Why is there... The tank has it has a lot of hollow space to mimic the amount of area that hydrogen would take up. And two... and because of this, it's made out of fairing, and I don't really have an orange tank texture, you know what I mean? I might just keep it white, but, I mean, then again, we have flags with custom textures, maybe we'll do the fairings, or I'll just roll with it as a white tank, I don't really know. The negative thrust trick will fill the SRB motor to its max if you don't stop it in time. It won't limit to the fuel quantity, so you have to set it now. I see what you're saying, dude. That's a problem for future EJ, dude. Yeah, let's just say our shuttle program is going to paint the tanks, and we'll just call it a day. Yeah, JSpeed. And you know what this tells me? You know what this tells me, dude? This tells me that the rapid prototyping that you get from engineering mode and then the fun of mission mode is probably the way to do things. Have this saved to dial in a vehicle. Because look at how fast we dialed this thing in. This would have taken months to do in mission mode if we had to do all up testing. I love doing the rapid prototyping and simulation. The reason why in mission mode 2, why I said don't do that is because I would have spent all the time getting it to work. But you know what, dude? I don't think I'm like that anymore. I know what I need to build, and I've ingrained into my head that just build it to be exactly what you need it to do and have a baseline and go from there. Like, look at how quickly we cranked out this shuttle stack. This is a shuttle stack that's arguably better than any shuttle stack that I've designed, and I designed it in 3 weeks. Totally different boosters, totally different external tank, scratch-built shuttle. 3 weeks. And I wasn't even here for some of that because I had to go to the wedding, so it was really like 2.5. Water deluge test with Starship. Oh yeah. That's not a water deluge. It's not delivering enough water. That's a fire suppressor. Yeah, that's not enough water for a deluge system for this thing. That's the fire suppressor rocket eyes. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, this thing is a beast. And you know what? Like the crazy part about this is not that I'm about to go do it. Like I said, I built it to be future-proof, so we could do it if we need to. But the crazy thing about this shuttle is that this shuttle could probably go together and be reintegrated the best out of any of them if I was going to go and do it. There it is. I have not solved the chute problem yet. We can do that, Aqualex, if you want. Or make one of them have stripes. Hey, STX. I'm so excited to see OG missions again, like back to a simpler time. Nice, isn't it? Yeah, I'll put a flag on it or something, Aqualex, so we can tell. But once again, it's a reintegration problem for future EJ. We're going to have to find a way to clock these things. And we're going to need to get rid of the decoupler and replace it with a docking port. But we need to find a way to clock the nose cones so we can align them. They're going to need alignment pins like that eventually. And then I need a docking port somewhere to be able to reattach them. You know, they need a docking port somewhere. Just a suggestion to try and solve the chute stowed problem right now. Yeah. I don't know what we're going to do about these. It seems to want to register these as being inside of a fairing. A closed up fairing and not an open fairing, which is a little bit annoying, but... Anyway. Yeah, let's just see the tweaked separators here first. One thing at a time, dude. Yeah, I think maybe before we go into shuttle-derived launch vehicles, I should work on the shuttle's attachment system. But, I don't know, dude. What do you think? Should I work on the RMS and the shuttle's payload-based systems?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Kahana 2 is on his way back to Honolulu for offload of Lofted. Cool, Thomas. Jim, 17-month reset. Great work. Keep it up. Thanks, man. RMS sounds fun. Sad about you miss Honolulu. Okay. let's make sure the separators are dialed in here. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gotta lift off. Cleared the non-existent tower. Underway, you gotta roll program. Roll program complete. Roger, roll. Yeah, RJ, I know. We're gonna have to figure out some kind of direct solution. Shuttle engine throttling back for max Q. They're happy. They're having a good time. Past max Q here. Go at throttle up. Copy, go throttle up. I don't like that. How many kilonewtons of thrust did the shuttle engines generate? Shuttle engines? 2,400, I think. I think. 2,400 in vacuum at 450 seconds specific impulse. The shuttle engines are insane. They're, even by today's standards, they're still insanely good engine design. That's why it irks me all the time, tech, when people say, well, NASA's SLS is using 30-year-old rocket technology. Bro, that is the most Bush League freaking point of view you could have. That's like saying, oh, modern cars have wheels. Cars from 100 years ago had wheels. Why are we still using wheels? Wow, you're not too bright, are you? No. Perfect. How about them wheels, am I right? It's almost like people have no idea what they're talking about. But really, though, where are my flying cars? Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, still no flying cars, right? Thrust tailing off. SRB standing by for separation. Here we go. Got a good separation flight. 103 converge. Hey, Localix. Good to see you again, buddy. How you doing? Yeah, the separation mechanism is ace. It's perfect. Yeah, RJ, of course. Because we can't have, unless we want to fudge it and make a 5-segment SRB and then code the SRB to have enough to have another 25% of fuel. Yeah, I think making something like direct would be cooler, but that's just me. That was Novus. Sun Temple. Yeah, that really helped me, man. And sometimes you just gotta rate NTRS, dude. I haven't developed a vehicle in such a long time, I totally forgot that you could do that. Yeah, Ordon, I think we're good. Here, let me check the instant replay. Let's see that in an instant replay. It looks right to me, man. Yeah, those things didn't even get near the wings. The angle on the rear separators really, really fixed that. Excellent. And they're falling asymmetrically, which is mint. That's perfect. What happened to you this morning? Facha, I slept and shut off 3 alarms in 15-minute increments in my sleep. Getting out of bed. I don't keep my phone alarms near my bed on purpose. And I literally got up, shut the alarm off 3 times in a row, and went immediately back to sleep. I have no recollection of doing that. I have no excuse, dude. I have no excuse. I slept, dude, body just said no. There's not much I can do about that. And that's a shame because that was the last Atlas 5401. I'm pretty bummed about it, man. I'm not going to lie to you. No, Brimo didn't do it. Brimo slept through him too, Ruffle. Did you go back and watch it? Yeah. Yeah, I did. And then Lofted. I woke up in time to see Lofted land, which is cool. Barely. It's not sleepwalking, T-Man. I just... Body said no. I don't sleepwalk, dude. At least not that I know of. You never know, I guess. That's perfect. It's perfect. That's perfect sap, dude. Really, really good. That looks, dude, it's really freaking close. The camera angle that I have here, guys, I tried to mimic this camera shot right here. What a Chad tier vehicle this is. Right here. Looks right to me. Yeah, a lot of particle effects. We'd need a lot of particle effects, Facha, but yeah, my Separatrons don't blow smoke. I would love to know how the inflatable heat shield inflates, how Lofted inflates. There are 2 nitrogen tanks that are inside of the payload adapter. And they basically open up the nitrogen tanks and it inflates the heat shield. Okay, we're in the heads up position here. Stand by, press for Miko.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Eco confirmed. No ohms 1 required. Welcome to space. Main engine shutdown. Main engine shutdown is confirmed. A little bit of SAS rate malfunctions there. Cycle the SAS to get it straightened out. Stand by for SEP. Good separation. Switch back over to the boosters. Yeah, Leahy, right? Okay. That should shut off here. The SRBs are within render range of each other. Let's see if that drogue decides to go. That's way... Why is the min pressure reset? Drogue's gonna explode. We're coming in way too fast. That chute's gonna obliterate itself. Clouds. Whoa. Slow down! Slow down! I got it. I got it in time. Oh, there's the nose cone. That's awesome.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
It's gonna obliterate itself when it falls over. Oh no. No, it didn't. Yes! Yes! That's awesome. Deploying the fairing made the chutes go, which is cool. And there's my nose cone. Did you hear they found a piece of Challenger at the bottom of the ocean? I did, Intense, yeah. Lipto! It's been a wild ride. Yeah, that's good, man. Yeah, we got to figure out what we're going to do with that fairing collar and stuff, but... Oh, hey, external tank. How much fuel do you have left over? Nice. Perfect. This is what I'm after here. The orbiter maneuvering control thrusters are on. Go. Stand by for the ohms 2 burn in 3 minutes. Is there isn't there a deploy while stowed option you could set to tune for the mains? I don't think so. Oh man, that's nice, Chief. Well, that's just nice. Actually, at this point in the mission, the shuttle would have turned over and they would have taken pictures of the ET. They would have basically rolled the shuttle 180 degrees so they could look out the window and see the external tank. We can do that, I suppose. How close are you to using this in mission mode proper? Yes. That looks right. Neat. Yeah, that looks right to me. Okay, we got to get back up here and we got to close the doors. Forgot about that. There we go. External tank attachment point doors are closed. What was the purpose of that? Was it to detect potential foam? Use the imagery for engineering purposes. Yes. 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 Two minutes until ohms 2 here. Five seconds to ohms 1, or ohms 2, excuse me. Nearly. I could probably land with those open. What I'd have to worry about is the aerodynamics of that affecting the vehicle, believe it or not. Stand by for ohms 2 shut down. Ohms 2 shut down, confirmed. Nominal orbital insertion on the vehicle. You're cleared to proceed to Operation 200. 201, payload bay door open. I think that's 201, I forget. Does anybody here play this on console? I don't, Hooks. I'm not really a big fan of the console versions of this. Yeah, Duff, we really got it, dude. That looks... I really wish we could paint the bottom gray or something, but in KSP 2 we have paintable parts, so we could do that. But yeah, for now, I'm totally happy with this, man. Well, while we're up here, guys, one thing that we really haven't tested is downmass capability. I don't know what this thing is going to do with that much fuel, and I didn't put a fuel dump on it, so, let's bring the 18 tons down. Why not? See what it does. All right, we're gonna skip op 200 and go right to we're gonna skip op 200 and go right to op 3 into op 300 here. Gonna shut out the payload bay doors, even though we just opened them. That's what, oh. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I don't know if we found that one, but yeah, really neat. All right. We need to dial in a 60 meters a second burn here. Internal tank will burn up. Okay, stand by. We're gonna reorient the vehicle. I have not, Aqualux. We should probably do that. Burn time is 36. Cut that in half. 16 seconds. All right, we are go for deorbit burn. On time. Shuttle doing operation 303 in the operations manual. Initiating deorbit burn. Next major milestone in flight here is 304, which is entry interface. How many radiators could they lose? The shuttle could lose 3 out of 4 and still be okay. It wasn't like that at the beginning of the program, though. At the beginning of the program, the radiators were plumbed in series, and they didn't... Yeah. If you lost one, you'd be screwed. You'd have to come back down before everybody melts inside of the vehicle. Literally melts. I'm not making that up. Okay, we have a nominal deorbit burn. Okay. As we prepare here for entry interface, we're gonna see if this thing can take down 18 tons. I think it should be okay. We might have a little bit more trouble stopping. Vehicle is going to get a little bit warmer. We have a lot more momentum with an extra 18 tons on board, so gotta be careful. This is untested, dudes. I don't know what this is going to do. All right. Entry interface here. We are bringing up speed brake control, and we are bringing up the body flap control systems here to trim out any potential anomalies. We're bringing up the rate control view here. And then we will manually activate the control surfaces when we need to. First one we're going to need to dial in here is my roll control actuator, which we set to 15 degrees. And yeah, just make sure we keep that thing kind of pinned. I'm just going to put it behind me here, fellas. And then there we go. These are my control surfaces, the elevons, and then my roll control trim tab here. Would you go to jail for stowing away on a space station crew mission? I don't even think you'd get that far, Slow Chief. They'd probably catch you trying to get onto the spacecraft. All right, baby. Alucard, we don't need to do that as much as the real one, but yeah, we'll probably get up to about 45 degrees before I start maneuvering the vehicle. What we really need to watch, guys, is the rate controllers here. Long story short, if one of these goes to the end, we got a big problem, because that means it's using control surfaces or RCS to fly straight. You don't use the systems that are designed to steer the vehicle to get it to go straight. That's bad. That's compensation. We don't want that. Now, I could trim the body flap and the speed brake to get the center of lift aligned. That's what the real shuttle would do. That's why I can come back with all manner of types of payloads. It doesn't matter. But the real shuttle only have 12-ton down mass capability. We're carrying 18, so let's hope that your boy over-engineered some things. Starting to get heating up around the nose cone. Panels are flexing the heat. You can see these ones are getting hotter, and it is moving the heat around down the hierarchy like it should. Perfect. More or less, Alucard, yeah. We are starting to slow down, starting to see the effects of upper atmospheric drag on the vehicle. Rates are still good. Why the slight yaw input? I'm not 100% sure why. Let me reset the controller. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was just the SAS PID. The SAS PID rates were being funky. That does happen. I put a probe core on it, Josh, yeah. It's where the shuttle avionics bay is, so we could land it with nobody on board if we really wanted to. But for the new mission mode save, I am going to put ComNet in, so we will have to launch the communication satellites to do it. Did the shuttle have to use RCS at least for the first part of the descent? It uses the RCS to steer, Ivan. Yeah, we use the shuttle uses the RCS to steer. That's the yoke control, the RCS. Because these control surfaces aren't going to they're not going to do anything. Actually, we're on an overshoot. We need to slow down more. I need to increase angle of attack. Yep, panels are flexing the heat. They're flexing the heat very well, actually. See? See, these panels are hotter, and then as you get further down the line, they get colder and colder. That's perfect. That means they're moving the heat through. Looking good. No, not yet, dude. We're actually coming in a little bit fast here. Increase the angle of attack. Deploy the speed brake up top. Crossing the coast at 1950. That's a little bit much. Just a little bit. This thing is carrying a lot of momentum, dude. We're not... we're close. We're not exactly where we need to be, though. Gotta give it a little more speed brake. And then we gotta give it a little more body flap. Gotta bring those rates in line. Okay. Full speed brake. It's having trouble maintaining this angle of attack. There we go. The body flap trim brought it in line. We're 1600 over the mountains, dudes. That's no good. Yeah, it doesn't like it. It really doesn't like this. I can't do that. I can't do that anymore. We can't pitch up anymore. The moment that the payload inside, the heavy payload inside, has over the vehicles, preventing me from pitching up even more. That's really affecting how much we slow down. I always go in on runway 27. Yeah, see, she's getting a little unstable. I had to bring the main roll control surfaces on to get this thing to work correctly. Alright, we got S turn. Full speed brake deploy. Maybe. I didn't do the S turns. I probably could have done more. This is dangerous. This is dangerous drifting the shuttle around like this. You can easily induce a LOC right here. Loss of control. It's very easy to do. Okay, we got to get the nose up. We are nose diving at the ground. pretty much doing an Immelman with the shuttle to get it to work right. Body flap is at maximum retracted position of 7 degrees. Just got to get the nose up on this thing. Need to close out that speed brake a little bit because we might not have the cross range to get this done. It's very sluggish. We're sinking like a brick, dudes. But then again, that's kind of what the real one did. RCS is still firing. Yeah, I know. If I can get the nose around, we might be able to make it. Close up the deploy angle on the speed brake. Maybe just keep it out a little bit here. She's saying it's bang on the money. Well, it's flying sluggish like the real one, dude, but I don't know if we have the glide slope. I know the real shuttle probably wouldn't be able to do this. I'm going much too slow. But in Kerbal, maybe. Maybe we can use the Supersphere to our advantage here. The shuttle could not do this. It can't glide like this at this speed. At this speed, it would just fall. Such a clean launch. Yeah, Atran, I fell asleep like an idiot, dude. So, Slow Chief, the reason why I kept the RCS on is because the only way to maintain nose up with this heavy of a payload is to deploy the speed brake and create drag above the center of mass of the vehicle. That also slows you down. We need to maintain our speed, so if we have the RCS fuel, do it. Ohms, we could use that if we want. I don't think I need it. I think I can make it because Kerbal's soupy atmosphere. We'd do a bit better if the payload was set up properly for this test, right? Yeah, I mean, I got it back. I was worried about us having too much momentum. I honestly would not try this with 36 tons. I'm going to say that this is the upper limit of what we can bring back down. Because look it, the Mark III cockpit is still hot. Any more momentum hitting the atmosphere is going to give you more heat. Way more heat. Because the speed at which you're gliding into the air and compressing it is going to mess things up, right? So, setting up the payload, yeah, I guess if I had a more optimized payload, this thing can bring back 18 tons. It can do it, but I would not do that all the time. Okay, doing a heading alignment. I have a half of an orange tank in there, Banana Time. Any more, like, guys, we still haven't overcome something. I don't think I can get the nose of the shuttle up. We're going to have to really ride that speed brake coming in. I don't need the RCS anymore. All right, we could start the flare maneuver. It's a little... Actually, that's a little bit early, but that's okay. Can I get the nose of this thing up? Yeah, we can do it. Yeah, see, the shuttle wouldn't have done what I just did. The shuttle would have done this. It just would have fall right out of the sky. These wings, if you notice, they're a bit stubby. They don't generate crazy amounts of lift. At low speeds. They only generate speed when they're going fast because they're designed for hypersonic gliding, not subsonic gliding. It's only designed to work well enough just to get the shuttle to land. This is a little bit steeper than the real one, but that's okay. We have good control on the vehicle, which is nice. We're going to have to really rip that speed brake here. I really am worried about getting the nose of the shuttle up. No, the clouds don't affect anything. Okay. Speed brakes out. Free flare. Gear coming. Gears down. Come on, baby. Get that speed brake open. Oh. Brakes. Closing out control surfaces. Yaw control surface close out. Speed brake is in the shut position. Body flap reset to 0 for the stowed position. Roll control surface close out. Elevon close out complete. Houston. Orbiters on the rollout. Want to take us up the hangar, chat? Have you ever flown a plane in real life? Nope. It sinks. It really sinks if you're not careful. Did you see dude, we basically did a drop test with that thing. We got to dust her off first. Convoy 1, we'll stop. We made it with 18 tons, dude. That is... Okay. We can do it. But we shouldn't do that all the time. No ground effect, Erper. No. Looks like a recycle is happening. We can do that, but I don't want to do that all the time. That is a very bad idea. Not even the real shuttle could bring that much down mass down. In fact, this thing almost didn't make it. We got lucky. No, in real life, the shuttle can bring down about 15. 12 to 15. It really depends on what it is. Last, please. Would they perform control surface lockout during roll or once the vehicle is stopped? Probably when it's stopped. Did the bonk bend anything? No, the gear took it okay. Barely. See how... Yeah, we bent something. See the wheel stress? Yeah, we bent something. Max up on the real one, Ivan, is like 25 tons. Down is about 12. But once again, those numbers fluctuate between the shuttle program's beginning and end, because lighter orbiters are made over time and more performance was squeezed out of the engines and lighter external tanks are made. Just say about 25 up and about 12.5 down. That's generally kind of the benchmark. It does vary, though. Wikipedia will say it's this or it's this, but it depends. It depends on what you're carrying, dude. It literally depends on the size of whatever you're carrying. You know? If I had 18 tons spread out over the entire payload bay, this thing doesn't land. My center of mass moves too far forward and the shuttle nosedives into the ground. Now, once again, the reason why the shuttle has the body flap and the speed brake is those are your trim tabs for the shuttle. You trim it out so you can get your center of lift in line with a potentially offset COM to basically get the center of lift going through the combined center of mass of payload and orbiter. That's what these are there for. Those are there to compensate for not every payload down mass payload having the center of mass in the same spot. Understand? How much mass has the shuttle brought down? Like, what is the record? The LDEF, Long Duration Exposure Facility. LDEF is pretty freaking big. The shuttle brought it up there before Challenger and then brought it back after in the late 80s. It's just a bunch of vacuum experiments. So yeah, look at LDEF compared to the guys in the OPF. It's the size of a bus. I don't know if it's the heaviest thing though. Yeah, they left it up there from 1984 to 1990. It's what I do, Jonas. How heavy is that thing? It was only 3,600 down. That's not much. It's big though. Here, let's go heaviest payload brought down from space. Yeah, Skylab was the biggest payload ever launched into space. That will be eclipsed by Starship very soon. What about the S4B from Apollo? Is that not heavier? I guess it really kind of depends as if you count the S4B as payload. I would count it as payload, so yeah, that's probably heavier. In terms of like one single entity though, Skylab was the biggest thing, by mass and by size. Nobody's ever moved something that big into space. Except maybe the shuttle. Shuttle's about the size of Skylab. Skylab's big, dude. Very big. And I know you know that, but... What were the biggest and heaviest spacecrafts to return from orbit? Heaviest space shuttle mission landing. An STS orbiter is by far the heaviest thing to return from space was STS-83. This was a Space Lab mission, which ended early due to fuel cell problems, so it still had a lot of consumables on board. It was 106 tons on landing. Holy crap! That's a lot of mass. Oh my goodness. Wow. £235,000. That's really, really heavy. Yeah. Damn. So Space Lab missions are actually really cool, dudes. Basically, the shuttle would carry a space station module in the payload bay, and they'd just go up there, do some experiments. The shuttle had like an extended pallet, so it could extended duration pallet. They carried more fuel for the fuel cells, and yeah, could just stay up there for like 2 weeks. I personally think that's dumb. Camping in the RV, you guys know where I stand on that. NASA says astronaut and former U.S. Air Force Colonel Bob Behnken is retiring from the space agency after 22 years of service. Cool. You want Skylab back so dang bad. Bad? Skylab? Starship, dude. Starship Dry Workshop, man. Starship, you gotta remember, unlike the shuttle, Starship is designed to stay up there. It's designed to go beyond low Earth orbit. The shuttle was not designed to do that. That's why the shuttle has wings and Starship has those little flappy boys. Passing, when I see Starship, that's the kind of stuff I think about. Because you got to think about it, dude. Starship, yeah, it will go to the moon. And yeah, it could probably go to Mars someday. Right? But man, that thing is going to be the absolute nuttiest low Earth orbit access vehicle around. Dry workshops, wet workshops, on-orbit refueling, Starlab, building space stations out of spent starships. Heck, the Depot Starship is basically a space station. It's basically a fueling refinery on orbit. Well, not a refinery, a fuel storage depot on orbit. And Starship is designed to come back down, exactly. I always say, that it's Shuttle 2.0. It really is. That's why I'm such a big fan of it. It is Shuttle 2.0. And that's why I think that in the future, if SpaceX wants to do more than just launch big Starlink V2 satellites and they want Starship to get into the commercial market, DoD missions, you're going to need to come up with some type of modular attachment system. I firmly believe that Starship's payload bay will end up looking like the shuttles eventually. It'll end up looking like the space shuttles. And another thing that I think that people think is kind of nuts is that I also think that Starship will have a payload bay variant, and the front of it will end up looking like the space shuttle. Now, why would I think that? Well, I think it's going to have a crew tank up in the front, just like the shuttle does. The reason why I think that is because if you plug enough mass up into the nose of the vehicle, you're not going to need a header tank. You're not going to need a header tank for mass balance during landing. Same exact reason why all the stuff for the crew is shoehorned into the front of the shuttle to balance your engines. Doesn't matter if there's a fuel tank back here, or a payload bay, or whatever, right? I firmly believe there will be a variant of Starship that has like a small, like 8-meter payload bay that ends up looking kind of like the shuttles, and then in front of that there will be a crew tank. There's gonna be basically a shuttle variant of Starship. I'm like 100% on board with that. I really think. Oh, turn the RCS on. Yeah, you know, you don't need the header tanks. If you human rate the thing, you don't need those. Because all the mass that you need to keep humans alive, you can shoehorn into the nose of Starship, just like what they did with the shuttle, and get the same theoretical mass balance. In fact, SpaceX would have to put you'd want stuff like a bathroom, a shower, like a head, all the stuff that you need, the water tanks for the crew. Heck, maybe they'll even have a fuel cell pallet, just like the shuttle. Shoehorn all that stuff up into the front of the shuttle, or front of Starship. Makes sense, dude. Shuttle's a good design, dude. They really had this figured out. And I also think that in order to move payloads correctly into Starship, because it's vertically integrated, you're going to need payload bay doors like this. I don't think the chomper fairing is... The chomper thing that they have on their website, I don't think that's going to look like that. I don't think it's going to work. I think Starship's payload bay doors in the cargo variants will open up like that, unless it's a Starship variant, in which case you have the disc launcher. I mean, it makes sense, but who knows? Who knows what SpaceX is going to come up with? I don't know. Anyway, it came down with 18 tons. That's pretty neat. Any words on SLS and 1067? They're fine. Immolated. Yeah. Yeah, 1067 is fine. It just wobbled around a little bit. SLS is okay. Winds from the hurricane did get into the upper levels for what SLS can take, but it never exceeded maximum analyzed wind speed. The winds never got up over 90, well, it's about 100 miles an hour. Winds never got over 160 kph. That's basically what SLS is rated for. We'll need copium when EJ starts to think that the shuttle will resurrect like this. It won't. You don't need copium. It's gonna I can say pretty reasonably confident, based off of no information that I've heard or no insider information from SpaceX, that is the easiest way to do this. It's the easiest way to do it, man. And Elon, you know, and SpaceX, and the engineers at SpaceX really have a thing about making it the simplest way possible. The simplest way possible is making it like the shuttle. It's true. 18 tons of payload. What's the mass of the orbiter? 41 tons, Aldezert. I can't believe we just brought that thing back down, dude. I hope you're right, though. Don't get me wrong. I don't need copium. Physics is on my side, homie. We don't need to huff the copium. We need to huff the physixium. You would have loved to see the transpiration cooling. Physixium. Physicianium. Physics. I don't know. Alright, so not bad, dudes. Really not bad. The Einsteinium. Wait, no, don't huff that. Don't even get near that, Cyan, right? Am I right? 7th row. I don't want to be near any of that. Yeah. Physixium. Yep. Physizium. Physizop. Physizum. Bleh. That's the unupdated one. We gotta go grab the one from the VAB. VAB. Will Starship use supersonic retropropulsion on reentry? Doesn't have to. The tiles are there immolated. In fact, Super Heavy won't do it either. Why? Super Heavy doesn't need to. It's made out of steel, not aluminum. It can survive higher heating because it's steel. Well, stainless, but you get the idea. All this space construction got me thinking about Star Raker, and now I'm sad we never got that. Maybe we'll build it in KSP 2. Yeah, Coriolis effect, Wiser. If you have something that's spinning, when it's at the top of the rotation, the effect of gravity is actually going to be lower than it is at the bottom of the rotation. So long story short, if you have a space station and your space station is tall enough, you can use differential gravitational pull to keep the thing stable. Like a pendulum. Oh yeah. So if you have something that's spinning, it would have to be spinning like this, parallel to the ground, or else you're going to have a bad day. But even then, Earth has a non-uniform gravitational pull. So if you go over a denser part of the Earth, gravity could basically wobble you out of control. It's not as simple as you think it is, right? But yeah, it would be cool. That's a hard problem to solve. So NASA actually thought of this, and the ISS, or Space Station Freedom, was supposed to be one of the earliest versions of Space Station Freedom, was what was called the Power Tower. The Power Tower is basically exactly what I'm talking about. It would have looked like an ISS that's kind of weird looking. All the modules are down at the bottom, and the truss segment with the solar panels is up at the top. And they would have used the Coriolis effect to basically keep this thing stabilized. It would have been passively stabilized all day because more of the mass is down here. They're talking about spin for gravity, I think, too. I know what they're talking about. Yeah. I know. Now, once again, that's not something that you'd be able to replicate in KSP. But we could build one. It wouldn't stabilize like the one in KSP. We'd need to put a gyro on it. But yeah, Power Tower was nuts, dude. Really cool idea. Personally, out of all the Space Station Freedom segments, I thought the dual keel was the best idea. That one, because basically that made it so you have two truss segments going vertical and one going horizontal, and the two vertical truss segments you could just keep attaching modules to, so satellite servicing bays could go there, and then they wanted to eventually build like hangars and stuff. Yeah, that was nuts. That was really freaking cool. Look at that, man. This is what they wanted the shuttle to do. So you're figuring if you're flying once a week, right? Flying the thing once a week, building this thing would take a couple of months. No problem. You can build space stations left and right. I'm not 100% sure how we would build these big bays. Those will probably be launched on the shuttle-derived launch vehicle, which is what we got to make now. Yeah, you're glad, Wiser, you're glad we got the ISS, but Space Station Freedom is so cool. Yeah. Mom, can we get Space Station Freedom? No, we have Space Station Freedom at home. Space Station Freedom at home. ISS. Honestly, Creeper, if we were going to build a hangar like that or something, I would use flags in Kerbal construction to build it. I'm not sure how well that would work in in reality, though. But also, I was just looking through and found this picture. That picture's pretty cool. So which avenue of SDLV are you thinking of going? Ares, NLV, SLS? I'm not sure, Ian. To be 100% honest with you. I'm not sure, dude. There are still a couple of things that we got to figure out with the shuttle. The parachutes deploying aren't... You'd have to blow the fairing to get it to deploy right. So, I mean, I don't know how people feel about that. And if we have to deploy the fairing, that means they're not very reusable. But maybe that's a problem for future EJ. We'll say that's a problem for future EJ and kind of call it. But if this is the case, if that's the case, if we do want to ride these things down, first of all, I don't know why the stupid drogues keep getting reset, but actually, interestingly enough, deploying that drogue chute when it did was actually pretty spot on. I'll have them... We'll set min pressure to 0.1 bar and then altitude to 5,000. And that should get them to deploy a little bit more down. And then, if we're going to do that, what we need to do is go to fairing staging, right? And the fairing staging needs to be up here with the parachutes to get them to deploy the chutes correctly. There we go. Excellent. Yeah, Ian, I just want to be able to land these and recover them, just to show people. We'll just hit the recover button out there. That's all. What has future EJ ever done for us anyway? Yeah, we're always doing stuff for him, Alvor. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Okay. Anything else with this thing? I mean, we should start... The next thing that we really need to do with this is get the payload bay systems figured out. But honestly, I'm going to make the payload bay systems configurable per the mission. So it doesn't need any permanent fixtures for the latching systems. Huh. I'm thinking. The RMS is probably something we're going to want to figure out, but let's build an SDLV. Let's do that. Yeah. I think our shuttle is good. I think this is probably one of the best shuttle stacks I can make. Yeah, this thing is righteous. It's really good. I'm just gonna keep this the way it is and... We'll call this the Block 1 stack. Or we'll just say Block 1. This is not a prototype. This is a Block 1 stack. Okay. Collins 5th generation Block 1. There it is. I'm ready to roll with this. Now, okay. Yay, it's not a prototype anymore. I'm going to make sure we switch this over here. And we save a Block 1 into the SPH as well. Save. Man, this thing is cool. I'm really happy with it, dude. Really good. Real good. It's block 1. That thing is good to go. So, hey, Kun Joe, what's up? I just built a new shuttle for a new mission mode save, dude. Look. You're not the only one. It's a pleasure to see it flying again. It is cool, man. I guess when I said before passing that I couldn't build a better shuttle than NG, yep. I lied. Sorry about that. Just explain it. It's not like it's rocket science. New shuttle for the new mission mode save. And once again, we have all the integration systems, dude, if we want to go back to doing that. All the systems are built in. Actually, what we should do is put the sequencer in. So I only focus on flying the dang thing, and I don't need to focus on triggering separation events and throttling the engines, etc., but it's okay. So what's the first mission? We'll do test flights in mission mode to validate what we've seen here in simulation mode. I think the big thing left to do with this is to build the robotic arm. What names will the shuttles have? Don't know. I'll think about that. Can we name one the Mayflower? It's not a bad name, Nova. I was thinking Constitution for one. Can we name one Taco Spoileri? Do you want to name one Spoiler? Enterprise A. I see what you did there. Yeah, Shoreline. I like that. Maybe we'll name them after aircraft carriers. My name? Jeff.
My name is Jeff.
Ferguson, Hurley, Magnus, and Walheim. That's good, man. That's real good. Yeah, see, and I think Essex, Kitty Hawk, stuff like that. Midway. Those are good names. Larry, Moe, and Curly. Oh, God. All right, so the only thing really left to do with this is make the sequencer, make the master sequencer for it. So the launch is semi-automated. I'm basically focused on flying the thing. So roll program, tipping it over, and Miko. Name it Bing Chilling. Pog, Champ, and Kava. Oh gosh, Stalwart. Yeah, that's not bad. CVs. You just want to name one Ford. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Maybe we'll bring Pathfinder back, dude. We gotta salvage the Pathfinder name. John Zena. The other thing we didn't do is put the Locksdown comer on this thing. Here, let's see if we can. I want to mess with that real quick, because if I don't try to mess with it now, it's never getting done. It has an internal downcomer. No. Ew, Ian, get out of here. Don't do that again. The Shutzy. Oh, God. Ian, don't do that again. How dare you? What about break the spaghetti? I am disappointed, chat. I am disappointed. Much too big. Yeah, it's not gonna work. I was thinking we could use physicsless flags, but that's the smallest one. And you need 4x symmetry. Can we name the shuttle spaghetti question? No. No! Upside down thermometers. Nah. What about you? Those look like the repress lines, which is actually kind of cool. If we turned it. But I don't think this thing will survive the arrow. I think it'll explode. Are you trying to say that somebody touched the spaghetti? Yes. 625 diameter SRB. It's too big. That's too big for the LOX downcomer. It needs to be like half the diameter of that. Could always just put a fuel line there and be like, yo, that's it. The kickback booster? That's much too big. The hell? Something just bite my foot? Nope. Nope. Nothing bit my foot. I just pinched a nerve. Getting old sucks. Don't do that. Ah. Feels strange. It felt like something. Ah, something bit me. 625 J speed. Pistons then, but the squares look stupid. That's not a bad idea. That actually, hang on, Thaney. Dude, the lofted test footage is so cool. Agreed. Think people will realize we just taped some hydraulics to the side? Nah, it's good.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, we gifted a sub to Kuna Joe. Thank you. And Sun Temple, thank you for the bits a while ago. And Pi, 36 months. Oh, man. Stack of subs, yes. 64 months. Thanks, dudes. What is this modeled after? It's as close to the actual space shuttle as I could get. The telescoping makes it look stupid, yeah. That's a shame. Although... I really don't think it's worth the part count to do this. That kind of... It kind of looks like it. Because it does have those brackets on it, right? I don't want to... That's going to screw it all up. I don't want to do that. I prefer to make it out of physics-less parts. I think that's the right move, so here's what we're going to do. Put both fat parts in the middle? Nah, we good, man. We good. I got an idea. We can make this... We could use the smaller nose cones. Yeah, that'll be okay, I suppose. It's all physics-less parts. Always has been. Guys, so don't... Yeah, it should be okay. The smallest flag doesn't do what I want, dude. I gotta make sure that these are spaced correctly. So, give myself one of these bad boys. Is that enough fuel for the external tank? Yeah. Why wouldn't it be? So, another thing that we gotta do, is... I gotta give myself... We gotta put a panel in the stack somewhere. And that's what the fuel line needs to be attached to, because I don't want the actual fuel line... No. No. Actually, yeah, okay. So here's what we'll do. Give me this. It's not nearly wide enough. If that thing was just like double the diameter of what it is, then we'd be set. White fuel line? Okay. Nice. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to turn the whole stack and get this aligned with the right axis. And then that will make it so all the fuel lines, we can make them line up with each other for the most part. And basically I have that fuel line flowing in the wrong direction. So we don't have to worry about it cross-feeding anything. Because right now, I think it'll cross-feed out of the... If I hook it... I don't want to actually hook the damn thing up. Yeah, but as long as I make that fuel line go to nothing, then we're good to go. Cool. It'll just... This is honestly just visual.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
This is made out of pretty much all physics-less parts, so I don't need to worry about it being too crazy. And I also have the fuel line flowing in the wrong direction, which is good. That's what I want. In reality, this fuel line is a fill and drain line. They pump oxidizer up through the space shuttle, out, up the LOX line, and then into the LOX tank that way. The reason why is, why the heck do you need 2 pipes for the external tank? The external tank already has a fuel line on it. Why would you need 2 of them? Just use the fuel line that's already connected to fill the thing up. And that's exactly what they did. Order! 88 months. Thanks, man. Does it mean we're basically ready to test it out? I already tested it, Nova Raptor. Yeah, she works. This is just extra stuff that I forgot to do. How's Starship doing? She's just chilling. Starship is chilling. Yeah, that actually has to go forward a little ways. Literally, yeah, that's why I said it. Actually, we'll make it so the dark part of the nose cone matches the dark stripe on the fairing. Oh, delight. Bing chilling. Starship is ball. Bing chilling. Is that still... Do Zoomers still find that funny, or... Bing chilling? Or is that not funny anymore? So I hear Starship will be launching from the Cape in December. Yep. Nope. You heard wrong. Yeah, no, chillin'. Not from the Cape. No. Boca. Yeah. If anywhere. You never heard of Bing chilling? Oh, alright. Bing chilling. Ching billing. Bing chilling. Bo Chajinga. Yeah. Yeah. It's flex tube, dudes, okay? I'm confused as to how the ET works exactly. Well, it takes fuel and it puts it in the shuttle's main engines. How could that possibly be misconstrued, Novaraptor? No, what do you want to know, dude? The LOX line you just installed. Okay, give me a second. That's not gonna work. It'll look cool, but it's not gonna work. So in Kerbal, no, but the first thing to understand is that in Kerbal, this doesn't do anything. That is literally there to look cool, and that's about it. So understand that, okay? That's an important thing to make sure you get. It's just there to look cool. It's not going to do anything on my Kerbal stack. I already have the fuel crossfeed systems. I already implemented. Guys, let me finish this, and then I'll explain what I mean. Okay. Yeah, Nova, let me finish making this and I'll show you. I'll explain what all this stuff does, dude. No, but in the meantime, can you come up? Can you tell me like what particularly you're getting confused about? LOX goes into the shuttle, goes up the tube, and then back down into the shuttle when the engines are on. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep, you got it. They use one fuel line, dude. Why would you need two? Yep. It's a fill and drain valve, dude. SLS is the same way. Actually, SLS has two of them because there's 4 shuttle motors. There's one on each side. Piping is there to complete the system. All right, here, I'll just explain. So, Down here, you have these two things that look like tabs, right? These two tabs here are called tail service mast umbilicals. And if you want to see how big they actually are, just, or you want to get a sense of scale, look at the door that's right there. See the armored door? That's how big a TSM is. It's like a 3-story building. It looks tiny compared to the stack, but yeah. Look at the people standing right there. The TSMs are huge. So, basically what this does is there's a fuel line that goes up in here, and it pivots, and it goes in here. And then attached at the back of the shuttle, underneath the ELMS pods, in the aft orbiter segment, there's your T0 and T1 carrier umbilical plates. SLS has the same ones on them. This is where they load hydrogen over here and liquid oxygen over here. How do I know this side fills LOX? That's the side that the LOX line is on. Makes sense? So, these pipes go in here, and then in the aft section of the orbiter, you have your fuel inlet pipe, and then there's the pipe splits 4 times. Okay? There's a 4-way intersection. 3 of those go to the motors. The 3 shuttle main engines. The 4th one actually goes down and out the bottom of the shuttle. It goes out the bottom of the shuttle, and then it goes up the side of the external tank, and then it goes inside of the inner tank, and then that leads to the very bottom of the LOX tank. The bottom of this is hemispherical, and then there's a pickup right there. So, with the hydrogen tank, it's the same thing. It goes in, 4-way split, 1 line comes out the left-hand side of the shuttle, or the port side, the side that has the flag on it, and that line goes backwards up into the bottom of the hydrogen tank. The pickup is down at the bottom. Liquid fuel, with rockets, you always load liquid from the bottom. Gas goes out the top. Which brings me to the next thing. The shuttle. There's your 4-way split right there. There they are. Fuel inlet line right here. 1, 2, the 3rd engine is over there, and then there's the line that goes to the tank. Over here, these are LOX side. If I'm looking at this right. No, it's backwards. The one with the ribs in it is the LOX line. The one that's smooth is the hydrogen line. But yeah, there you go. It's a 4-way split. The aft orbiter segment is insanely complicated. This is the most complicated part of the shuttle by a long shot. There's so many moving parts back there. But anyway, that brings me to the next one. The shuttle does have to vent gaseous hydrogen and gaseous oxygen. You can't vent hydrogen into the atmosphere or it'll make a boom. There's your LOX downcomer right there. But that's the piece that I'm working on right now. I need a picture of the shuttle on the pad. There's in the inner tank and the external tank here. That's your gaseous hydrogen vent line. And then the LOX pickup line is actually on the other side of this strut, and then it goes down, and then it comes out of the tank right there. So the shuttle on the pads had this thing, which is your gaseous oxygen scavenging system. It's designed to get oxygen away from the top of the external tank because the external tank has a vent line, but the vent line is in that dark nose cone that's up at the top, right? Because you don't have room to put a vent line anywhere, right? So this thing right here, called the beanie cap, was literally a vacuum cleaner that pulled gaseous oxygen away from the top of the external tank and vented it over the side. It is literally just a vacuum cleaner that pulls the GOX out and moves it over here. There's two pipes. Just gets it to go away off to the side. Now, hydrogen is a little bit different. You don't want to vent hydrogen. Enter this piece, this thingamajigger right here. That's called the GUP, the ground umbilical carrier plate. The ground umbilical carrier plate is a has-gas evac system. It evacuates hydrogen out of the inner tank. That connects to the GUP. See this line right here, the insulated one? This is taking gaseous hydrogen and sending it back into the fueling systems so it can be purged off. Let me see if I have a shot of the GUP hanging around here. Yeah, see, there's the LOX line. And see, there's the LOX pickup and there's the hydrogen pickup. The gup is on the back side of the shuttle stack. It's over there. Even at Slick 6, they still had they had the gup and they had the beanie cap. See it? I don't really have any pictures of it in here. I'm kind of amazed. There's another picture of the lines. See them, Nova? So, see, the hydrogen one goes down, and it goes into the bottom of the hydrogen tank. The LOX line goes out the bottom of the orbiter. It goes up, and then it goes into the inner tank and into the bottom of the LOX tank. Now, there's more to it than that. Okay? It's the shuttle. It's complicated. Okay? Now, check it out. So what are these things? What are these two lines going up? Those are pneumatic lines. Okay? Want to hear something crazy? So you know, no, or if you don't, then I'll tell you. When you drain fuel out of anything that flies into space, any liquid fuel booster that flies into space, when you're draining fuel out of it, you have to make sure the pressure stays the same. There's no pressure delta. You have to keep a nominally low delta. Why do you have to do that? Because if you're just draining the fuel out, and the tank is just sealed, it'll implode on the way up. You don't want that to happen. So what rockets do is they use what's called propellant ullage. U-L-L-A-G-E, ullage. It's a nice thing to say. Propellant ullage comes in the form of a gas system, a pneumatic system that basically allows you to pump gas into the tank and act as a tank vent, so to speak. You're pumping gas into the tank, so the liquid drains out, gas takes its place, pressure inside of the tank stays the same the entire time. Because you don't want the pressure dropping in the tank. Remember, a lot of rockets, shuttle included, use tank pressure for structure. Bad idea. So, with the external tank, because you're disposing it every time, the shuttle engineers had to come up with a really weird solution. You can't just fill this thing with helium every time. That would make the external tank way too complicated. Remember, you have to keep that ET as simple as possible. It needs to stay simple, because you don't get it back. If you have to add complication, add it into the orbiter. And that's exactly what they did. The shuttle main engines are capable of doing what's called autogenous pressurization. Those things. So, they fill up the external tank via the T1 and T0 carrier umbilicals, right? They pump the fuel through the shuttle lines, right? The valves to the engines are closed, valve to the tank is open. That fills up the external tank with fuel. And then when the shuttle engines fire, these things have a gas tap-off system. So there's a little tap-off line that takes gaseous hydrogen out of each motor and gaseous oxygen out of each motor. And it sends them up that line. It sends it up those two little pneumatic lines on the external tank. See if I can just plays through. See those lines right there? Those are pneumatic lines to keep the pressure inside of the tanks the same. The shuttle engines basically make your ullage gases. That's really important to understand. That keeps the external tank nice and simple. See, there's the lines right there. And if we go back and look, I have a better picture of the stack over here. If you go back and look, there's two of them right there. One of them stops at the inner tank. And the other one goes all the way up to the beat where the beanie cap goes. Gas in from the top, liquid out the bottom. You don't fill liquid from the top on a rocket. Bad idea. You're gonna basically create turbulent propellants. You don't want that. Fill it up from the bottom, like you would a swimming pool. Yeah, it's EGR basically, Aldezert. They use exhaust gas recirculation for tank ullage, right? Does it have the Ford power steering line? No. Yeah, here's a picture of the gut. Passing, I knew guys that worked on the ground umbilical carrier plate at the end of the shuttle program. There it is. There's your has gas vent line right there. So, interesting thing, if we go back to my pictures of the shuttle, my personal collection. Some great pictures.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Simule, 15-month resub. Oh yeah, I know what picture I'm looking for. Sorry, I blanked for a moment. We need this picture. So check it out. Right here is your ground umbilical carrier plate. See that thing that's shining on the camera over here? That's where the vent line for the autogenous pressurization goes up into the top bulkhead of the hydrogen tank. Note how the hydrogen tank, the top bulkheads of the tank, are painted with spray-on foam insulation. The reason why the spray-on foam insulation is white is because it's not getting oxidized, or not getting, well, burnt by the sun. The reason why the spray-on foam insulation on these tanks get orange is because they bake in the sun. Could we recycle the hydrogen like Starship with methane? Oh, a methane so like a hydrogen recondenser? Yeah, sure, why not? But the hydrogen, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. So the ground umbilical carrier plate's actually over here. That's what this thing leads to. And then the autogenous pressurization inlet line is over there. And then if the big strut that holds the SRBs together, if that wasn't in the way, you'd see the LOX downcomer going out here, because there's another hatch on the other side of the tank that's right here. It would go out, and then it would go back basically behind this. It goes kind of out into the side. This is so cool to learn about. Shuttle's beast mode, man. I'm telling you, Nova, I don't just love this thing because I grew up with it. I love it because it's insane. It is insane how many things needed to work right to get this thing to launch. What's even crazier to me is that it went 133 times, and it worked pretty damn well. 133 times. It's really freaking good considering the complexity of this system. So the SOFI is thin enough that the tank shows through in places. Yep. So another thing to take into account is that area inside the inner tank, fellas. So that picture that I just showed you with the big strut is inside of this. It's inside of the ridged section of the external tank. It's called the inner tank. Where was that picture? Yeah, there we go. This is the structural piece that holds the whole shuttle together. Without the inner tank, this thing doesn't work. Same with SLS. SLS has a very similar inner tank. Yep. Yeah, of course it does, T-Man. SLS's intertank looks exactly like this, only with modern manufacturing. So how did the plumbing for the S2 and the S4B work, considering those were hydrolocks? An internal downcomer, Nova? Yeah, they used an internal downcomer. Centaurs use an internal downcomer with hydrolocks. Yeah, Rev, yeah, just more avionics, because you don't have a shuttle to put all the avionics on, exactly. So guys, with SLS, what they basically did was they took the back of the shuttle. They took this, the main propulsion system. Even heck, SLS's bottom, the bottom of SLS is called the MPS. It has the same name. They took this, they added another engine, and they made it cylindrical shape instead of like house shaped. This thing is carrying like a bunch of very, very similar systems. The back end of SLS is basically a shuttle. It's basically the back end of a space shuttle. I mean, it's not the same shape at all, but you get the idea. I have a picture of SLS's MPS in here somewhere. There it is. Yeah, see? That's it. Yep, never failed to do the engineering. Yep. There it is. See, you have your LOX downcomer. Just like that, but the LOX downcomers, there's actually one on the other side too, because you're feeding 4 engines instead of 3. The other side of SLS has the autogenous pressurization lines. It's basically exactly like the external tank. However, it's important to note that SLS is not an external tank. It's not just a bigger external tank. No. That's very important to understand. And this is one of the reasons why SLS took a little bit of time. They basically figured out that if you hang a 60-ton orbiter on the side of the tank and then decide to take that 60-ton mass, make it like 200 tons, and then put it on the top, that the external tank really isn't up for the task. It's designed to have something hanging off the side and not on the top. This is why they never built something like SLS during the shuttle program, because you would need to change the tooling for the external tank. And it really wouldn't make a whole lick of sense. They did come up with ways to be able to take the external tank tooling and adapt it, and that's called direct. I'll get more into that later, though. Where does the LOX line for Atlas V work? Does the LOX line for Atlas V work similarly? Yes. Yes. Atlas V uses ullage, though. It has helium tanks inside of the inner tank. Between the kerosene and liquid oxygen tank, there's ullage tanks in there, Nova. So it uses helium to repress. The RD-180 does not have autogenous pressurization, but it's the same idea. So with SLS, guys, they basically had to take the external tank tooling and completely redo it from the ground up, because once again, it turns out when you make a tank that's designed to have 60 tons hanging off the side and then take 200 and put it up at the top, that it doesn't carry the load in the same way. So a lot of the components are similar, but the tank walls for the hydrogen and oxygen tank on SLS are very, very, very reinforced comparatively to the external tank. They're way reinforced. They're much more reinforced for a compression load. SLS is using a milled aluminum isogrid, which is like light years ahead of external tank construction. Yeah. Ironically, here's a good picture of it. So milled aluminum isogrid, or orthogrid, excuse me, not isogrid. It's using an orthogrid, a stir welded orthogrid, which is way, way stronger than what they did with the external tank. In fact, I'll bet you if you made an external tank for the shuttle like this, you could probably make it lighter. Basically what they do is they start with a thick block of aluminum or aluminium or whatever you want to call it, or panda bear or whatever. And they mill out squares into that aluminum. See the squares? And then they take that sheet of ortho-gridded aluminum and they put it through a metal brake that just goes. And if you do that, you squish one side of it like that, it actually makes it concave. And then they put those all together on a jig. They put a couple of these sections together on a jig, and then they stir weld them together. They basically take it looks kind of like a drill, but there's no drill bit. It's just flat. And they hit the seam between the two tanks with this spinning section, and it basically stirs the aluminum. The friction actually temporarily melts the aluminum, and they stir it together. It's a lot lighter than like using a TIG welder to weld these things together. Stir welding is something that did come out of the external tank program, but not the ortho grids. Vulcan's tank is like that. Yep. What's that update from Jim? So yeah, the SLS is not just a bigger external tank. It's a lot more complicated than that. Building super heavy lift rockets is not easy. Update on the Artemis 1 mission. Peak conditions for Nicole have passed at NASA Kennedy, and our focus is now on our employees and then getting back to launch operations. Many people are without power and experience high winds and broken tree branches at their homes. Team monitored SLS and Orion remotely during the storm and successfully maintained purges and other essential support. While wind sensors at the launch pad detected peak wind gusts up to 71 knots, 82 miles an hour, which is 140, 150 kph, somewhere in there. At the 60-foot level, this is within the rocket's capability. SLS is designed for 85 knot crosswinds, or about 97 miles an hour, or about 160 kilometers an hour. We anticipate clearing the vehicle for those conditions shortly. Our team is conducting initial visual checkouts of the rocket, spacecraft, and ground system equipment with the cameras at the launch pad. Camera inspections show very minor damage, such as loose sealant and tears in weather coverings. The team will conduct one additional on-site walkdown inspections of the vehicle soon. Yeah, there's the stir welding jig, Mutter. It's designed for Mach 25. Yeah, it's designed for Mach 25 from the front, not from the side, you dope. Shear is not a compression load. When's the last time you took a dynamics class, boy? I don't know why he called RTV. room temperature vulcanization crane. Yes. We took the decision to keep Orion and SLS at the launch pad very seriously, renewing the data in front of us and making the best decision possible with high uncertainty and predicting the weather 4 days out. With the unexpected change to the forecast, returning to the VAB was deemed to be too risky and high winds, and the team decided the launch pad was the safest place for the rocket to weather the storm. We are grateful to the Space Force, NOAA, and the National Hurricane Center for their continued and steadfast support with valuable data that helps us make informed decisions and proves that the science we'll conduct on the Artemis starts right here on planet Earth. Cool. What's this? Oh, this is from, yeah, okay. Oh. Yeah, this is from Emily Calandrelli. There you go. That is a great way to explain that. That's perfect. Couldn't have done it better myself. That's the exact way you explain that. A cylinder is great for carrying load this way, not this way. Perfect. Perfect. That's perfect. Perfect way to explain it. Like an egg, basically. Didn't Starship have a power loss issue of one of the landing attempts that was basically because they used helium for ullage? One of the engines ingested helium, and yeah, Aqualux, this kills the engine. Yeah. Mm-hmm. They decided to use ullage pressure because they hadn't gotten autogenous pressurization figured out, and then yeah, Elon made that decision, and later he was like, yeah, that was dumb. I probably shouldn't have done that. The engine didn't like that. This kills the rocket motor. Wait. I slept through it too, Loopy. Lofted, but I woke up for Lofted coming down. Freaking cool, man. It really worked. They grow up so fast. Great picture. That's cool. All the purges were kept on the vehicle, so that helped a ton, meaning all the tanks were kept pressurized. Yeah, guys, so I can build off of what we just saw with Emily's TikTok there. So, ChromaCan. Maybe I shouldn't use that. We'll use this. I don't know why I thought that this was a better solution, but whatever. Alright. So, a can. I mean, Emily can stand up on that thing. She's probably like a couple of orders of magnitude lighter than me. Got a lot of mass up in here, you know what I'm saying? If I stood on this thing, it'll probably break. But, yeah. But you're introducing... Cylinders are very, very strong when you introduce a compression load. So, you can't break it doing this. And this is unpressurized, see? There's no pressure inside of it. You can't... Like, I could push on this as hard as possible, and it's not going to do anything. See? Like, dude, I pushed on that thing pretty hard. Look at my hand. But, if you push it from the side, see? It's not designed for shear load. That's what they were worried about the winds. Even though SLS is designed to fly at like 17,000 miles an hour. Well, Orion is, but the whole stack's probably good to about 5,000-6,000 miles an hour before staging, before the SRBs separate, and even then. Right? That introduces, because of max Q, because of the aerodynamic pressure, you have air compressing against the front of the vehicle, right? It's very strong in that regard, but not from the side. It's not really designed to do that. Now, don't get me wrong, this is an unpressurized tank, so just like what Emily did, you can push on it. If that was pressurized, if this was pressurized, it'd be even stronger. If it was pressurized, if a can's pressurized, I could probably stand on it. No problem. Yeah, I used all the rocket fuel in this scenario. In fact, you want to test it? Want to test it? We'll test it right now. Check this out. Right? It's not open. See? She ain't open. Please don't break. See? See how strong that is? I can stand on it. I'm 250 pounds. No problem. Even pushing it from the side. Nothing. Pretty cool, huh? See what I mean? You're not going to get tired of doing that. Nope. To the lab. See, it's even stronger when it's under pressure. See? It's way stronger. You can't push on the side of this thing. Nothing. Now, don't get me wrong. If I tried to stand on it this way, it probably would go. But that is basically what I'm talking about. The tanks, when they're pressurized, can withstand a lot more than a tank that's unpressurized. See, I can push in on this, no problem. If I try to do the same thing here, nothing. This is exactly what rockets use for structural rigidity. And if Jim is saying, like Rev, I know I'm just basically echoing your words at this point. If Jim was saying they were able to keep everything pressurized and all the gases where they need to be, that means SLS was pressurized, so it can take the winds, no problem. But it's not designed to take winds this way. It's designed to fly this way, so wind is coming at it this way. And you saw how much the compression load doesn't do anything. I stood on this can a second ago. Is that crazy or what? Now try it with the empty can. Means I gotta put my shoes on, dude. I don't want to do that. Rockets use beer for structural integrity. Noted. Yes. 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 That's what I'm getting at. Yes. Precisely. Precisely. So, Novaraptor, what I'm doing is I'm using struts to make autogenous pressurization lines. And these are all physics-less parts, so it's not that big of a deal to go and mess with them. How many cans of beer do you need to get to the moon? A lot. Beer is not a good rocket fuel. Alcohol, though. Yeah, oh yeah, that's good rocket fuel. Absolutely. Very good rocket fuel. Actually. Beer is an alcohol? Beer has alcohol in it. But no, it's not. Nah, that's not enough. It's actually pretty terrible rocket fuel. Yeah, S, so are you. Now what? Boom. Roasted. I mean, they did. Actually, Von Braun is the one that messed with the idea of using alcohol. If I'm remembering correctly, the Aggregate 4 used that. I think it was alcohol and hydrogen peroxide. Ethanol, not alcohol. Close. Homer Hickam found moonshine to be great rocket fuel. Yeah, yeah. Yep, ethanol and water. And then LOX. Very nice. That's way, dude, for the early 40s, that's way ahead of its time. Dude, that thing is actually quite big. You know, you forget how big the A4 actually is. It's a big one. That's big. That's like the size of an Electron rocket. Or actually, you know what? You know what rocket it's the size of? Astra. It's better when you consider handling properties. Well said. The worst part about alcohol rockets is that it tends to boil off when technicians are left unsupervised. Huh. Funny how that works. An unopened soda pop can hold, notice how I said soda pop, can hold an average of 350 kilograms. Yeah, that's pressurization, man. Rockets do this. Guys, the tank walls on a real rocket are not much thicker than this soda can, straight up. Starship's thickness is, on ship 24 and booster 7, the tank wall thickness is 4 millimeters. 4 millimeters. That's an eighth of an inch. It's nothing. Like I said, about this thick. And it holds itself up. Pretty crazy, right? Ugh, stealth soda can. It's actually chroma can. Chroma can? Get it right? If you scale a rocket down to can diameter, the can ends up thicker. Yep. 4 millimeters, much thicker than a soda can. So are you. Damn, boy. Damn, boy. You thick. Oh, yeah. Thanks, I guess. Yeah, Mason, I didn't say the same thickness. I said not much thicker. That's right. That's right. You crazy, wild and crazy guy. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Damn, boy. Damn, boy. Thick. I saw that, W. I don't know how I feel about that. I have to put so many ridges in this stupid thing. So Novaraptor, what I'm doing right here, and keep in mind, this is making the part count a little bit higher, I understand that. But we're adding the autogenous pressurization lines in, dude. Because we can. Yeah. Soda cans are 1 millimeter, so it's 4 times as thick. Did you just call yourself fat? Like, is that what's going on here? Kind of weird. But alright. I'll allow it. You need to learn more about rocketry. Where can you start? Careful. It's a can of worms, man. No joke. Shut up, I'm just big bone. You said it, not me, dude. So, Nova, how... You need to see how deep the rabbit hole goes? Hey, Sadie, what's going on? Dude, we got the SRB separation going. I'm just doing some final tweaks to the external tank to make it nice. Get the book? The book? Novaraptor, you really want to get into it? You really want to learn? I'm serious. Get this. Look, you can see Kerbal in the reflection. Modern engineering for design of liquid propellant rocket engines. This is the Brobel. You understand? This is the Brobel. Demos, 92-month reset. What's up, dude? This one. This is the book. Dude, I read this book for fun. It is actually like, it's a college level textbook about liquid rocket fuel, liquid rocket propulsion and design. And oh my goodness, it's amazing. I learned so much about the little things with rockets in this. Like, this goes through propellant tank design configs. I've learned, dude, this book is amazing. Ignition is good, yeah. The other book that you want is called Rocket Propulsion Elements, or RPE, by George Sutton. That RPE and that book are, yeah, you want to learn about rockets, you really want to learn about rockets, that's it. But those books aren't like EJ, you know, we're not going to sugarcoat anything. That's like not trying to be entertaining. It is a college level textbook, so just keep that in mind. How are you? Хорошо. Добрый вечер. You like today's update to the telemetry client? No, I don't, and I possibly even hate you. Yeah, man, it's freaking sweet. Damn! It's 2 a.m.? Yeah, it's morning over there. The Saturn V Owner's Workshop Manual? Yeah, that's good. That's kind of... It's okay. Oh, that looks, dude, that looks sick. And it's all physics-less parts, so we don't need to worry about it being too rowdy on the part count here. Novus, you see the AP lines? I don't know if, I thought I saw him in here, maybe I'm wrong. That looks right to me. There's an electrical raceway for all the tank's wire harness that goes next to this, but yeah, it's fine. So yeah, Nova, hopefully that helped, dude. Sorry, just got back. What's up? Oh, no problem, dude. Check it out. I put the AP lines on the side of the tank. Using all physics-less parts. It's just struts and octags, dude, so it shouldn't screw with the part count too much, but also... Yeah, they're very nice. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. 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 I just wish the fuel lines were just a little bit thicker, but that's okay. Where did this thing end up weighing in? 716. Oof. About 470 of that is the orbiter. Yikes. Thought you were shooting for 300. We were. We were. But then, Loopy, I kind of decided... But honestly, I kind of decided that, you know what, man? I want this shuttle to look good. So I moved the requirements to 500. And yeah, that's fine. The whole stack is 716, which means that our tank stack and boosters is like maybe 200 parts at best. That's right, Wheat. Gotta launch it. We have to launch the thing. I can't just put all those lines on there. Loopy, I'm good. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Too bad you didn't make some unholy monster shuttle that used 3 to 4 F1 engines. Let's go through a test again. I made some changes to the SRB separation systems. The drogue chutes are reconfigured. Shutzy, g'day. I reckon it's time for the launch, mate. Is the cargo centered? There's no cargo in it. I took the 18 tons out. It's alright. It's fine. Alright, dudes. See what we got. Dude, I still have those marks on my hand from pushing on that damn soda can. Are you going to set the chutes to auto-deploy instead of spacebar spam? I have to decouple the nose cone, Hellfish, to get it to work correctly, so I have to... It would be probably better if we put it on an action group, but it's fine. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have commit and liftoff. Got a roll program. Roll program is complete. Throttling back for max Q. We're into the throttle bucket here. How'd you handle the roll program? I coded the boosters to have more gimbal. I gave them 8 degrees of gimbal like the rear ones, Nova. Max Q. Go at throttle up. Copy, go at throttle up. "65 seconds into flight, vehicles now traveling at 360 meters a second, 12 kilometers in altitude, all systems looking good. Negative seats. Orbiter, negative seats." Why do you do the roll program? It's easier to turn the rocket after it's flying than it is to turn the entire launch pad, dudes. Get asked that a lot. Also, you're not going to the same inclination every time with a rocket. Yeah, no problem, G. With that being said, G, there are rockets that turn the pad. Soyuz, an older version of Soyuz called Soyuz FG, does turn the pad like what you're talking about. Yeah. That's kind of on its way out. Not many people do that anymore. Thrust tailing off at SRB standing by for separation. Showing good separation. Flight 103 converge. Orbiter's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff. Yeah, admin, we heard about that. I hope they fish it out. SRBs are just going past the apogee. The apogee was slightly higher than what it normally is, dudes. Yeah. Today. Yep. Have you tested re-entry? No. Yeah, I mean, not we won't on this mission mod, but I did. Yeah, I did test it a little bit. It took 18 tons down from orbit. I did that a couple hours ago on stream. Yeah, Novus, yeah, it doesn't get better than that one. We got him to translate and the asymmetric separation, etc., etc. Stand by, press for Miko.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, I burned way too long. That was not good. Main engine shut down. Got gifted a sub. Orbiter separation confirmed. Domes 1 is required. Okay. We have shut down. Flip over to the boosters here. Do you really have a probe core along the center of thrust on this orbiter? Not a probe core, Hillness, a docking port. There's actually two. There's two docking ports in the aft part of the orbiter. One of them is for the OMS engines and the other is for the main engines. SRB is still carrying some residual thrust there. It won't let me switch to the other vessel. Got a good deploy on the drone. That one's gone. It's just like the real one. cool. Maybe you should have the drogue stage at SRB SEP. I did. They are staged. If the other booster is not in physics range, dude. Now tow it back and refill it? Well, we had to deploy the fairing to get the chutes to work, but yeah. Pretty cool though, right? It has to be in physics range, Loopy. That one was just on the edge of not being in physics range. I think what we need to do is switch to the SRBs earlier, because they are close to each other, right? And then they get further away over time. The closer they get to the ground. Did NASA recover the nose cone, or did they just replace them? They recovered them. Yeah, the drogue chute is enough for the nose cone to just plummet back down. Where'd the tank end up? Is that the tank or is that the moon? I can't tell. Oh, it's behind us. Actually, we can ride the ET down if you guys want. This one has a really high perigee, so we gotta ride it down. That's you. Zeros, thanks. Don't remember you ever polishing a shuttle so quickly. Most famous payload launched by shuttle? Hubble, maybe? If it's a single payload Ponzistor, yeah, probably Hubble. But the ISS, you can't really... Although in the 80s, pre-Challenger, guys, the shuttle did go and grab a satellite. They did Solar Maximum, which was the first shuttle repair mission, which is actually pretty cool. The shuttle went up, grabbed the Solar Max satellite, which was delivered by a different rocket, if I'm remembering correctly. And then repaired it on orbit. It was the first shuttle repair mission on orbit, which is actually really cool. And then later, I think it was like on STS-6 or STS-7 or something, they went and grabbed a satellite that was broken, put it in the shuttle bay, and then brought it back down. And then NASA sold the satellite to another provider. The provider fixed it, and then they launched it again, which is actually pretty cool. Didn't the shuttle carry the cupola? The shuttle carried the cupola on the STS-130 mission. Can you reuse the tank with a chute? If I could find a way to get this thing back down, Sun Temple, we could reuse it. Sure, why not? I have all the reintegration mechanisms on it. We'd have to have Kerbals run the aft struts to the tank right now, but man, if we had some orange texturing for this thing, guys, it would look pretty much exactly like it. And I'm really happy we put the raceway and stuff on there. The AP lines. It's a custom diameter drummer. It's not exactly 5 meters, so yeah, flags aren't really going to do me right. This thing is like 5.3 meters or 5.4 meters. I scaled it to the shuttle. There's still a second cupola waiting to be launched? Really, Nikita? Could the shuttle have grabbed the satellite, placed it in the cargo bay, done an on-orbit plane change, and left the satellite in a new orbit inclination? Yeah. Shuttle can only change its inclination on orbit maybe 1 to 2 degrees, though. Zeros. But yeah, sure, why not? A better way to do it would be to send the shuttle up with an upper stage, right? A restartable upper stage. Grab the satellite, attach it to the upper stage, shoot the satellite out to geosynchronous or geostationary transfer, change your inclination out there, and then come back and have the stage recircularize. That would be the way to do it. But yeah, sure, why not? I mean, that's a pretty ballsy mission, but what shuttle mission isn't? Is that the one with the guy with the for sale sign? Yep. Yep, NASA wrangled a customer's satellite, put it in the shuttle payload bay, and then brought it back down, and then sold it, and then they launched it again, which is actually really freaking cool when you think about it. Could an Aegina upper stage fit in the shuttle? Yeah, but the Aegina's poo-poo compared to the IUS. The shuttle is up. The shuttle was designed for Centaur G, but they didn't do that. I beat that horse into the ground. The stage that the shuttle flew the most with is a Titan-derived stage called an IUS, which is a 2-stage solid rocket motor stage. They thought SRBs were easier. They're safer to put inside of the shuttle's payload bay. 2-stage SRB. Yep. The ridged part has another SRB inside. The 2-stage vacuum optimized SRB. Yep. Is that picture for real? Yes. Yeah. Yes, it absolutely is. You're not hump. Ugh. Gross. So there's a second one. Any plans for making an IUS for Collins? Oh yeah. No, not an IUS. Screw that. No. No. Centaur G. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I got plans. Cars are going to the pad in Boker. Boker Cheeker. Do not hump. Why don't they just... I mean, it's the second one, Nikita, is probably not completed. If they had a second completed cupola module, I'd be a little annoyed. Just put it in a Dragon. Put it in Dragon. It's finished. Put it in Dragon and just send it up there. It is? Can you show me a picture of it? Oh yeah, this thing is happening. How many parts did the external tank end up being? 145. Alright. The ET knows where it is. Knows this because it knows where it is. Oh, this thing is gonna explode again. Oh dear. It's finally orange, but not for the right reasons. Yeah, interesting Aqualux. Neat. Yeah. Well, the other one, when it re-entered before, it blew up. Would it help going blunt end first? Probably put a heat shield on the blunt end. Possible. I mean, 2300 at 33 is really, really fast. Yeah, this thing's sinking deep into the atmosphere. I'm amazed it hasn't exploded yet. That front fairing is not going to be able to take much more of this. It is orange. That looks right. Cool looking candy corn you got there. What dock did you use to program the SRB thrust curve? It's off of NTRS. I was about to say, 1700 at 19 is no good. But also... Yeah, it couldn't take it no more. It couldn't take it no more. And it's gone. You were saying? Yeah, that's a little too much. Damn, dude. The energy has to go somewhere. Jeez. Getting excited about the SLS launch? Oh, absolutely. What else? What other parts are still... Okay, there's one fuel tank. And there's the downcomer. It's still attached. The downcomer is still attached. Oh, no, wait. No, it's not. It exploded. No, where's the other? Where's the tank? No! Switch! Ah! Uh-oh. Yeah, it's going fast. Oh, rip. Oop, I think that was a docking port. Nice, Aqualux, yeah. It... How? Oh, it do be lifting, though! The lift is... You linked that already, yes? Why is this thing doing that? That shouldn't be doing this. It is creating more upwards force than it is gravity pushing down on it. It's decelerating, and it's actually gliding. When you get a chance, check out this virtual tour. You can go inside the engine room and everything. Yeah, you showed me that already. Maybe Aqualux, maybe not. Survive! Survive! Ugh! Narrator. It didn't. All right, let's revert. All right, dudes. So your next ship needs to be cylinder shaped. Yeah, 350 liter. Hey, there was no debris. There's no debris. There's no debris. Did you see any debris? And it said no debris. I don't know what to tell you. It tried, but failed. Gotta go. Thanks for the awesome stream and lessons. Yep, yep. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to restart KSP, and then we're going to work on a heavy lift variant. Actually, the other thing that I want to do is program the controller for Jebstone. I want to take our thrust controller and put it on Jebstone 4 and see what it does. I think that would be kind of cool. Air is direct. Yeah, air is direct. We're going to combine ideas from direct and air is 5. So we'll call it air-rect. Erect seems fine. How long have you been sitting on that one? No. Shut up. Erect. I'll leave. All right. All right, that's fair. I'm out. Bye. Ah, I thought I left, didn't you? All right, I'm really gonna go this time. I'm just kidding. All right. So, let me restart up KSP. And while that's working here, what we're gonna do... Oh. Yep, okay. Let's close out of Starship stuff. Close out of that. Close out of Power Tower. Let's close out of that too. We're not gonna need that. We don't need that anymore. This PDF is getting saved in the shuttle research folder, which now extends to PDFs. There's Novus's booster sheet. That's getting saved. There's your thrust curve right there. When you're ready for Centaur G, you might like this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You saved a file that was already in your downloads. Shut up. Alright, we don't need that. We don't need that. Ah, here we go. I do believe I have stuff over here. Like that. Give me 1 second. Alright. We're gonna try to do something here. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at this promo video. Aw. I was enjoying that. Six RL10B2. Oh. What? No. No. What? No. No. So, Direct was a family of rockets that was proposed after Constellation was on its way out. The reason why Direct was proposed is because Ares 1, Ares 5 was, oh, it's too expensive. So they proposed, this was one of the proposals. SLS was another one, and that's what they ended up choosing. So Direct is actually pretty cool because you're basically using 4-segment SRBs, right? You're using 4-segment SRBs, just like the Space Shuttle. You don't need to change anything there. And then the external tank is basically exactly the same, except for for no pointy LOX tank. They basically just took the back end of a hydrogen tank and put it on top of the pointy LOX tank, right? And then that gave you a payload, a forward skirt up here, so you could attach upper stages, payload fairings, whatever. This thing was literally designed to reuse all the shuttle infrastructure. Yep. Use everything that was, like, this is basically, yeah. The bottom is kind of like SLS, right? But SLS has 5-segment boosters and a much bigger core stage. And of course it has 4 engines. Direct was interesting because it had 1 engine section that could have up to 4 shuttle main engines on it. You could put 4, or you could put 2, or you could put 3. I hate that part. Yeah, that's weird. So what I think would be cool for Kerbal is if we took elements of this, we took elements of Ares 5, and we took elements of SLS, and then kind of combined them for our shuttle-derived launch vehicle. I thought that would be kind of cool. So how's this going to deal with the compression load on the ET? They would have had to do something similar. But you got to remember, Aqualux, this has way less compression load on it because it doesn't carry as big of an upper stage as SLS could. You don't have as much thrust pushing up the 5 segments. You have 4-segment SRBs. What is my lift requirements? Well, we know that the shuttle, our shuttle can move 36 tons. So how much is one of the orbiters? How much is the orbiter by itself? Let's take a look. How much mass does this thing? How much mass does this thing have? It's 51 tons. 51 and 36. 87. I honestly think we could probably set it right to 100 tons. 100 tons, I think, on... Probably a 5.4 meter payload fairing, something like that. I'd say we could do 100 tons. We could probably do more. Given all the problems they had with the main tank, a Shuttle C style solution would have probably been a better solution in the end. Shuttle C would have been good for cargo, not necessarily for people. The best solution is to just not retire the shuttle and just upgrade the systems, but no, we didn't have the money to do that. Yeah, so when they said, okay, fine, you don't want to fly the shuttle anymore, let's come up with a really good solution that's going to be sustainable for the next 30 years. And they said, no, we don't have enough money for that either. And then they were like, fine, let's take all the worst parts of the shuttle program, right? And make that into a heavy lifter that's like Saturn V. Let's take a shuttle and make it a Saturn V. And they said, we don't really have the money for that, but sure. That's not exactly how that panned out. It's a little more complicated than that, but yeah. Either way. So what we'll do is we will start with our Block 1 stack. Sorry I haven't seen anything. How did SLS handle Nicole? Just fine. Yep. They were able to keep the system pressurized throughout the Hurricane Nikita, so it's all good, man. Okay, save this. This is a 692-page PDF, Thomas. All right, let me read it fast. These are cool pictures. You know what? This is getting saved. I'll put it in my shuttle research pictures folder, because why not? Whoever scanned this needs to be fired. It was an intern. That's how you know it's a PDF that didn't work. It's crooked. Yeah, see? I kind of want to do something like this, guys, but... Yeah. Yeah, okay, okay. NLS avionics. NLS propulsion. Man, there's a lot of good documentation out there, huh? I hate this. I hate it. I hate that. I'm sorry. I get it. You swappable engines. That's really cool. I hate it. That looks terrible. I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it. It looks... Dude, it looks horrid. It looks freaking horrid. Look at page 44 of the direct bibble. What the frick? It's not a clean pad approach. You put the Ares 1 launch tower on the pad. That's not clean pad at all. Why would they use an MLUT? I don't... Why not just... Oh, Mr. Krabs. I'm so confused. Scanning. At least it would have afforded a bunch of different variants of the vehicle. That's actually kind of cool. I still think Constellation's better than this. Whoever wrote these pages knew nothing. Yeah, you gotta remember, these are trying to sell the concept, so you gotta kind of dunk on something. Did you see that we got an Electron at Wallop State? I did. Yep. I like this. I like this part. This part up here I like. But I hate that. I hate that. I hate it. I hate it a lot. Yeah, like a lot. How do you think a return to the moon lunar gateway would have been done had NASA kept and upgraded the shuttle instead of making SLS? The shuttle just builds a transfer vehicle on orbit, Kilpon, just like it built the ISS. Same idea. Yeah, the reason why I like Jupiter 241 is because it has a J2X. Word. Remember, Kilpon, built into this thing's design, it could take upper stages up and down. Okay, so let's save this and... Hang on one second. Let me go here and then go into my backup here. Five, 6, 2019, 12, 11, 2019. Three, 18, 2022. Oh, all right. Oh, man. Oh, that's nice. Okay, so we need to do some modifications to this, okay? The reason why I wanted to bring this in here is because it has the engine section already made. And we could put 4 engines down there because I hate direct, I hate the inline engines. I think that looks ridiculous. I'm not saying it's a bad design. I'm saying I hate it. Okay? Differences. Yeah. We need to shorten this up because I do want to end up making this look like direct because I don't think we need anything more powerful than this. Let's go CTS block 1, right? And then what we'll do, I'm going to change this to CLS, Collins Launch System. You know what? We'll just put it under CTS 5 and we'll call it Heavy Launch Vehicle. Or, you know what? We'll just go to HLV. HLV Stack Proto 1. SDLV Shuttle Derived Heavy Launch Vehicle. Okay. Save. There we go. Now, here's what we got to do. No Ares 5. Bear with me. That's the root part. So I'm going to change this fairing to the root part of the thing here. And then what we're going to do is take the shuttle off. Yep. Get rid of the bipod struts. Get rid of the aft orbiter attachment system. We don't need that. Get rid of the shuttle pilot system. We don't need that. Move that there. There. All right. Now we have just the stack. Perfect. So, because this is derived from CTS-NG's tank, what we should be able to do here is take this and get rid of it. Okay, now, should be able to take that and get rid of it, and then, if we go down in here like this, go here, save and continue, just chill, and then I go to my CLS-NG full stack prototype, right, here it is, and then I just pull the engine section off, and just attach it right there. I don't think I need anything else from this design. So, looks good, huh? Gotta move this a little bit. And these things should line up almost exactly. They don't. It's close. Now we can get rid of those. That's strange. That should have lined up. It didn't line up exactly, but it's okay. All right, so here's what we do. We take this, move this out of the way. We don't need this shielded port on the side. Okay. Yikes. Alright. Alright, so here's what we'll do. Give me the boosters and just move the boosters off to the side for a second here. And we got to bridge that gap a little better. And then, once we bridge the gap, I got to make this into a regular interstage here. And that we'll do a forward skirt design as well, like we've done on past vehicles. Right? That's what we got to do. I'm just going to disconnect those for now. Whatever. It's okay. That's going to be expensive to expend with shuttle engines. Who said I'm using shuttle engines? I don't want to use shuttle engines. I told you, I wanted to combine ideas from Ares 5. And I wanted to combine ideas from Ares 5, Direct, and a couple of other things. Because remember, we don't necessarily need shuttle engines down here. This thing is not Kerbal rated. We don't need that. And we don't need the gimbal either. Skipper engines should suffice. Skipper engines have 568 at liftoff. The shuttle engine is 936. 3 shuttle engines, 4 skippers. See what I mean? I hate Direct's engine section. I'm not using it. Screw that. I'll use this. I hate it. I hate it so much, chat. I'm sorry. I freaking can't stand it. It looks so terrible. It looks terrible. All right, so the next thing that I got to do option for a 5th center if needed. We could, Jared. Yep. Not to mention it'd be a pain in the butt to build. Yeah, no, we good. So let's get out our old friend, the ruler. Yeah, give me a second. This is not, it's not going to be long to get this done right. Who knew building a regular rocket is way easier than building a shuttle. Go figure. I will have this done and flying by the end of the night. I'm not kidding. Now, whether it does what I want it to do or not, I don't know. Something's gonna fly. I have to redo the MPS to the main propulsion section to better fit. Define end of the night. Yes. JPSS. Define end of the night. What do you think I meant? So you're making NLS instead. Center on page 4 in the direct pdiff. Yes. Yes. But mine's going to have RS-68s in it. Not shuttle motors. Think about it, Thomas. Think about it. I've been thinking about this for the last couple of days, and I want you to think about it now. Direct. But no human rating. Alright? Make something like Jebstone. Make something like Ares 1, right? Take direct. Put SLS's engine section on it. RS-68s. Think about that. And then you use direct's changeability up top to be able to put whatever in space. No crew ratings. Screw that. Screw that. Wasting shuttle engines like that is dumb. I will still. I'm not gonna let that one go. Wasting shuttle engines like that is stupid. SLS is doing that, and that sucks, and there's not much we can do about it, but whatever. So take direct, right? Take direct, put SLS's engine section on it, put 4 skippers down here, and that should give us basically the same performance as the shuttle. If I put a fifth skipper in that, like Ares 5, then we got a powerhouse launch vehicle, even with 4 segment boosters. We got a powerhouse launch vehicle. We got a pretty good one. We got a pretty good one. And yeah, that's like nothing else that exists. Also, the bottom of direct looks stupid. That looks way nicer. Yeah, think about it, dude. Direct with RS-68s working with an Ares 1. It's not a bad idea. How about direct? Direct with what I just said, right? But you have BOLE boosters on it. Remember, those BOLE boosters stem from the Omega program, so you can stack boosters. And then have an Omega launching Orion working with direct. Now we're talking. That would be a freaking killer space program. That's killer architecture. Yeah, I was about to type that. It's true. Yeah, we don't need the gimbal. These things have 5 degrees of... 5? Hold on. I think skippers are 3, actually. Oh, no. Skippers are 2. It's okay. The boosters have 8. Remember? We're using the same exact boosters. We good. This thing gonna fly. She gonna fly. We are A-okay. Number 1. I just have to fix that engine section because, geez, that looks horrible. And then we can go up here, make this basically this fairing, put that up on the top, just like that video that we watched. Change the AP lines to just stay in line. Use the same downcomer. We could even put the downcomer in the spot that SLS has it. Why not? And then I make a forward skirt up here and we put an upper stage. Put a big upper stage up there. Or we just make the skirt and we make it attachable and configurable so we could launch it with a fairing. We could launch it with a bigger upper stage and then that fairing on top of that, just like Direct. I love Direct's compatibility here. You gonna do the same asymmetric boosters from the shuttle? Yeah, man. We have the same boosters. This doesn't, and that's why I wanted to keep using Direct. I thought that would have been cooler, Aqualux, than. I thought it would have been cooler than trying to fudge a 5-segment booster. All that work on the boosters that we just did carries right over into this project. Easy peasy, Japanesey. Understand? You understand easy peasy, Japanesey? Not that second part? Oh. Well. Just pretend that you do. Okay. See, last literally only a few seconds of your time. It's timestamped, unless it'll break your concentration. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I break your concentration? Oh, you were finished. Oh, well, allow me to retort. Oh, no. What's this? No.
I hope you enjoyed this video.
Yeah, it's a Coronet, Ilya. I have a car that looks exactly like this, but mine's a lot crappier than that one. It's a 440 RT. 440 RT in medium blue. That's actually the color of mine, Buck. It's the same one. You like 69 Chargers? That is a 69 Charger, Ilya. It is. It's on the same chassis, but it's a Coronet. Here, I'll show you. So that's a Dodge Coronet. The Charger actually started as a trim level for the Coronet in 1966. Seriously. If you look at a 1966 Coronet, right, which is a freaking sweet car. It's basically a box. Very nice. I like that. I think that looks good. Aerodynamics? Please. It makes like 600 horsepower. You don't need aerodynamics. Frick aerodynamics. So if you look at a 66 Coronet, right? And then you look at a 1966 Dodge Charger, it's the same car. Look. It's just a fastback version of the same car. See? The Charger started as a trim level for the Coronet in 66 and 67. And then they made the Charger its own vehicle in 1968. And that's the one that everybody likes. But the Charger and the Coronet are the same car underneath. They just look different. And that right there is why I have the Coronet. That's why I have a 69 Coronet. I bought it because it's basically a Dodge Charger minus the price of a Dodge Charger. See? Same car. It's got the same engines, same transmissions, same suspension, same everything. It's the same thing. It's a discount Charger. Now, mine's a crew cab. So mine looks like that. But it's the same thing. Same car. Still the same thing, but with 4 doors. It's got a crew cab. That's what mine looks like right there. And, well, if mine was in good condition, that's what it would look like. It was that same medium. It's that same medium blue. It's exactly like the Charger in every way. Dude, I like that. I think that looks really cool. It's a really nice looking car. I really got to give it some TLC, man. It looks awesome, dude. They're really nice looking cars. I seriously prefer the 4-door 60s cars. Yep. Dude. Bill, what I want to do is get all the trim. Take all the trim off. I think the thing looks really, really nice with... It looks really nice with no trim. See? I have this kind of trim that's going down the side, and dude, that looks really good. Trim. See? It looks good without any of the trim on it. We'll do that. I'd even paint it like that. I think that looks cool. I was also distracted. You were distracted by the trim. The Toretto car. Yeah, my guy. Muscle car. What kind of muscle car do I like? That one. Actually, I like 1970s. Toretto's car is a 70 Charger. That's my favorite. That's one of my all-time favorite cars. I don't like the split grille, Dukes of Hazzard style, because in 69 they put a split grille on it, Ilya. The 69s have... See, it has the split. I'm not a fan. I like the vacuum cleaner grille. That looks awesome. Yeah. Did you like a chocolate-covered pretzel? Yeah, no. Edo Horosho. Ni Horosho. 69. No, not a fan. I mean, generally is a generally. That's cool. But I always like the 70 and the 68 grills better. But once again, I can't afford that. Those are extremely expensive because of Fast and the Furious, but these are not expensive. But charger parts will fit in this. You could put a 426 in that. It'll bolt into it. No problem. If I could find a Gen 2 Hemi. But yeah, all the upgraded suspensions, all the upgraded suspension parts that they made for the Charger, it all bolt in. Because it's a B-body. It's the same chassis. How hard is it to get a hold of that motor? Tessa, I may or may not have a line on a 440 with a 727. I'll get back to you on that one. Last, what's up, Tars? Where's the Coronet at the moment? It's right outside the garage door, dude. All my cars are on my property for a change. See, look. The car looks really nice when you clean it up. Oh, yeah, man. See? Dude, it's the same thing as the two-door. Same thing. It's just crew cab, baby. Yeah, see? That's dude, I like that. I like that. I want to make a Bluesmobile out of this thing. Not paint it like a Bluesmobile, but I want to put the cop tires, cop suspension, cop shocks. It's got a 440 cubic inch plant. It's a model made before catalytic converters, so it'll run good on regular gas. What do you say? Is it the new Bluesmobile? Do you like the Bronco? I don't have a Bronco, dude, but yeah, I like Broncos. Old Broncos, though. The new ones are cool. I have something like a Bronco, Ilya. Look. That's kind of like a Bronco. That one's a little heavier, though. It broke my watch! You know what? I'm showing off. Give me 1 second. You thought this was a screenshot. It's definitely not. All right. Oh, nice, Storm. That's a nice car. Guys, give me a second. We're just taking a stretch break. I've been sitting there for a good while. Fake. You thought this was a screenshot. Nope. It's my garage. Dashboard is still in pieces on this thing from the other day. We'll fix that. How many of us are waiting for it? For someone with armchair knowledge about cars, could you maybe explain what's so special about a Hemi? Yeah, sure. Yeah, Hemis back in the day, dude, they were, what makes it, there's two big things that make a Hemi really, really good, okay? So it has to do with the heads. The combustion chamber inside of a Hemi is hemispherical. So it's a sphere that's been cut in half. That's where Hemi comes from. You have a hemispherical combustion chamber. The hemispherical combustion chamber basically gives you way better compression when you deflagrate gasoline and atmosphere. Engines, because they're a combustion engine, you have deflagration as opposed to detonation. Detonation means that your pressure wave is going faster than the speed of sound. That's bad for a car. This kills the automobile. Actually, that's bad for a rocket engine too, if you really want to know. Rocket engines still deflagrate fuel and oxidizer, just like a car engine does. So, when that explosion happens, it explodes outward in all directions. That hemispherical combustion chamber was better able to direct that explosion to push the piston down. So Hemis, because of this, and because the spark plug was centered in the middle of the hemisphere, you have the spark plug pointing directly at the top of the piston. Because of that, the Hemi was able to make insane amounts of power, like light years ahead of everybody else. Dude, most modern cars have a hemispherical combustion chamber, or it's heart-shaped. But yeah, most modern cars copied all of it. The Chrysler products in the 60s were way ahead of their time. Like, way ahead of their time. Going seamlessly from office to garage is awesome. Yeah, I'm just taking a stretch break, dudes. Screw that Toyota. Should have been a Ford. I like that second one, though. Please start the engine. On this, not while the door is shut, dude. Not when the garage door is shut. But yeah, The coronet is right out there. It's right out. It's on the other side of that door. You don't want to start it with the door closed. This thing has a 5.8 liter V8, and that one has a 5 liter V8 in it over there. Actually, the same motor. Just this one is bored out and about 30 years newer. We couldn't hear it because of the noise filter, even if you did turn it on. Yep. Okay. All right. But anyway, yeah, Ilya, I like this. What a show. What a show. When roof hose. Oh, God. So when are you going to email the boss and have him look at it? KSP Truck Edition. Make sure to cover your plates. Yeah, it's all right. I wanted a split window vet when I was 16. The insurance company said no. Garage is looking great. Thank you. Thing needs a solid axle, doesn't it? We need a solid axle for this, or twin eye 4x4, because oh, I got him. Daniel-san. Daniel-san. Oh, wrong camera. Ha ha, you little piece of Nike poop. Anyway, yeah. This is kind of like a Bronco, a 96 Bronco, Ilya. It's similar. It has similar suspension and stuff, but the rear axle on this is beef, dude. But anyway, back over to the office. Ah! I love being able to do that. That is really cool. Anyway, let's get back to building. Sorry, guys. It's better if I get up and stretch every once in a while. Oh, that's cool, Forge. Ah, you just appeared. King Kitten had a 79-month resub in there. Phil, 21 months. Thanks, man. We want Houston. What? Huh? What do you mean you want Houston? You got what you wanted. You got your stupid ring. Now shut up and get out of here, man. For now, shut up. Man. What is this? All right, let's do... Oh, fuck. Yeah, she's pretty. I want to do mine up like that. I want to get the dog dishes. It would look really, really nice. What the frick? You need a second camera on and chairs. Yeah, right. Yankees and Phillies fans both chanted that before our series with them. They got what they wanted. I applaud your efforts in figuratively ripping the Yankees' heart out. I applaud those efforts. That gave me great joy. Gave me great joy. It was awesome. Sorry, I just got here. What year Coronet do you have? My Coronet is a 69 Coronet sedan. It looks pretty much exactly like this, only a little bit crappier. Yeah. But it's the same car as a coupe, same car as the Charger underneath, Wayne. You're welcome, make no mistake, we still hate y'all. Oh, no, you could go piss off, but yeah, of course. Is that an asymmetric heavy lifter in the diagram? I think so.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Blood fam, 38 months, dude. Let's go Blues. Phil, 21 months again. Am I losing it? Yeah, I like Coronets. I think they're a really nice looking car. This is really pretty. I love the front, dude. I don't get it. I didn't do that. Yes, you did. What the hell? Saturn V Heavy. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Yeah. Now we're talking. It looks like something S-Master would make. Wreck. That's not how you do sad bear. Idiots. That's not how you meme. That's not how you do. Back to work. Back to work, bruh. Gotta move my rulers into the right spots. What pad could even launch that Saturn? Dude, it's too heavy. That Saturn V Heavy is literally too heavy for 39A. Remember, the Nova rocket is the upper limits. Do you think that Saturn V Heavy weighs as much as a Nova rocket? No, it is insanely, it's way more. It's too heavy. E. Nice. All right. So. Let's remake this engine section. All right. So, take the engine section and move it over here, and I will redo the hierarchy struts because I'm not sure if these are good or not. So the first thing we got to do is rebuild this fairing. Why would I make that way? No matter. So this clarifies a lot. Yeah, you know what helps clarify a lot too? Me trying to finish the lifter that I've been working on for like the past 4 hours. What do you got for me, man? True. Sorry, man. I gotta be a dick sometimes, dude. It's just an incessant need. I'm such a piece of trash sometimes, man. There's a reorganization at Starbase, and SpaceX's Gwen Shotwell is taking over. Bro, she's in on the project. If Gwen stepped in, that woman is an absolute savage of a manager. Like, in a good way. In a good way. She's the best. Yeah, Ilya, a woman has run SpaceX since it started. Gwen Shotwell's always been the president, right? She's the president of SpaceX. She's the COO. She ran the entire Falcon 9 program. Elon's the chief engineer, dude. He's the chief engineer. He helps design the rockets. Gwen runs the show, though. Gwen's a beast, man. She's real good. Ooh, Thomas, I don't hate that. So you want to have this direct-ish core, 4 engine section, 4 R68s, 2 BOLE, 4 segs, and the fairing is a DCSS. Nice. So actually, guys, if you want to read too much into this, if Gwen's starting to take control at Starbase, right? If she's starting to run in on the program, that means they're close to operational. Think about that for a second. She's the president and the operating officer, all right? She doesn't work in the R&D division at SpaceX. That's Elon. Elon does SpaceX R&D. That's his big thing, right? He's the engineer. If Gwen's starting to get involved at Starbase, that means what they're trying to do is pivot. They're trying to pivot to operating Starship, not just developing it. Now, don't get me wrong, you can do both at the same time, but that should be a pretty clear indicator. Operationalize, yes, my favorite word. That's my favorite corporate word. And Wheatley, when I say it's my favorite corporate word, I mean it's not, because there's no favorite corporate word of mine. I did my best. Nice, Chief. Unless you're on her bad side, Gwen, yeah, she's one of the most savage individuals in the aerospace industry, dude. And I mean that in a good way. Tough as nails, man. There's not many people that can do it better. Yeah, I see. This is what I mean about hierarchy gremlins. In my old CLS design, I attached engines to the engine plate, which is a no-no. That's a no-no. Don't do that. Yeah, you can Aqualux, yep. Alright, so let's delete the fairing. Actually, I shouldn't have done that. I should have figured out where to put the damn engine section, but we can always figure that out from here. Get those lined up with the back ruler here. And I'm gonna use the engine section, but I have the engine section on a fairing which is attached to a fairing. I don't know why I put everything on a fairing and then an engine plate like this. That's actually a really stupid way to do that, and it's a waste of a part. So what we're gonna do, we'll take this off, take the original, move it back there. Actually, I'll start with another engine plate. Just get rid of that. Yeah, that's a 375 engine plate. Okay, so take this and turn on interstage nodes here. Now, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna take this engine section here. Just to make sure we're attaching it to the right thing, I'm going to block off all of its nodes. The only node I'm going to keep is the node that we want attached. So we need a nose cone here and a nose cone there. Done. Now we know that it's going to attach on the back. I'm going to put that on the interstage node here because I don't want the engine plate on my main hierarchical line. It's not there for structure. It's there to close the fairing. It's there for cosmetic purposes. Because everybody wants a nice looking dolphin. Okay, so now we take this, move this out of the way, and all we do now is just follow the line. So who was running Starbase before Gwen stepped in? I don't know, somebody. It's a reorg, Lazarus. Maybe Elon, I don't know. That's how a reorganization works. I think it was Sam Patel, yeah. There's my new engine section. So now I'm going to keep the nose cones on there just so I nose cone where I'm attaching this to correctly. I'll just keep the two nose cones buried in there for now. It's a reorg, guys. Nobody's getting fired. They're just reorganizing. And now, if I take this and I line up the two engine plates, we should be perfectly in line with the SRBs. Okay, we are. Excellent. Why are we thicker? Why did we end up... Is this ruler not right? Nope. Well, that explains that. Let me adjust. Okay. Okay, so move this out here, right? Like this. Oh. Hey, Sleepy. What's going on? All right, let's make sure that this fits. That's weird. Didn't get the measurements exactly right. That's okay. Oh, gotta make it again because I'm an idiot. Did I see your post? Yeah, Sleepy, I saw it. Twitch looked like it had a little bit of a hiccup there. Word. Stainless engine section. I actually kind of just like that, dude. The stripes are good. It's just something to break up the texture. Is this... What is this with 4 engines? Hold your horses. It's direct. I'm working through all the different shuttle-derived launch vehicles, Kem, and I'm coming up with all the stuff that I like. So I'm taking ideas from Direct, NLS, which is the National Launch System, SLS, Space Launch System, Ares 5, Ares 1. I'm taking bits and pieces from all the different concepts from shuttle-derived launch vehicles, and I'm making my own. It's not Energia, don't worry. Not Energia. He's not. Although we could make a pretty sharp Energia right here if we really wanted to. It's direct without the iffy engine layout. That layout sucks. Sucks. I really like the dark if it didn't have the orange stripes in it. It's pretty cool to see you experiment this way. Yeah, I took the external tank from the shuttle that we finished today, and now we're taking it apart and building... Yeah, I'll build a forward skirt for this, and yeah, we'll give it an engine section, use the same exact SRBs, and go from there. Well, since I guess you didn't get it last time, just dealing with, like, having a rough day. I'm in the process of burying the family dog. He was 16 and passed away. Oh, man. Sleepy, I've had to do that, man. My parents made me take the dog to the vet to put him down. I had to take him. I watched that happen. Dude, it is not... Dude, I was not okay. I was not okay for a couple of days, dude. Yeah. Our dog was 10. 16, dude. He got up there, though. That's cool. That's messed up. Yeah, I took him to the vet. That's horrible, Shutzy. Yeah. I watched the vet put down my dog. That was... Yeah, Sleepy, it's no joke, dude. You know, like, here. I don't mean to bring the stream down or anything, but dude, think about it like this, okay? Look, 16 years, man. You'd probably give the dog the best life he would probably have, right? Am I wrong? I know, dude, I've had a dog. I've had dogs before. I know, dude, I know what you're going through. It's not fun, but 16 years is great. That's a long time for a dog, dude. He's in a better place. Amen to that, man. Hey, look, 16 years. What more could you ask out of a dog? You know? Like, Sleepy, it's okay to feel fricked up about it, man. It's hard. It's a hard thing to deal with, dude. It really is. It's so, like, that. I guess what I'm trying to say is that's normal. It's normal, dude. You feel you're upset, like you don't really feel like doing anything, frick everything else. Like that's normal, man. Yeah. I don't know. That, you know, I find that like saying, and even though I just said this, I find that sometimes saying like, "Oh, I've been there, done that," that doesn't really help. That doesn't make me feel better. You know? I understand, you know, people try to say that like, "Oh, they've been through the same experiences." Well, the truth is no you haven't, because this wasn't your dog, right? But I guess I can relate. But also at the same time, dude, you know, I think it's better to say, you know, "Oh, yeah, I get it. I know what you're going through. I've been there." I don't think that's a good way to say it. What's a better thing to say is that, dude, you being upset about it is normal. That is a normal thing, you know? So it feels terrible. But that's normal, dude. You had a normal human reaction to losing a pet. I always found that was more reassuring than, you know, that's more reassuring for people than just saying like, "Oh yeah, been there, done that." It's like, thanks, man. Yeah, it's terrible. So, hopefully, you know, I always found that, you know, like, yeah, somebody said it, Orion, you said it, it's okay to not be okay. Like, it messed me up for a couple of days, dude. I didn't talk to anyone. Me, Mr. Taki over here. I didn't talk to anybody for about a week. Not my parents, not nothing. I just stayed in my room for a little while. Yeah, seeing something die like that really, especially, I mean, like, once again, dude, I've, you know, haunted before. You watching something die really screws with you. It really, that's something I don't think everyone is ready for, you know what I mean? Like, I've shot like chipmunks in the backyard and stuff with a BB gun. I watched them keel over and die. Like, it's really difficult to watch when you're, you know, but yeah, like, that's a normal reaction, man. It's gonna mess with you for a little bit, but it gets better over time, dude. Yeah, Hokey, right on, man. Mr. Taki Face, that's right. A few months ago, they euthanized a family dog that I found under a bus stop 14 years ago. Nobody wanted to stay in there with her when the vet did it, so I was there alone with her. Say it was, yeah, last dude. Oh, dude, that's what I did, man. Dude, it screwed with me so hard. That's so difficult. Like, I'm putting myself back there. It is. It's the worst feeling ever, man. It's the worst feeling ever. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. You know? Yeah, bro, bye. Yeah, that dude. I'm dreading the day, man, when that happens. Don't tell me you're done for the day. No, not even close. Yeah. So, see, Sleepy, look at all the people in chat, dude. This is normal. I always felt that that's a better thing to convey. This is normal. It's normal. Like, this is a normal thing. It'll go away after a while, but, you know, if you want to grieve a little bit, do it. Because that's a normal thing to do. You know, I think that's really important to understand and be in touch with your feelings like that. That's normal. You know, like, take what Bob Ross says. You know, you gotta have some sad times to know when the happy times are, right? Like, that dude, it's very poignant. I know he's just painting a picture, but that's a very poignant thing to think about, you know? You had one of your birds die in your hands. Yeah, it's haunting witnessing life fade out. Dude, it screws with you, Dinkle, and once you see it, you're never the same. It screws with you, man. It's just like, holy crap. What just happened, you know? Yeah, I didn't mean to be a Debbie Downer. No. It's all good, man. Just as one of the safe places I like to go. Sorry, I haven't been around more. Your dog just died and you're apologizing to me? Get the frick out of here. I'm about to ban you from my chat, boy. Get the frick out of here. Are you kidding me? Come on. Come on now. No, it's all good, dude. Don't worry about it. I hope I can make your day better. Yeah, public. Dude, I'm telling you, man. It messes with you. You want to talk about a transformative experience. It's like, holy, did I just kill that? Oh, you know? Messed up. Just pray you never have to do stuff like that. How many hours do you have in Kerbal? 15,000? 15,000. Serious, my vans. In 2014, my family dog passed away. I was 22 at the time, and we had her since I was in elementary school. It was one of the worst days I've ever had. Yeah, it's a terrible feeling, Lunprod. But yeah, everybody goes through it, man. That's part of being a pet owner. When your pet goes, that's part of being a pet owner, dude. That's part and parcel, man. Feeling bad about it is a normal thing, dude. Like, that is very, very important to understand. Feeling bad about it is normal. Don't let anybody tell you anything different. You're gonna sit there, you grieve, you take your time, and you do it right. That's very important to understand. Like, it's really hard to parse your emotions at a time like that. You just do your thing. But anyway, Sleepy, don't worry about it. And it's okay. It's okay. Here. It's okay that you haven't seen the stream, dude. It's fine. I would absolutely prioritize the dog over the stream, man. 100%. 100% of the time, you know? It's all good, man. You don't need to apologize. But anyway, here. Sleepy, watch this. Look. So I'm working on building a direct prototype here, and that's derived from this. Take a look at this, dude. I built a new Collins. Oh. Check this out. We built a Collins, and it has solids. Uh-huh. What do you think? Look at old school panel TPS, man. And it works. It works. This is the best flying shuttle I have. It flies better than NG. Like, way better. On a lighter note, I need you to talk me out of building a 509 and sticking it in a Chevy Silverado. I will attempt to talk you out of it by saying do it. I don't think I did that right. I don't think I did that right, man. Sorry. Damn you! I'm guessing you heard about the piece of Challenger that they found in the Atlantic today. Guru, I didn't want to have more of a feely day than what I just had, but yeah, I heard. Yeah, I read about it this morning in the news. Can't believe that. It's a big piece too. Hey, Tweets, what's going on? You see how big that piece is? How you miss a piece like that? It looks to be a piece of the payload wall, the payload bay wall. It's like one of these pieces right here. Girlfriend just showed me a photo of the piece. It's big, isn't it? It's quite large. I don't know where it is. So are those solids now? Or are they with liquid acting like solids, the way that was in the past? Solids, dude. Clydesdale. So Kem, we did a couple of things here. Check this out. This is cool. We just finished them today. So first of all, I went into the craft file and I gave the Clydesdale 8 degrees of gimbal. Because you ain't getting far with one. 1 degree of gimbal made this thing almost impossible to control on the way up. So I did edit a crap file. I edited the crap file. They have 8 degrees of gimbal. Because if I want to do this, if we're going to do this, I'm going to do it right. So I put 8 degrees of gimbal on there. There were black tiles on it. That means it's right here. It's part of this. It's this part, Thomas. You know, this how we get grounded after days at the cancer center with the wife. I don't chat much, but it's nice to let you know. Absolutely, Racing Kid. My pleasure. Dude, I always say to myself, and this isn't, all right, I'm going to be candid for a second. Kem, I'll get back to explaining it in a moment. I'm going to be candid with you guys. Please just bear with me. I always say, if I can make your day better, I've succeeded as a streamer. And that is a rule that I hold very true. Like, that's very dear to me. If I can make your day better, if I can put a smile on somebody's face, then it's worth it. It's freaking worth it. All right? Like, that's the best thing that you can do for someone at the end of the day, you know? That's how I pay it forward. You know? At least I try. But yeah. No bullshit. That is I know that sounds corny as hell, and I get it. It probably is, but that is one of my golden rules. Try and make people happy. Try and be entertaining. Try to have a good time. I'm not perfect. I can't do it all the time, guys. I try. Sometimes I'm just in a crappy mood. Like, I'm not perfect, man. But I'm trying. Anyway. Gotcha. I'm a little behind on the new updates for the shuttle. All right. Anyway, back to this. Your proposal for Joule Direct. Let me see. No. All right. So, Kem, these are SRBs. I did modify the gimbal. They gimbal 8 degrees like the real ones. Even on Energia, the RD170s have 8 degrees of gimbal because these are doing the majority of the work. You need gimbal on them. You need thrust vectoring. The real ones had 8 degrees of gimbal. So this is using solids, but here, check this out. So we have a cal controller in here, and the cal controller is controlling the thrust limiter on the booster. My boosters throttle back for max Q, just like the real ones. They go back up, and then they tail off in thrust for separation. I separate the solids while there is residual propellant inside of them, and they're firing during separation. I went in and we even studied where, like, the motor placement for the separator motors, front and back. And these things are at the exact angles that the real ones are at. Even the parachute mechanism is in the same exact spots that it absolutely is on the real one. Everything about those SRBs are done to a T like the real ones. Heck, they even use the forward pin is using a hybrid tech. I have double pins here because you can put the pin through the docking port. But I have double pins here, and even the load carrying mechanism on this is still working exactly like the real one. Now, check this out. The external tank, because I'm not using liquid fuel boosters anymore, we actually figured out, because if the external tank doesn't have to carry all that extra weight, you don't need as much thrust. The Clydesdale produces more than enough. And then if you really fine-tune it with the programmable thrust limiter, you fine-tune it to work like the real shuttle's ascent profile, it is more than enough thrust. It's actually, yeah, it's actually better because it's like less parts. Yeah. So, guys, the cool thing about this is that, you know, you'd think that thrust limiting an SRB like this is not, that's not right. That's, you know, isn't that a little cheaty? No. I took the actual shuttle's thrust ascent profile, and I had viewers help me, like, kind of interpolate it for KSP. This is about as close to the real shuttle's SRB tail-off functions as the real thing. These things perform pretty much exactly like it. The ascent, the timing on the ascent, timing on max Q, throttle up, throttle down, throttle bucket on the shuttle main engines, booster separation, everything, like, this thing is dialed, man. We spent the last couple of weeks dialing this in. So, that leads me to the external tank. The external tank, because we didn't have to carry all that extra liquid fuel, it doesn't have as many tanks in it. But what I did to get it to fly like the actual one is I have a stack of tanks here and a stack of tanks here. These tanks drain downwards and those tanks drain upwards to mimic the hydrogen and the oxygen. And that makes it so the tank COM pretty much stays right around this area here, which is lined up exactly with the engine thrust vector. And speaking of engine thrust vector, the engines are now angled out a little bit. We noticed that the actual shuttle's engines do angle out a little bit, like that. And that gets them to basically converge on the center of mass movement. So basically, as the external tank drains fuel, the center of mass moves on a line that's basically aligned with the shuttle engines, which is why the shuttle engines are tilted like that in the first place, why they're pointing this way. So the shuttle can fly straight without the SRBs attached. But yeah, this thing is stone cold perfect. Like, I can't make a better shuttle right now. Give me another 6 months and I'll probably find ways to make this better. But booster separation is reliable and it looks exactly like the real one. Like, exactly like the real one. I took the boosters apart last night and we placed the motors in the exact places that they are at on the real shuttle. They're exact. Actually, guys, does somebody have the clip? Aqualex, do you have the clipped and shipped version of the separation that we did? So I can show them? Or does anybody have that clip? Oh, nice. That's cool. I think I may have X'd out of it. So, Kem, long story short, because I didn't need to carry all that extra liquid fuel inside of the tank, it made the external tank and the orbiter so dang light that SRBs are actually working. The only thing that I modified here is the gimbal on the Clydesdales, so it flies like the shuttle, because these things are doing the majority of your steering when you're on the way up. Dude, look at the payload bay. I put flags in, and then chat gave me a texture of the payload bay liner, and we put that in there, and yeah, dude, look at it. And then I have flags covering up the front and rear bulkheads. And then, you know, I got Old Glory in the right spot there. We made new decals for the orbiter, and they're all basically in the exact spots that they should be. I did a tile thermal protection system here using the tessellation build method. And I even made a system to create really complex shapes. Like that shape right there. That shape looks like it's just flat, right? No. Look at it from this angle. That is a notoriously complicated shape because it twists over time. It's helical. So I really upgraded the thermal protection system, man. Oh yeah, here we go. Fellas, check this out. We got that dialed in today. Thank you for linking this. Here, look. That's how she separates now. The boosters don't even come close to the wings. Is it flying today? Heck, this was from today, dude. I've launched it like 6 or 7 times today, testing out various components. We even did an 18-ton downmass test. It barely did it, but I got it back to the runway with 18 tons in the payload bay, which is just okay. Yeah, they are working. Like I said, we went and raided NASA's technical archive, and they separate exactly like the real ones. Fun fact that I didn't know. Space shuttle boosters separate asymmetrically. Yep. Look, one is rolling at a different rate than the other. So one is over here like this and the other one's like this. That's money.
My name is Jeff.
My name's Jeff. Yeah, the shuttle boosters separate asymmetrically. See? I never noticed it. I always thought it was just the camera angle from the tracking shots of booster separation, but you can clearly see that the left SRB is out here. So the left one's over here, and the right one is like this. They do that on purpose, so the SRBs, when they separate, don't hit each other. I never knew... Dude, I never knew that. Is that nuts? It's so freaking cool. But yeah, that's my shuttle. That was the one with a bit too much rotation, guys. We ended up on the final version. I took a little bit more fuel out. But yep, there it is. This thing flies exactly like the real one. About as close as I can get in KSP. I'm sure someone has done better. And the coolest thing about it, dude, is that I left this so we could reintegrate. That's why I have the Kraken Tech, the Hybrid Tech pins everywhere. And the shuttle is using the pins as well. I have a pin in a slot off the external tank to fit into the shuttle's integration ports right there. So we could reintegrate this shuttle if we really wanted to. If we were really going to go build a pad for it, it can be done. I even did a test where we basically emptied the ET and kept the orbiter hanging on the external tank and separated the SRBs when they were on the launch clamps, and the external tank can hang from the SRBs. So yeah, dude, we got it. It works. And we even figured out a way to refuel SRBs by inverting the thrust on a CAL controller. True story. So what I'm trying to do now is we got our shuttle up and running for our new mission mode save. We got the shuttles good to go. That thing is good. I got to build the robotic arm for it, and that's about it. What I'm doing is building a companion heavy cargo launcher to go with it. Happened upon your channel by playing this game off and on for 2 years, and I gotta say, it's a nice looking shuttle. Thanks, John. John Cena! Thanks, man. We're just trying to figure that out with 1970s tech. Bill, they drew it. They drew it out on blueprints, man. How the frick you gonna draw that? You gonna draw that out on a blueprint and that thing work? How is that even possible? Noise gate. How you get like how? How? I don't. All right. Are you planning on doing an aft cargo carrier still? Yeah. Owens, you're literally looking at it. You're looking at it, dude. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys that. Sorry. My main propulsion section for this cargo lifter, all you got to do is just take the engines out and boom, you have your aft cargo carrier fairing. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to mention that. Pretty cool, huh? There's your aft cargo carrier external tank right there. All you got to do is just go in the craft file, pull the sub-assembly, and then make this fairing deployable. Good to go. But yeah, Chem, that's where I'm at, dude. That's where we're at. I got to figure out the thrust structure for this now. So open this one and close that one. Okay, so the first thing we'll do is secure that. Actually, let's go down with those right there, like that. And then what I want is this strutted 2 fairing. So, nope, not mouse over. Go over here like this. Put a strut here in 4x sim, like that. Sometimes the fairings like to skitch around on stuff. There we go. I can move those back in position. Okay. The rulers I don't need because we got the shape that we need. Are those downcomers functional or are they for aesthetics? They're for aesthetics, builder. Yeah, it's just there to look cool. I made the downcomer and the autogeneous pressurization lines. I made them out of stuff, that's all physics-less parts, so they don't affect performance too much, dude. Alright, so we have these fuel tanks here that we made. Thanks, builder. Yeah, I think it looks okay. Good news on JPSS2. What do we got, Loopy? JPSS2 solar array is now fully deployed. Oh, that was scaring me for a second. Here's the current one. Thanks, Aqualex. I appreciate it, man. Oh, it's so good, man. It looks just like it. Oh, if we just had some better emitter effects, dude, it would look perfect. Very nice, Jammer. Very nice. Look at how straight that shuttle flies, dude. Want to see the magic of the shuttle, guys? If you don't know the magic of this sucker, take a look. Note how the shuttle flies absolutely straight when it's asymmetrically jettisoning boosters. Look at how straight that thing stays during the separation. Doesn't move an inch. You don't know how hard that is to do in this game, man. You don't know how hard that is. You paid $6,200? Pixar, it didn't happen, boy. I think that's perfect, Aqualex. Maybe like a little bit less thrust on the rotators. Flip yourself off, I dare you. Okay, I'm doing it. I just did it off camera. You can't see it. Dude, look at the determination. Look at the determination in those eyes. We know the way it used to wobble. Crazy progress. Shh. I'm proud of it, okay? Shut up. Now, Kid, you could try using the real plume for your solids. Waterfall will overwrite the liquid plumes. That's what I do anyway. Let's finish what we're working on here. We want to focus on the task at hand. Looks good, man. Laser beams? Bro. I had hair. Look at all that hair. Sweet. It's freaking sweet. Ah, sweet! Heve da Waljo. Terve. Wario. Excuse me. What the hell was I doing here? How long ago was that? Oh, hit you with those laser beams. Song's DMCA, man. I can't listen to that. Hey, Matt. Thanks for the raid. This probably would have been 2013, 2014, maybe. This is certainly something to join in on. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Something like that, Cam. That's when I... Dude, look, you can see it in my face. That's when I was like, is this funny or not? I can't tell. Screw it. I'm going to keep doing it. Okay. Jade's making a comeback for KSP 2? Maybe, Ozzy. Matt, watch this. Watch this separation. It will make you... It will make your emotions tingle. Booster separation confirmed. Guidance systems now converging. Shuttle's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff. When's your decade on the platform? December 23rd. Been lurking for way longer than that. Ozzy, look how straight the shuttle flies during SEP. I know I just told you about it. Shut up. Matt, thank you for the raid. I love you, dude. Look at the dude, it is straight as a die. Look at that thing. It doesn't even move. Oh, it's so good. I'm sorry. I don't mean to sit here and toot my own horn. It's pathetic. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't do this in real life, so this is what I got. Well, not can't. Whatever. Whatever. You know what I mean. Oh. Oh, dude, I'm so proud of that. I'm so freaking proud of that. It's pathetic. All right. Let's finish her up. Night, Adrian. I'll see you, man. Night, buddy.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Go at throttle up. Perky, 54-month resub. Hugs and kisses. Come here. Come here, you savage. What? Where'd you go? Oh, you leaving? Oh, come on. You haven't even urinated on all of my house yet. What? What? It was funny. Don't say it wasn't. Anyway, Berkey, thank you very much. I noticed some of these are a little crooked. I'll keep the AP lines in the same place as a nod to direct. Why do I know that reference? Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Oh, you leaving? Oh, come on. You haven't even urinated on all of my house yet. That needs to go there. Carl's one of my favorite. Why rotate the core to make that easier? Because... Shut up. Alright, Yeah, I mean, I know where it came from, but why is it in my brain? I can't argue with that. I use absolute to make it not do bad things. I'm debating whether we should use a fuel tank here or not. Might need to see something. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. I see you have shuttle parts. I have shuttle parts too. Okay. Wait a minute. That sticks out. It sticks out a little bit. Oh no, Rev, why? It bulges. No, 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 dude. Who thought that was a good idea? Dude, no, no. What? Dude, why did I never notice that? It's come on. Really? Bruh, I'm way too familiar with those engine fairings. A lot of rework on all the TPS down there after the green run. Yeah. Didn't the Saturn do that too? Yeah, I guess it did. Yeah. There should be another one right there, I'm just saying. What? Rev, do you think the plumbing would get a little too complicated? How did you not know that? I've probably forgotten at this point, Thomas. Probably knew that it was like that at one point. I clearly did from the engine section that we made over here. It stuck out a little bit. All right. Hey, 2020. Okay, I think I know how to do this. All right, I see why I used the engine section here. So get rid of this for a moment, right? And then what we're gonna do is I'll take the engine section, force percent, set it to 0. We want 4x1. Okay, so take this tank, take that. We can get rid of that. I don't want that. Now take the fairing and shut the interstage nodes for a moment. Right? So I'm currently destroying our bandwidth right now by downloading all my Kerbal mods again. Rip you. Yeah, it is bowed out a little bit. You know what? Like At first I thought I hated it, but also, yeah, it looks okay. It doesn't look too bad. It would be it would look really good if it was in line, though. I'm not gonna lie to you. There's space for an extra one, to be honest. Really? Interesting. Oh, that's nice. This is nice. I hate, dude, I can't stand Direct. Direct looks cool, Pigzig, the boat tail looks fine, but the 3 engines like this. Ugh, I know what this is. Shut up. You know what I mean. It looks horrible. I can't do it. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. A lot, actually. I can't do it. Nope, ain't gonna fit. It ain't gonna fit. Ain't gonna fit like that. Nope. Here's what you are gonna do, though. Can you show that with your fingers again? Yeah, sure. Oh, sorry. Just does that. Alright, so we're gonna do the shrouds. Rev, I think I can make this. I think I can make this work. No, please don't tell me that there's... Whatever. It is, S. It's so true. Close that off. We don't need a fuel tank here. I'm just looking for a little bit of structure. I think we killed the server, you're just getting buffering. Oops. You know what? We could get an auto strut bonus by doing these in symmetry. So I think I'll do that to save on some parts. JPSS array is deployed. Good, good, good. Yep, yep. Yeah, see? That's the auto strut bonus that I'm talking about right there. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And then if these are just the engine shrouds, dude. What I'm gonna do is make a different attachment mechanism for the other parts of the motor. Hell yeah. Alright, so. Nice. Very nice. Very, very, very. Actually, I mean, I see why I mounted everything to the engine plate. Oh, 5 engine what? Bro. I wanted it to be a powerhouse, dude. Frick direct. Frick your inline engine design. The 5 side of a die is the way to go. Saturn 5 style. Ares 5 style. That's how we roll here. So, I'm just going to put these in the configuration that I want here. Just out of curiosity, see what they do. See how it looks. Oh, hang on. Don't hate that. I don't hate that. That looks really, really cool. Oh, I don't hate that at all. I really like that. I really like it. That's really cool. I want it. This vehicle should exist. Maybe if maybe we don't need to do that exactly like SLS. Maybe we can just do a little bit of that, bringing it. And then the engine plumbing is actually inside of the shrouds, which is actually really cool. Okay, I think it's safe to say that we don't need that anymore. Okay. Now bring her back in. Oh, dude, the skirt, oh, it looks perfect. That's so nice, man. It looks so freaking good. I love it. Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo! Oh, my goodness. This do be looking good though. How much can we lift? Yeah. Now we gotta build the front, and then we gotta build an upper stage and a fairing for it. I'm really happy we stayed up to do this. Oh. Gimme. Yeah. Oh, you like. So this could get 100 tons to orbit with no upper stage. That is a distinct possibility, actually. Actually, Loopy, what I was thinking about doing is taking every, like, you know, we have Jebstone 4 in this, right? And Jebstone 4 has a fine upper stage, right? Really nice 375 upper stage. Maybe we could take Jebstone 4 and make a payload attachment fitting, a launch vehicle stage adapter for it. And, you know, take all the good things about this launch vehicle and make it way worse by giving it an underperforming first or second stage. I'm just kidding. I'm not doing that. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I had you for a second. Actually, you know what? Yeah, Luby, you know what the messed up part is? That's actually probably really good. In fact, yeah, putting Jebstone 4's upper stage on this thing is probably actually... Yeah, that... Now that I'm thinking about it, that's actually a really good design. Because Jebstone 4's upper stage is not an ICPS. It's an S4B. It's more like a Saturn V's third stage than it is like SLS's third stage. We need to use a J2S. Jebstone's second stage is one of the... It has a skipper in it, man. It has a skipper in it. Yeah, I agree. What about MLV's upper stage? MLV is Jebstone's upper stage, Loopy. Don't tell anybody. Jebstone 4 and MLV both have the same upper stage, dude. I literally built the same stage twice. Look at this absolute chonker of a freaking launch vehicle. It's the best launch vehicle ever devised by man. Come on, launch this as is. It's got no probe core on it. All right. Don't know what we're gonna accomplish with this. He said as is, no probe core. Actually, the SRBs have the probe cores on them. But... Ares 5? Eh, kind of. It's like Ares 5 Direct and a couple of other things kind of combined. Do we need data? Not with this. Not with this. We don't need to mess with this one.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Okay. Hey, Ga. 35-month resub. This thing is going to go fast. Yeah, it's missing like 100 tons of stuff. Okay, we're yeah. All right, let's just I mean, this is a shuttle stack with no shuttle on it. Chad, I've hacked into EJ's account. Now's the time to tell me if you want me to turn on channel points. Oh god. What's the TWR? Are you gonna version this without the second stage like Jupiter? Yeah. Yes, I am. I'm taking some ideas from Direct Core, combining them with Ares 5, and then combining that with Constellation. Well, which is Ares 5. You get the idea. Okay. Meme launch in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Oh god! That's loud. 3, 2, 1. Send it. Oh, this is going fast, man. Roll program. Stay with me. Stay with. Oh my god. Oh, it's going too fast. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Alright, we gotta grab turn even more. Oh, jeez. This is ridiculous. I don't know, Bandit, maybe. Dude. Alright, okay, we're good. Oh, we gotta throttle back those engines, man. We gotta throttle back. We're going way too fast. There's no mass simulator. There's no mass sim. Oh my goodness. It's a freaking missile. Oh my goodness. Why did we do this? Why did we do this? Why? She's a freaking beast. Damn. Yeah, this'll move over 100 tons. Oh yeah. It'll move 100 tons just in this configuration. I'm pretty damn sure. Wow. That was booking, man. Now, could this work in real life? Yeah. The booster. Look at the apertures. Oh, the boosters at 124 kilometers. Those aren't coming down in one piece. Well, forget about the one that I tipped, but now you have a cool wet workshop. Yeah. All right. That was for the memes. That was funny. So what upper stage are we thinking about pairing with this? I'm not sure. You know what? We'll save this as Proto 1, and then I'll just move to Proto 2. Alright, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Gosh, dang, did that thing get out of the hole quick. Did you see it? Freaking... Dude, that was fast. We were going way too fast. An ICPS? Do I look like I know what an ICPS is? What was the SRB issue? I had the core stage throttled back to basically 0 TWR. If I'd kept punching it, they would have separated correctly. This back do be looking good, though. I noticed that it did wobble. We had a little bit too much control. So, honestly, these don't need... They don't need to get... It's just like the shuttle. You don't need to gimbal these engines out of the gates. The SRBs are plenty of power, so... Oh. Symmetry do be like that. I don't feel like you need the center engine in a 1.5 stage configuration. Might be good for a heavy duty 2-stager, but seems like overkill here. But Ian, I have all this extra space. Well, ignored as usual. Yeah, it's because I don't like you. Inertial cryogenic propulsion stage. When are you playing Among Us VR like the other cooler Boston streamer? I'll just... Yeah, no. No. I'm not playing Among Us. I don't like that game. I don't hate the highlighted messages at all, Blue. Hell streamer moment. What? Serious? I can't hear you. You're going into a tunnel. Hey, where'd you go? Ah, you're breaking up. Sorry, I gotta hang up. So, Ian, what I was thinking is, because we're not using the pointy locks tank, and we're gonna have to make like kind of a forward skirt style tank up here, right? Because we're doing that, I'll be able to add a little more fuel capacity to this. It's kind of the same idea as direct. I'm not gonna add much more fuel, but we'll be able to add more. Did you make Energia? It kind of ended up looking like it, Golden Goose, but no, I'm not making Energia. So yeah, Ian, I'm gonna modify the fuel tanks, dude. And we'll be able to give it a little more capacity. That's why I planned for the 5th engine. But we could always take it out, doesn't matter. It did get out of the hole really, really fast, though. You turned off the highlights? Why would you do that? No. What? Stop it! Just the channel point ones. What? What made you decide to turn on channel points? Actually, it's a funny story, Flykin. Nothing. I don't want channel points, but Bree just turned them on. Hey, Deadster, what's going on, man? How are you? Wait, serious? Who's the other Boston streamer that plays Amogus? Hold on a second here. Oh, look. Brimo's typing on my account in chat. Lovely. Not much. Flying to California on Saturday to hang out with the girl. Germa's from around here? Really? Really? Is he in Massachusetts or is he from Massachusetts? Germa's a native Bostonian, but he's in LA. I mean, have you heard his voice? I don't know how I missed that one. Cool. Neat. I'm not playing Amogus. Yeah, we're not doing that. Alright, so we need to edit this fairing. There we go. Now, get rid of this, get rid of that, and then on the other side, get rid of this and that, and then we replace it with the same thing. How much? Wait, we had one of... No. We had one of these, right? How much fuel does this thing hold? 35? How much does that... Oh. Double. I guess that makes sense. Everyone has a price. I will play Amogus if you guys pay off my mortgage. I'm not kidding. I will play it if you pay off the mortgage. How much? Yeah, that's definitely a 6-figure goal. Do you even get money from channel points? Nah. But we are paying it off. If you pay it off harder, okay? Pay it off more. Yeah, this will work. Here, there's more. Oh, okay. I mean, that's cool. Put the dono goal at the bottom.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hang on, guys. I need to pay attention to this. Because I changed the shape of the tank, we can give it a little bit more fuel. I may have added about 30% more fuel to this because skipper engine.
Houston, Tranquility Base here.
Dang Loch Ness Monster trying to give me 350. Dang Loch Ness Monster didn't give me 350. Yeah, dang Loch Ness Monster gonna give me 350. All right, now I gotta go in here. Okay. You hate the noise canceling? Want me to get rid of it? Mr. Gate doesn't like the meatball. Oh. I'm just putting the struts back in on this. Where they need to be. Right, rotate this sucker around. There we go. On. There we go. Okay. Those are secure. I just have to redo some of the struts because I changed the tankage. That's all. And then believe it or not, we have to go back here. And then I'm going to have to take the stack, rotate it 45. Parts of the MPS has to be strutted to the fairing that's upstream like that. Just out of curiosity, are we... Yep, okay, cool. Good. Good. Grandma, look what you've done. Look at what you did. Why? Why? Why would you do this? Look what you did. Dang it, woman, you will be the end of me. There's the forward skirt. And then we just need to actually take this a little bit ways out here. Actually, because it's a four-sided fairing, that needs to be in quad stem like that, and then we're gonna need double quadruple stem because we need one to go to the tanks from there to there. All right, cool. Let's line all this stuff up. I'm trying to power this out, guys, so we can get to launching it, if you really want to know why I'm taking my sweet time here. Okay. All right, so I'm actually going to change this a little bit, change the design. This one, I'm going to put in 3x symmetry here because that one's going to tanks. It's tri for structural, and then if we're going to fairing, because the fairing is four-sided, it needs to be 4x symmetry because you want to theoretically attach to all sides of the fairing, right? Now, what I'll do is we'll move this back into position where it should be, right there. Right? Get a nice forward skirt. There we go. And now what we do is I take the back plate of the fairing and we do reverse upside down 3x symmetry, and then we can go to the second tank right here like that, and we strut through the tank and basically make an isogrid here, and it lines up right with my previous strut here, even though oh, those are tri. Why are they tried out? That shouldn't be like that. That should be a quad strut. Just trying to, I'm doing one of these hierarchy balancing operations here, guys, and then we'll get for a flight test here in a moment. I'll show you guys what I'm doing with the hierarchy visualizer in a moment. Everything needs to be nice and in line. Good. Omega stiffeners, indeed. There. Gotta just slap the top of it. That ain't going nowhere. Oh. No, I don't, Jam. Hell yeah. That's cool. Never thought about it, how do stages get put together? Is it just like a bunch of explosive bolts around the inside? No. No. It's usually 3 or 4. It really depends on the vehicle, Flykin. Yeah, it depends. They use a pilot dowel to locate the stage. Think hybrid tech, and then it's on a couple frangible nuts, but they're just basically riding on each other. Like, it's just physically sitting one can on top of the other. Like that, like the chroma cans. Buckets sit like this all the time. And then they just have 3 or 4 bolts, explosive bolts around, and the explosive bolts pop, and then you get a separation. Dude, it is not rocket science, man. Even Falcon 9. Falcon 9's second stage has 3 attachment posts. That's it. Other than that, the flange, the aft skirt on the second stage is sitting on the flange of the inner stage. Very much like same vessel collision between 2 fairings. It's literally the same thing. I get my rockets to fly structurally like the real ones. Are the bolts big? No. Baseball size, maybe? Maybe probably even smaller. The bolts aren't there for structure, dude. They're there to hold it together. Bolts aren't there for structure. They hold stuff together. Does a bolt on an automobile, a head stud on an automobile, what does that do? Is that structural? No. It holds the head to the engine block. But the engine block is structurally sitting on the top of the engine deck. The bolts just hold things together. That's it. You don't need bolts for structure. You shouldn't use bolts for structure. You shouldn't have load being carried by bolts. They're not structural. Oh, so that's why wind shear is that serious for rockets. Well, it's like in the biggest one, I don't know if you were here earlier, but the biggest one is that cylinders are very good at compression loads. So, picture this Bud Light can to be your rocket, okay? So the rocket engine is down here, okay? So the rocket engine is down here, payload is up here, okay? If wind is going this way towards the rocket, look. I just pushed enough to make a beer can mark in the top of my hand. Doesn't do anything. But if we do it this way, what's going to happen? That's the big reason. That's all. That's the big one. Yeah, I pushed on that pretty hard. I pushed on that pretty hard, man. I mean, Flykin, I did a thing while you were out shopping. This can was full, and when the cans are pressurized, so like before you open up the cans are pressurized. I can stand on it easily. I don't think I could stand on an empty one. But when it's pressurized, oh yeah, super strong. But still not as strong this way as they are that way. Does that make sense? That's shear load versus compression load. Compression is axial to a rocket. So max Q creates compression load. Air gets compressed up on the front of the vehicle and compresses the vehicle. You don't want to accordion your rocket. That's why rockets throttle down for max Q, because you're exceeding you could potentially exceed maximum compression load on the vehicle. Does that make sense? Well, John, yes and no. There's a bunch of other things. Yeah, I mean, wind shear, yes. When you're talking about wind shear, yeah, you got it, man. Yeah. Stupid. Stupid! Nah, it's not big enough. Give me this. Give me the bigger arrow. No. Yeah. Very nice. Impressive. Very nice. Hey, Envy. All right. See you, buddy. How much thrust are we going to be pushing with this thing? It's 1.42 off the pad right now? That's it? Huh. That can't be, that's not accurate. All right, cool. That's good to know. Are you going to play the new Satisfactory update? Perhaps? All right. Okay. Test time. I haven't really finished where the upper stage or anything will be. Haven't really done that yet, but whatever. Let's see. What do we think? What are we thinking? What are we thinking? 81? 81 tons? Perhaps? Maybe 144? What do we want to do? You know what? I'm going to put 144 tons of payload on there. I want to see what it does. This is just temporary. I want to see what this thing does. Let's just give it a nice... Yeah. There we go. That looks fine. 100... You want me to put 154 tons on it? So, what was that? 144, so we need something that's 10. There. Okay. The ET was simpler to understand than I realized. It's not... It does... Yeah, no, it's not rocket science. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is we'll put this up here, and then we make it look cool. It kind of does look like NLS, doesn't it? It really came out looking pretty much exactly like that. All right, cool. So now what we're gonna do? Go in here, interstage node, and then just give me a prober. Shut off the music. You did. Why have you stopped playing this music? Flip the record. Good man. I don't like trying to fit that thing in there. There. We have 154 tons of payload. There. You got cheesecake after your workout, and it's fantastic. Oh, well, that's good. Okay, go in here like this. AG0. Play sequence to release the clamps. There we go. And then AG1. Set control point from here. All right. Payload test. See what it does. You're on a 5 grams of fat a day diet for my surgery for 2 weeks. I want a cheeseburger so bad. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Dude, look at this monster. Look what we made. This thing is going to go. Crawl off the pad. It actually, I'm not sure, dude. Ian, it might not even have enough. Who knows? We're carrying more fuel, way bigger payload than the shuttle in 36 tons. Heavy. Well, we're about to see if it's going to get off the pad. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, headphone users. Go for roll program. Roll program complete. Yeah, that's a mod called Kerbal Konstructs. I put down another flat space for landing boosters and whatnot. UWR. Not enough. Not good. Nah, it can't move this much. Yeah, we don't have the Delta V anyway. We'll see, we might be able to pull it out. If I do this. No, like it's not. Nope. He doesn't have the goose. Doesn't have the not the goose, doesn't have the goods. I feel like this could do 100 tons easy. That's what I engineered it for, but chat wanted 154. That's the meme number. Also, gotta shut these damn tanks out. So, some strange reason the right side booster Kraken tech didn't work. I think that's because of structural load on the booster. So get rid of the tank, get rid of the ore tank, and then go interstage nodes here. That tank is 144 tons, right? So if we put it right there, hang on, move it up here, 773. So we need that number to be like 730 something. 735. That's 100 tons of payload right there. Let's try this again. They're skipper motors. Chilling. Sorry, I'm in a learning mood, so I'm asking a lot of questions. You? Asking a lot of questions, man? No, come on now. Come on now. Yeah, it's a shuttle stack. It's the shuttle stack that we finished working on this morning. Yeah, we just made it. It's kind of like SLS FlyKIN, it's kind of not. I took parts from SLS that I liked. I took parts from Direct, another program that was in competition with SLS that I liked. And yeah, a couple of other things here and there, and all right, this is a 100-ton payload test. Ready? T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Loud noises. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. .3 off the pad. Everything's looking good. Go for roll program. Roll program complete. Okay, throttling back for max Q. Max Q is a little bit different than the shuttle. PWR of 1.5 means it has 50% more thrust than weight. Look at grav force versus thrust. Yeah, man. That's why I have this window open.
Discovery.
Kodia, 17-month resub. Okay, I'm throttling it up. Thrust tailing off on the SRB, standing by for separation. gonna be close, dude. It's gonna be very close. Yeah. It can do it. It can move 100 tons to orbit. We just gotta mess with the ascent trajectory a little bit. Yeah. Even on this crappy ascent, what would we have needed? $7,300 or $7,350, $89.83. Just write those numbers down. $7,350, $89.83. Putting that in the chat. All right, cool. Feels like the arrow is lacking with that open fairing too. Might be hurting it. Yeah, probably. And I mean, keep it. This is just a benchmark, guys. It got that close with how the vehicle is. It got that close with this. With that the way that it is, inside of a fairing and stuff, a little bit of an optimized ascent trajectory, we are good to go. So liquid fuel 7350, and then 8983. So that puts us at 727, down from 735. 735 is what we were at before. 727,604. Even with that terrible ascent, $735.593 minus 727,604. Yeah, even with that terrible ascent, guys, that's only an 8-ton difference, meaning that it moved 91 tons into orbit. That's good. This is really good for what it is. Where does that put a second stage for this? 100-ton payload, 40-ton stage? Oh, if we put a... Dude, if we put a... Sorry. You can tell it's getting late. I'm losing my train of thought. Okay, Demo, your question first. How much does it weigh if you pull the top tank off? 628. Actually, including tank mass and then nose cone mass on top of that, that's 99 tons. If I'm looking at that right. Yeah. Well, that's pretty neat. Yeah, 100 tons. That's what I estimated for this thing with the tank extension and the extra skipper. Ian, you see why I needed that extra one. We needed the TWR because I gave it more fuel. But see, now I'm wondering, maybe we don't need this much fuel. Who knows? For a full 100-ton total, for a full 100-ton, your total should be 728, 189. Yeah. One with more and one with less fuel? Nah, Manny, I don't really... I mean, maybe, dude. Maybe I should put this back to the regular configuration that it was in. I'm almost wondering if that's going to make a difference. Oh, there is one other thing I need to do. At booster separation, I need these engines. The 4 on the outside, I need set to roll control. Actually, they all can go to YPR. It doesn't matter. There we go. How much Delta V do you have with 100 top 100? It's all broken, Aqualex, because I use docking ports and stuff to stage it. The higher it the Delta V thing doesn't understand. Long story short, this thing with a nice ascent trajectory could probably do it. It could probably do it. It could probably do 100 tons if it was inside of a fairing. And then demo, to answer your question, we definitely could do 100 tons with an upper stage easily. Easily 100 tons. I put a nice high energy upper stage on this thing.
Go at throttle up.
High energy, lower specific impulse, but high thrust upper stage. This thing will go very, very fast. I'm thinking we could probably put an upper stage with like a 5-meter upper stage with a skipper. Or we could use the skiffs. We could use a clustered bunch of skiffs. Those have insanely good TWR. Sky Tug for the win. Badgie knows. A Rhino? We could do that. A Rhino would be quite good for an upper stage for this thing. That, Chief, that might even be too much, dude. The Rhino was for the SLS parts back in the day. It was the J2X for the original SLS pack. Yeah, it's a good motor. The Skiff Wolfhound combo engine. I hate that engine, man. I hate that engine. I don't hate the Wolfhound. Read what demo said again. Why? It looks so good. I know. No, I'll show you. So, demo had this pretty cool idea, and it is neat. It does look amazing. So if you take this, right, and then you take the Wolfhound and you attach the Wolfhound to it, and you get rid of its attachment piece, and then, you know, get rid of the shroud here, you can put a nozzle extension. You can put a nozzle extension on your skiff and make the Skiff Hound. Yeah, it is pretty cool. And it performs like a freaking champion, dude. But it is 2 engines clipped into each other. But it does look good. I will say. That looks... Demo, the only thing that I'm like, about is that you have... It's a biconic expansion ratio, which makes it look a little strange. But other than that, dude, if you just like kind of gizmo that up here a little ways, just gizmo that up a little ways to make the one conic expansion ratio. Yeah. Yes. Oh, I hate that. I hate it so much. Yeah. Put it right there. It looks like a J2X. It does look like a J2X, doesn't it? It's cool, man. It's a cool motor. Next gen stuff. Do it. Do it. I don't know. Other way around. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, see, guys, this is a combination. The combination of Ares and Direct. So, you know, you take those two, you put them together, you get Erect. I know I already made the joke. Shut up, it's funny. How many tons can this get to low curve and ord in theory? It's right on the money at about 99. 99 to 100, dude. We gotta tweak the ascent a little bit. It needs a strong back. No. Erect. Erect. Ares direct. Erect. Hey, that's pretty good. Yeah, it's a good little vehicle. And it's based off of my shuttle stack. Ian, I think it's only the fairing. I think just the fairing, dude. Do you recommend Designer Rockets in Space Launch Vehicles by Don Edberg and Willie Costa? Never read it. But that's... Actually, I think Rocket Guys told me about that book before. It does look good, though. This do be looking good. Okay, now SDLV heavy. Bro. I don't think that'll do what we think. All right, it looks awesome. It looks really good. That looks freaking sweet, dude. Oh my god, more boosters! That was proposed, you know. They thought about doing something like that. I don't see why it wouldn't work. I don't think the core stage would be able to take that kind of compression. Do it, you won't? Let's start with this for now, Jip. I gotta design a fairing or an upper stage for this and kind of go from there. Also would need a new pad. Mobile launcher. That's fine. Stage the SRB separators and you won't have a problem. Thing is very nice. I mean, it'll definitely move 154 with that, with 2 more boosters attached to it. It'll definitely do that.
Discovery, go and
Just
throttle.
tanks. All right, dudes. We will finish this tomorrow. We'll finish this vehicle tomorrow and get it all up and running. What's today? It's Thursday. Is tomorrow Friday? For real? For real, B? If I stop at 4 boosters, why not 6? Because you know? Have you thought about the missions that you want to do? Yeah, sure. EJ, I just bought a Nikon Aculon A211 10x50 binoculars. You think you'll be able to see the ISS with some level of detail? Yes. You see this? That is not a good idea. Okay? Stop trying to make this happen. It's not going to happen. Stop it. Stop it. This is not a good idea. That is a dumb idea. That's not that. No. 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 That's ridiculous. Here. Look. This was linked earlier. Look. Look at these. Here. You want to see crazy ideas? There you go. There's a reason why they didn't do any of these. Why not this? Ah, yes. Nice dumpster. We don't make trash on here, Insig. 4X asparagus SRBs. I love you too, buddy. If it works, it works. How dare you? But yeah, Ryan, that's probably true. Have you built Energia? Yeah, we built a pretty damn respectable one a long time ago. I'd probably build a better one now. Here, just look at the actual shuttle doing actual shuttle things. Look at that. Isn't that nice? See? So much better. Ah, it's just look at the determination here. Boop. I didn't know the Russians had a shuttle variant. Actually, John, it's really not a bad piece of hardware, man. They made an asymmetric lifter that could launch a shuttle or a payload on it out of the box. It's called the Energia lifter, the Russian word for energy. It's actually really, really nice. It's a good lifter. I just like calling it trash because it pisses chat off. They think it's a better shuttle, but imagine not getting your upper stage engines back on a reusable launch vehicle. It's really funny to me. There's a cheap knockoff that wasn't cheap. Kem, I've been saying it for years, dude. There's only shuttle. Shuttle's better. It's better. Why? I mean, Energia arguably is a better launch vehicle, Because you can launch cargo with it, but dude, look at this. Look at this bad mamma jamma right here. Oh. Remo activated them without asking me, Thomas. I have no idea what they do. Please turn them off. I don't know how. I'll figure out how to do it later. Oh, yeah. Yup. Aft cargo carrier. We could make it. What was the name of it then? What do you mean, Dave? Buranenergia? Remember how you said your shuttle has super delta V? That's at the moon. I hope your night is ruined now. Thanks. It's not. I got my shuttle figured out today. We got the SRB separations good, and we started building the shuttle-derived variant. Now we got to go back and mess with Jebstone 4 a little bit, and yeah, then we're good. We'll do that tomorrow, dudes. I'm calling it for now, dude. I did a really long stream yesterday, and then I tried to stay up to frickin'... I tried to stay up for Lofted, and it screwed me all up. Jebstone 4 best rocket? You'll get no argument from me. It's a pretty damn good launch vehicle. That with the shuttle and HLV and the MLV. So we have Jebstone 4, shuttle, MLV, HLV. Quite good. I was happy to come by today. Have a good night. All right, Kim. Don't be a stranger, you heard? All right, dudes. I'm going to call it. Let's see who we can raid. Let's see who's still streaming. Actually, let's check rockets first. What do we got? Galaxy 31 and 32 is on Saturday at 11 a.m. Were you able to look at your paper? I haven't gotten around to it, Jared. I'm sorry. Ugh. Let's see. Haas is playing some GTA RP. Let's go see what he's up to. I haven't rated him in a little while. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow at noon. Thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. And we should be good to go. I should have all this stuff finished by the end of this week. Then we work on the robotic arm for the shuttle. And yeah, then we'll start the save maybe sometime next week. These past couple of weeks with Kerbal have been really, really tough, but we got her done, man. We got her done. Your boat is coming along nicely. Cool. Guys, go see what Haas is up to. Go give him some love. He's playing some GTA RP. He's a good buddy of mine. He just came back from SEMA the other day, if I'm remembering right. Go see what he's up to. And yeah, I'll talk to you guys tomorrow at noon. We'll finish the heavy booster. And then we'll get Jebstone 4 dialed in. That shouldn't take long. Maybe we can even do a space news tomorrow. So,